In a luxurious great hall filled with countless nobles attending, a boy was also placed on a table, and in front of him were 4 different weapons. Today was an exceptionally special day for the boy, because the weapon he chose next would determine the future path he would take. And under the expectant and curious gazes of everyone, the boy slowly moved toward the 4 weapons. But what no one could have anticipated was that as he approached, all 4 weapons simultaneously emitted a blinding light, causing his parents to look at each other in bewilderment. Very quickly, however, everyone had their answer, because this proved that the boy before them was a genius, a true superlative genius who could follow any path, and the boy himself understood this well, for he carried memories from his previous life. To tell this story, we must go back some time. On some battlefield, a thought echoed. I once believed that someone like me, with awakened and blossoming talent, stepping onto the battlefield could begin a new life, and in that new life I could build a family, something I deeply longed for, but I was mistaken. Now, amid the desolation, a voice of admiration rang out. How tenacious! It's been a long time since anyone made me swing my sword more than 10 times. Are you the famous Argrik, the talent who blossomed on the battlefield? At that moment, in his view stood a young warrior, but currently his left arm had been severed, while he himself was panting with each breath from blood loss and exhaustion. Hearing the words of the man opposite him, Argrik thought inwardly. He knew me. I never expected to be glad about this. Thinking that, Argrik forced himself to prop up his sword, looked up to regard his opponent and greeted, "Ha ha, it is an honor to be recognized by you, Duke Thermion. This young warrior belongs to the Draenic Empire," and before him, Duke Thermion. Seeing that the young man knew his name, his eyes flickered with some surprise and he asked, "Ah, you know my name?" "Yes, who hasn't heard of your reputation? One of the 6 hexagonal knights of the Althean Empire. A single day on this battlefield was enough for me to feel the weight of the black tide. This uncle comes from the Althean Empire, Duke Bout Thermion." Turning back to him, hearing Argrik speak thus, he truly felt some admiration for the young warrior. "So even knowing who I am, you still chose to face me. It's a pity to end such a talent prematurely. Tell me, do you wish to surrender?" He offered Argrik a chance, but in response to this golden opportunity, Argrik merely glanced aside and shook his head. "It's obvious, I was born on the battlefield, so I will die here." Saying that, Argrik lifted the sword stuck in the ground and swung it hard, causing the air to tremble violently. The gust was so strong that it blew all nearby objects away, leaving an empty expanse of ground around them. Turning back to Thermion, looking at Argrik's face now, he said quietly, "Although you say that, I can still see the regret in your eyes. You would have been a formidable rival had you lived a little longer. However, if this is your wish, then I hope in your next life you will be able to let go of those regrets." As he spoke, he began to cloak his sword in an aura, and charged directly at the young warrior. Thus, after a few sword strokes, the outcome of the battle was decided. My mother was a young widow, a refugee of war. She left me in this chaotic world when I was still small, then drew her last breath. Everyone knows what happens to an orphan child. At that time, Argrik led a wandering life on the battlefield, a lonely existence merely to survive. He would do whatever it took to live. At 14, Argrik was sent to his first battlefield, and there his talent awakened. The mana core in his heart heightened movement and senses to an unprecedented level. At that time, a superior told Argrik, "Commander Argrik, I intend to recommend you for the upcoming special knight appointment. With your talent, joining the 5 hexagonal knights of the Empire would no longer be impossible." Hearing his superior say this, Argrik couldn't help but smile. "After surpassing 3 mana cores to become a quad core with 4 mana cores, I finally received the long-awaited opportunity. After this war, I could find peace in this weary life. At last, I was about to have everything, until that man appeared, and with a single swing of his sword, Thermion easily shattered Argrik's sword, and then his blade pierced through Argrik's chest. What a pity! I wanted to rise higher. I wanted a family, he thought to himself, before his body was blown backward like a cannonball. And so Argrik's dream was tragically crushed. I thought that was the end, but after his vision went completely black, Argrik suddenly heard a tender voice. "Oh, our little Dane is awake. Ha ha! Such a good boy. not crying at all. How clear and beautiful these eyes are. This child is truly a gift from God to us. A beautiful woman with blonde hair gently touched the small hand before her and spoke affectionately, while the man beside her wore a similar expression. Ha ha. The boy truly is a great gift from God, he laughed, and only then did Argrik realize his situation. What? A child? What are they saying? His face showed utter confusion as he waved his hands frantically. Sensing his fear, the man smiled, reached out, picked him up before himself and spoke. Dane, you must become a great merchant and follow in my footsteps. I am your father, this man is Arkin Sogers. However, upon hearing this, Lady Lily Sogers immediately snatched baby Dane from his arms and cried out, What are you saying? Dane will become a superb assassin. Hearing his wife, Arkin's face grew embarrassed. My dear, come on. How could you let the youngest become an assassin? That's terrible. If he's a man, he must use a spear. Using a spear is the most perfect and beautiful martial art, Arkin said with a touch of fantasy on his face. However, Lady Lily immediately brushed that idea aside. I told you, being an assassin is better than being a merchant. The boy can hide in the shadows to assassinate targets without being noticed. That's cooler, she shouted. In summary, that's right, I thought that was the end, but I was reborn. Not only that, I was reborn in the Althean Empire. My enemy is the youngest son of a count, and recently my new parents have been arguing heatedly about my future. Surely because I was born late, they want me to inherit their legacy even more, Dane thought to himself. Returning to the young couple, after an argument that reached no conclusion, Arkin had to say, Then let's do this. We'll teach him both. Certainly, Dane will definitely become an assassin, Madame Lily laughed. Dane, become a merchant. Merchants are the best, Uncle Arkin coaxed. The boy will become an assassin, Madame Lily reiterated. And while they were still bickering, the coachman in front turned and reminded them, Sir, we've arrived. Hearing this, Arkin was a little startled. He hadn't realized time had passed so quickly. What? We're here already? Now Lily, hold my hand. Oh dear, what if people in the city see us? The lady said, embarrassed. Come on. I just want to hold my wife's hand. What's wrong with that? All right, be careful, be careful. As he said this, he reached out to help his wife down, causing Dane in Madame Lily's arms to be flooded with second-hand embarrassment. Really eye-paining, he thought. Then, after scanning the surroundings with his eyes, Dane's eyes couldn't hide his excitement. Oh my, it seems Dane is very happy to be home. Look how joyful the boy is. Indeed, if this is my home, it'll be even easier for my talent to flourish. He thought with a smile at the prospect of a new beginning. Time flew by, and 2 months later, at this point little Dane began to babble a few words, making Madame Lily overjoyed. Oh my Dane is starting to babble. In response, the protagonist's mouth kept chattering like a jumping shrimp, and actually for him this experience was somewhat novel, so I'm babbling now. This is indeed a new experience, because during the time wandering on distant battlefields, I rarely interacted with children. The few children I met were injured, had to be bandaged, and cried with nowhere to go. Many children mourned their parents and then slowly starved and disappeared. Compared to that, the Sogers household is wealthy and fortunate. I won't starve here, the protagonist thought happily, having been reincarnated into an easy mode rather than hell mode. Just then his old man, Count Sogers, burst in through the door. Haha, Dane, look at this is a spear. What do you think, Dane? Long and beautiful, isn't it? Uncle boasted excitedly, seeming eager to implant merchant ideas into Dane's head while he's still small, and faced with his display, Dane could only force a smile. This man is my father, the kingdom's strongest level 6 merchant, Arkin Sogers. He looks gentle, but he's a heroic warrior known as the Azure Tempest. As for Madame Lily, seeing her husband bring a weapon in to show off to their newborn, she angrily snatched the spear and scolded. Really? How can you bring something sharp into our son's room? In response, Arkin's attitude went weak. I only wanted to show Dane. I told you not to do that. If you keep it up, I'll teach the child basic stealth techniques from an early age, Madame Lily said coldly, making her husband break out in a sweat. Madame Lily was once the kingdom's greatest assassin. Back to Arkin. Though a bit afraid of his wife, the uncle still had to puff himself up and say, Come on, everyone's like this now. Even famous magical families place staves beside their newborns from birth. A spear compared to a staff. Ah, such a sharp spear. Madame Lily shouted, causing their son, who witnessed the scene, to only sigh like a little old man. Truly a harmonious family. Saying this, Dane became aware of his situation. The reason they cared so much about his future was that his two older sisters had both chosen paths unrelated to merchant arts or assassination. Time passed quickly. At this moment, Dane was being visited by his two elder sisters. Look, Dane, if you do that your cheeks will puff up, the girl in the red dress said as she did something that made Dane's cheeks swell. After finishing, the sister was overjoyed. Look at Dane. So cute. Oh my cheeks. Dane shouted inwardly, clenching both fists in frustration but unable to do anything. Seeing his sister in the red dress, Dane quickly remembered who she was. Arabella Sogers. Gifted in magic, Arabella followed the path of magic from a young age. At 12, she was already a third-rank mage. With the highest mage tier being 9, she was a prodigy to reach the entry-level rank at that age. Thinking this, Arabella poked Dane's cheek and coaxed, Dane, do you want to learn magic with me later? I'm bored of studying alone every day. Hey, don't tease me. Dane snapped inwardly. Meanwhile, the other sister spoke up. Summoning is good too. Hearing this, Dane glanced at the sister in green and pondered. Claire Sogers. Claire is a skilled summoner. She learned to summon at 7 and can now control 2 summoned creatures at once. At first I thought she didn't like me, but it seemed more like jealousy at having a sibling. She's become less distant toward me than before. At this moment, according to Dane's view, Claire timidly touched his nose with her index finger, then quickly withdrew her hand. Then Claire gave Arabella a puzzled look. Why is it so soft? Right, hehe, Arabella joined in. Next, Claire playfully turned to her little brother and said, Dane, if you also have a summoning talent it would be great. I'll teach you later, she said with a smile. Faced with these offers, Dane could only force a smile inwardly. Ha ha, everyone wants to teach me their talents. My father is a level 6 merchant. My mother is a former assassin who once attempted to kill the king. My eldest sister is a genius mage, while my second sister is also a prodigious summoner. The noble Sogers family is indeed a perfect aristocratic family, the ideal family I had once imagined. So what meaning is revenge in this life? Although my death was tragic, it happened on the battlefield. Saying I'll avenge those who defeated me is ridiculous, Dane thought despondently. It seemed he decided to set aside thoughts of vengeance for now. Back to the matter at hand. Soon he was awakened by the arguing ahead. Merchant arts, choose the spear, Arkan shouted. Stealth and assassination are more useful, Madame Lily reminded. At the same time Arabella and Claire also chimed in, no, magic is the trend now. Summoning is good too. Seeing them debate his future, Dane sat quietly and couldn't help but smile gently. I've always wished for a home. I'm lucky to have been born here. Thinking this, the quarrel grew louder and gave him a headache. A truly harmonious family, isn't it? Dane wondered to himself. Speaking of the Sogers family, they have a very special rite called the choosing ceremony. When a child in the family turns 1, many objects are placed on the table before them. People will predict the child's future based on the item they choose. And today is Dane's first birthday. Today is young Master Dane's first birthday, isn't it? Someone said, and the person beside them exclaimed, Young Master is already 1? Time flies. The young ladies have become summoners and mages, right? I wonder what young Master Dane will choose, everyone said curiously. We'll know after the ceremony. Now hurry inside. An uncle laughed. Next, inside the great hall everyone quickly gathered to wait and see which item Dane would choose. At this moment the little master was placed on the table, and before him were 4 items representing the 4 directions. From left to right a spear, a golden plate, a small pouch and a short saber. Seeing these items, the honored guests nearby murmured, Oh, the young ladies brought their items too. Oh my, so cute. When did they get so big? Turning to Lily, she whispered to Dane, Dane, just pick whatever you like. Hearing his mother, the hero's gaze grew thoughtful. Sigh, what should I do? Surely everyone hopes I'll pick their item. Over here, Count Arkan looked at his son with a smile as if certain of victory. the kid will be drawn to the dragon-tipped spear. The dragon tip is a spearhead made from the rare or dukran. When infused with mana, it becomes heavy and as sharp as its wielder's mana. A mystical magic spear. This is the spear I've used my whole life. Pick your father's spear, Dane, Arkin thought. Meanwhile, Madame Lily had clasped her hands in prayer. The boy's too handsome to be an assassin, but he'll still pick the dagger. The dagger Madame placed on the table was called Black Fong, forged from or Ethrin, which gathers all elements of the world and can contain and combine many different poisons. Over here, Arabella stared at her brother with a confident smile. Dane will surely become a great mage. He'll follow me to the academy one day. The item she placed on the table was a subspace pouch, an object usable only by mages or those with magical talent. Pick my pouch, little one, Arabella urged inwardly. Meanwhile, Claire was a bit shy. If Dane knows summoning, I'll take him flying on a dragon's back with me. That's my dream for you, little brother, Claire whispered. The item she placed before Lily was a summoning seal, the summoner's seal. Summoners use the seal and receive grants according to their talent, using it to call their summoned creatures. Back to Dane. In his spirit, he could of course see and feel his family's expectant gazes, and the more he looked, the more pressure made him break out in a sweat. Oh no, why do I feel like I can hear all their thoughts? Thinking this, the little old man sighed heavily from the troublesome pressure, but couldn't avoid it. Which item should I take? Right, I'll just watch everyone's expressions and choose. As he thought this, he crawled forward, deciding to leave his future to other people's reactions. Seeing him start to move, the group grew excited. Oh, the boy is choosing. That's right, Dane, pick what you want. If possible, choose something long and sturdy, Arkin shouted, only to be immediately interrupted by Madame Lily. No, the short and sharp one is the beautiful choice, dear. That pouch is my favorite. I remember showing it to you, right? Dane, go summon with me. Tempting voices began to ring out, giving our little lord a headache. Already feeling pressured before choosing, when Dane approached the 4 items, something inexplicable happened. All 4 emitted a brilliant radiance. It left his face dazed for several seconds. What's happening? Wait, in the back, the young couple also didn't understand what was happening. What's going on? Madame Lily asked. I don't know either, Arkin shook his head. Over here, the guests nearby grew more excited at the sight. Did you see that? All 4 items are reacting. Oh my, how can this be? It seems the young master is a versatile genius, someone said. Dane visibly beamed. I was skilled on the battlefield, but this life is on another level. Turning back to Sister Arabella, faced with this situation, she could only ask her father, Father, what do we do? Nothing like this has happened before, right? I can't believe it, Arkin replied. Then the young couple looked at each other and agreed. Then the 4 of us will all teach the boy. Hearing this, the 2 sisters stared blankly at their parents. All of us? In front? Dane burst into a joyful laugh. Time passed quickly. 6 years later, during some training session, the sounds of weapons clashing rang out continuously. And now Dane was sparring with his father Arkin, watching his son fend off his attacks. Arkin was pleased. Well done, Dane, you have fully mastered the techniques I taught you. Thank you, father, Dane hurriedly replied. Seeing this, the uncle ruffled his head and laughed heartily. Good, very good, truly my son. At the same time, from afar a man dressed like a steward carried a spear and announced, Sir, I have brought it. All right, perfect timing, Arkin shouted as if remembering something, while Dane had no idea and asked, Father, what is this? That's right, this is your birthday gift. I intended to give it to you at your birthday feast, but I wanted to give it early to you. Here, take it. I've prepared this for 2 years. It was crafted by a famous artisan in the capital. Early happy birthday. As he spoke, Arkin handed the spear to the protagonist with a very joyful smile. Seeing his new weapon, the protagonist tossed his old spear aside. He hurried to examine his birthday gift. Thank you, father. I will use it well, he promised. Only after inspecting the spear closely did he realize how wonderful it was. Truly magnificent. The black shaft combined with the silver spearhead was exquisitely matched. It's also light, Dane marveled inwardly, while Arkin asked how he liked it. So, do you like it? Yes, I like it very much. Dane smiled. That's good. I had them make it to fit your build, so use it until you're accustomed to it. Hearing his father, Dane grinned and waved the spear nonstop. While he was still elated, Arkin suddenly asked, Dane, do you remember the difference between a spear and a sword? Hearing the question, the youngster paused, thought a moment, and replied, well, the spear's length keeps opponents at bay, and its smaller contact area increases attack effectiveness. Hearing the answer, Arkin nodded in affirmation. Correct. But at a certain level it becomes harder than using a sword. That's the basic issue with a spear, you must maintain a minimum distance to attack. But don't worry, every weapon has its strengths. Even the sword, regarded as perfect, can be disadvantaged in some situations. Yes, I remember, the boy nodded. Then, since you have a new spear, I'll show you something interesting. Saying this, Arkin began to spin his spear like a propeller. A gust of wind pressure spread outward. It turned out to be the mana of a level 6 spearman. Even the mana my father emitted was overwhelming, Dane thought to himself. Then, in his gaze, Arkin suddenly closed his eyes. He turned, stepped 1 foot forward, and then gripped the spear tightly with both hands, and thrust it forward with great force. At the spearhead, the air twisted into a vortex, leaving the protagonist gaping. Incredible, just thrusting the spear forward. He looked back at Arkin. Then Arkin retracted his spear and explained, the reason the space here was distorted is that I released the mana in my body and thrust the spear simultaneously. This is a core attribute optimization technique, concentrating mana at one point. Hearing him, Dane added, yes, I've heard my sisters say I can surpass my physical limits. As the number of cores increases, those limits expand. Saying that, Dane recalled that in his previous life he once had 4 cores. Across from him, unaware of Dane's thoughts, Uncle Arkin boasted, indeed, you learn quickly. Father has 6 mana cores. 6? Dane exclaimed in surprise, but reassured himself that if he hadn't died he'd surely have reached that level. Turning to Arkin, who patted Dane's shoulder and said, why don't you try using your new spear? Relax your mind, forget what you're thinking, and just thrust the spear forward. Yes, Dane replied, then followed his father's instruction. He assumed a thrusting stance, idly thinking, in my previous life, after recognizing my sword talent, I lost interest in the spear and only kept it as a backup. Now, time to give it my all. As he thought that, he squeezed his eyes shut to focus his spirit. Seeing his posture, Arkin was pleased and thought, the stance is quite proper. Took me 7 years to master this technique, but with Dane's talent, who knows how quickly he'll manage it. Just as he thought this, Arkin's eyes suddenly widened, because in his sight, the moment Dane thrust the spear forward, cracks appeared in the space like glass about to shatter. Dane, how did you do that? Haha, I'm truly astonished, Uncle said with a laugh. Dane didn't hide anything and spoke his thoughts plainly. When I thrust the spear, I concentrated mana at a point and transmitted it into the spearhead. When the mana touched the spearhead, I cut off the flow. Hearing his son, Uncle grew even more amazed. Wait, you transmitted mana into the spear and then cut off the flow? Dane, have you created a mana core? Yes, while reading a book on creating mana cores I tried practicing and luckily succeeded, he bragged. Though with knowledge from his previous life, creating a mana core wasn't too difficult. In fact, I created it while breathing mana. As for Arkin, he craned his neck in disbelief. Creating a mana core from reading? Indeed, our family has produced a genius. I've sensed it since he was small, and now I can be certain. Dane, one day you'll become an outstanding warrior. You'll surprise your father even more later. Dane thought to himself with a smile, while Arkin felt some worry. Will my son truly become a summoner, an assassin, a spearman, or a mage? Time passed quickly. Now Dane's 7th birthday party, the youngest of the Soger's family, was underway. The banquet was filled with honored guests from various noble families. And at this moment, the man who once took Dane to sell salt in his past life was also present. Ha ha, long time no see. Hearing the familiar voice, Arkin turned back with a smile and said, Duke Bout, how have you been lately? Oh my, no need to be so formal, just speak normally. The uncle waved his hand. Bout Thermion, the greatest house of the Althean Empire, head of the Thermion family. Thermion turned toward Arkin. At this, the uncle hurried over to Bout and whispered, many people are watching us. I'll act normal in a bit. Do as you please? Bout chuckled, then asked, where's that brat? Hearing this, Arkin called his heir. Dane, come here and greet Duke Bout. Duke Bout? I didn't expect to meet you here, Dane muttered inwardly, thinking of the face of the man who defeated him in his previous life. Then, when he was brought before Bout, the uncle nodded and said, "So it's this kid, Dane, the son you always brag about?" In response, Dane calmly greeted, "My name is Dane Sogers." Although outwardly polite, he felt some irritation inside. He couldn't help being angry at seeing that man. "It's an honor to meet you, Duke Thermion," Dane said, bowing slightly in a polite greeting. Seeing this, Uncle Bout laughed heartily. "Your son is well behaved. Seems the boy never gives you trouble. So he's learned spearmanship like you, has he?" "Indeed," Arkin admitted. At the same time, a little girl stepped forward to the group and greeted politely. "Greetings, Baron Sogers. My name is Layla Thermion. It's an honor to meet you." This red-haired girl was Layla Thermion, the youngest daughter of Duke Thermion. Setting that aside, after calling the two children to greet them, the two fathers sent them off. Then, as if remembering something, Arkin asked, "How is your lady lately?" Bout's face fell and he said, "I've tried everything, but there's been no progress. You've done your best. She will surely get better," Arkin offered in consolation, though Uncle Bout knew this was merely comforting words. He also warned, "If you suddenly don't see me around, please understand. I'll have used magic to return quickly to the capital." "Where's that boy Dane?" the uncle asked, scanning the surroundings, and generously praised the protagonist. "That kid is quite sharp. I wanted to talk with him a bit more." "I don't know either. I don't see little Layla," Arkin replied. Just then, when Duke Bout glanced out the window, he noticed that, without his realizing when, the two children had slipped out into the garden and were smiling. It seemed the two were bored with the party. Speaking of Layla, while strolling in the garden with Dane, she suddenly smiled and said frankly, "Actually, I don't like following my father everywhere, but I'm glad I came with him today." After speaking, she stared at Dane thoughtfully. Under the moonlight, he looks even more handsome. On the other side, Dane smiled at her words and replied, "That's great. Our domain is a very beautiful and peaceful place," he said with a smile. But his answer seemed to trigger some unpleasant memories for Layla. "It's true. There are always matters at Thermion. Nobles come to see my father every day, and sometimes even the royal family appears. Each time that happens I have to go greet them. I hate it. I prefer simple clothes and sword fighting," Layla said wearily. Constant noble formalities had worn her out. Dane didn't pay much attention to that. What caught his interest was Layla's hobby. "Oh ho, so she uses a sword too," the boy exclaimed inwardly in surprise. Back to Layla. Feeling a bit odd about herself, she turned and asked, "What about you?" I like both places. It's not as lively as the capital, but I look forward to spear training every day," Dane said, which surprised Layla. "A spear?" she blurted. But after remembering Dane's status, she quickly realized, "Oh right. I forgot the Baron Sogers is the Blue Tempest. I've heard my father speak of his skill." Pausing slightly, Layla asked Dane, "So you want to enter the academy?" In response, Dane merely shook his head. "No, I don't train for that reason." "Then why? Isn't training meant to get into the academy?" "It's hard to be admitted," Layla hurriedly said. At this, Dane scratched his cheek awkwardly and answered, "Well, I train so that when I get there I can do better." Layla was genuinely surprised for a few seconds. "Huh, but what if you fail?" "Then I'll try again," Dane shrugged. "If I still fail, I'll take it as a sign that path isn't for me." He scratched his head as he replied, and his casual attitude made Layla worry for him. "I don't believe that. Aren't you afraid of letting your family down?" "Not really," Dane mumbled. Hearing this, Layla felt a pang of longing and envy. "Our family views failure as shameful. Anyway, forget I said that." She waved her hand. Seeing her lecture like an old man made Dane feel pressured too. "Sigh, I didn't know noble families worried about such things." After thinking it over, Dane sighed and asked, "Why are you like that? You seem so skilled." Hearing this from Dane, Layla's eyes lit with joy and she hurriedly asked, "Really? Could you watch my sword technique?" "Huh? Your sword technique?" Dane asked in surprise. "Yes," Layla replied with a smile. Seeing her eager expression, though reluctant, Dane agreed. All right then, but only for a bit. Layla, unable to contain her excitement at his agreement, immediately asked, Great. Where is your training ground? Follow me. It'll be fine for a little while, right? She wondered to herself. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the training yard where he usually practiced with his father. Now with a sword in her hand, Layla began demonstrating her techniques for Dane, showcasing each strike and forceful maneuver. Even a prodigy like him nodded in recognition after watching. Wow. She transitions between attack and defense fluidly, and her timing is spot on. But after a while the rhythm became somewhat chaotic. Dane stroked his chin, thinking with a slightly puzzled look. Meanwhile, Layla, who hadn't even rested after performing, hurriedly asked Dane, Well, amazing. It's really a sight to behold. Dane added another compliment. Truly. Layla beamed and asked, and seeing her expectant face Dane felt a bit awkward and thought to himself, maybe I should tell her. Having decided, Dane offered a critique. Yes, but starting from the third stance, you seem to be a half step too far. As I recall in the other stances that's the case. You're often half a step ahead of where you were before, so the following strikes are slightly offline. The more Dane spoke, the wider Layla's eyes grew. Ultimately, she was frozen solid by Dane's words. Was I too blunt? Dane wondered, then awkwardly said, Sorry if I upset you. It's been a long time since I've seen swordsmanship like that. Turning back to Layla, as if Dane's remarks had wounded her pride, she resolved to prove him wrong. Fine. Is that so? I haven't shown everything yet, she thought, clenching herself and resuming her swordplay, until her foot caught and she stumbled. Losing momentum, she crashed into Dane in a tight hug. Thank you so much, Dane. You really have a keen eye. You spotted my mistake all this time. Thank you. I'll remember that, she said, rubbing her cheek against Dane's. This left the young man extremely flustered. You're smothering me. Also, could you put that sword away? Dane hurriedly pushed her back. Oh dear, sorry, Layla cried out, then looked at Dane with delight and spontaneously hugged him again. Dane straightened his clothes as he spoke. At the same time, as if their disappearance had worried the servants, calls of search rang out. Young Master Dane, where are you? Miss Layla? Hearing this, Layla snapped back to attention and turned around. It seems they're looking for us. Shall we go back?
Dana replied.
And when the servants emerged and saw them, they breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, you too. Where did you go? We were looking for you. Cut to the main banquet hall. The most important part of the celebration was about to begin as Lady Lily handed him a small wooden box and said, Happy 7th birthday, and congratulations on obtaining your first mana core. Thank you, parents, Dane replied softly, and when he opened the gift Lady Lily had given, he was slightly surprised. It's an insignia pin, the kind the sisters always show off. And beside him Lady Lily smiled and said, Keep it safe, Dane. This pin will be a testament to your honor and status. No sooner had she finished than the guests around them nodded in agreement. Congratulations, happy birthday, young Master Dane. The youngest has finally been recognized as one of the Sogers. You will grow into someone as talented as the Baron. Hearing these words, Dane unconsciously smiled. It was the first time so many people had praised him like this, he thought happily. However, at that moment, the entire hall suddenly shook violently, as if an earthquake were occurring. What's that sound? Damn! An intruder? People murmured in panic. Meanwhile, seeing the disturbance, Dane quickly looked toward his father, who, as if expecting this, helplessly said, Stay calm. No need to panic. Not again, we thought we'd have peace today. Can you guess who it is, Dane? Lady Lily said with amusement. As if remembering something, Dane's eyes widened. Impossible, he thought. Very quickly, a blinding beam of light appeared on the banquet hall ceiling, causing the nobles below to recoil in alarm. What is that? Someone shouted, and within that light, a red figure leapt out. Check the time. My sister isn't late, is she? Arabella said with a smile. Seeing her appearance, the surrounding guests widened their eyes. That's Miss Arabella. Is that so? Did the miss just use teleportation? Wow. I heard you need at least level 5 to open a small teleport gate. Our miss is truly a prodigy. Voices of admiration rose. Poor Dane, he disliked such commotion. She's as showy as ever, Dane thought with a headache. But it wasn't over yet. Very quickly outside, a terrible scream rang out. Looking through the window, the girls' faces went pale. There's a monster in the sky. Oh my, it's a wyvern. This time it's Miss Claire. Someone shouted on recognizing the familiar silhouette, and by their gaze Claire rode in on a drake flying toward them. Seems like I'm a bit late, Claire muttered. She quickly landed and entered the great hall. Watching her back, people whispered among themselves. They've said she's a summoner prodigy, but to control a wyvern, that's astonishing. Isn't she only 16? Not paying heed to the chatter, Arabella turned to greet Claire as she came in. You're here? Yes, ma'am, Claire replied. Then both of them turned to Dane. Dane, happy birthday to you. Wishing you a joyful birthday. Dane, me too, they said, and both girls produced gifts for Dane. Taken aback by the sudden appearance, Dane was a little flustered. Thank you both for coming to celebrate my birthday. Of course we'd come. Now open your gift, Arabella said with a smile. I'm sure you'll like it. Meanwhile, Uncle Arkin was so moved to see his two daughters that tears welled up. They only gave him a birthday letter, yet they prepared a gift for their youngest? He said in mock grievance, making his wife chuckle. Back to Dane. Upon opening Arabella's gift, he found a ring. At once Dane noticed something odd. Sis, isn't this a space pouch? He asked, looking at Arabella in puzzlement. Because of its unusual shape, Arabella replied proudly, Exactly. I designed it myself. High-level spatial magic is applied, though my professor completed the crafting. Is that so? Dane sincerely thanked her, knowing how difficult it is to inscribe spatial magic onto an item, but harder still is designing a vessel that can withstand such inscriptions. The more he thought, the more he felt his extraordinary sister might be overly talented. Unaware of Dane's thoughts, Arabella quickly took the ring and offered, Give me your hand so I can put it on. Just so you know, I already bound your gene to it, so no one but you can use it. It's a unique item, Arabella added. As for Lady Lily, hearing Arabella's words, she came over curious and admired. Wow! Judging by the faint mana aura, this is top-tier magic stone. Arabella continued to explain, if you channel a bit of mana into the ring, it will create a pocket space, so you won't need to open and close a bag anymore. Upon hearing this, no matter how dense-headed, Dane understood how terrifyingly valuable the item was. Such worth. Thank you so much, Dane stammered as he looked at the ring. This is an item only the extremely wealthy use on the battlefield, like noble commanders or mages. I'd never imagined I'd get to use one. Dane marveled, yet the surprise wasn't over. The moment he began channeling mana into the ring, the space at his hand immediately stirred as if about to birth a pocket dimension. Don't tell me you can open the pocket space even faster than me. You really are a genius, Arabella said, astonished. You're truly amazing. Both of you might already have cores and mana rings by now. Over there, Claire also handed her gift to Dane and said, Dane, open mine too. Ah yes, thank you, he replied. Dane hastily said thanks, then reached to open Claire's present to see what it was that made his sister rush over. Turned out to contain a monster egg of some kind. Huh, why is this egg? Dane said as he lifted the egg to examine it. But at that motion Claire panicked and warned, It's not just an egg, so be careful. Hearing that, Dane frowned and asked, Huh, then what is it? Around them, the others also turned to look at the egg in curiosity. At that point Claire leaned in and whispered to Dane, It's a relic beast. I've tried summoning Decaron before, and once this appeared. I don't know which creature would be born from a summons, but everyone in the world knows how valuable it is. Hearing that, Dane's eyes showed some fear as he looked at the egg. Right, I've heard of it before. A relic beast differs from a summoned familiar. It's a different kind of entity. Though they share similarities, once a relic beast is summoned, it can exist permanently in the world, unlike a summoned familiar. Back to Claire. Seeing that her brother understood the gift's value, she patted Dane's shoulder and whispered, Nobody knows about this, Dane. It's only for you, so keep it secret until it hatches. Yes, certainly, Dane said with a bright smile. Meanwhile Arabella, annoyed at their whispering, called out, Hey, why are you two whispering so long? Not heeding the scolding, Claire continued advising, Dane, I don't even know when it will hatch, so remember to feed it manna every day, once in the morning and once at night, so it can accept you as its master. Yes, I'll definitely do that, Dane nodded firmly. Ha ha. Look at these wonderful gifts. It's great that you returned, girls, Lady Lily said. Yes, mother, it's truly wonderful, Dane replied. At that moment, the superfluous Archon cleared his throat to remind them, All right, princesses, while I'm glad you returned despite saying you couldn't, shouldn't you at least greet your parents? Hearing the reminder, Arabella suddenly realized they were present. Oh no! Father, are you well lately? I was so focused on giving Dane his gift. I'm sorry. Ha ha, it's fine, their uncle said with a smile. After looking over both his daughters, he nodded. You seem healthy after such a long journey just to see your youngest rest well. Yes, father, they answered in unison. Meanwhile, little Layla at the back watched the family reunion scene. Her gaze showed a trace of jealousy. The protagonist quickly noticed that look and pondered. Layla, did she leave now? Why does she look so lonely? Dane wondered to himself. Time passed quickly. The next morning while strolling, Count Bout was also musing over personal matters. She's even better than I expected. As expected, coming from the Academy's best mage, she's a valuable talent and suits my son well. The Academy's top swordsman. If the two families could unite, they'd form a force even the royal family would hesitate to touch. That way no one could scheme against my house or descendants. All right, I should bring up an engagement between the eldest children of both families in today's conversation. Thinking that, Bout's steps suddenly faltered when he heard some noisy sounds coming from afar. Those sounds, are they training? Who would be practicing so early in the morning, Bout wondered. And the one training was none other than our protagonist, Dane, who was already at the training yard as soon as he opened his eyes. Getting used to his new weapon, each swing of his spear cut the air with a whistling sound throughout the room. And following that sound, Uncle Bout also came over and was a bit surprised by the scene before him. Oh, it's the youngest of the Sogers. What?
Ah, unexpected.
His movements and concentration were not at all like a 7-year-old's. Even his simple thrusts were so skilled that soldiers seasoned by countless battles could learn from them. It's unbelievable. I'd heard rumors that he showed astonishing talent at only 1 year old. I thought it was just gossip, but it turns out to be true. Bout thought in amazement, but his astonishment grew when the Duke observed Dane's form. Wait, those stances and footwork are also very swordsmanlike. Could he have learned swordsmanship so young? The uncle wondered in surprise. Back to Dane. After a bout of practice, he sheathed his spear and said coldly, I don't know who you are, but you'd better come out instead of hiding in there. Hearing that, the uncle who had been hiding on the side was startled. Damn, I've been discovered, but more importantly, that movement was extremely familiar. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. The uncle frowned and pondered a moment, but quickly brushed it off and entered the training room. Sorry about that, Dane. I didn't mean to spy on you. Seeing the familiar face, Dane hurried over to greet him. Oh, it's you, Your Grace. I'm Dane, the youngest son of House Sogers. Greetings, Your Grace. Bout Thermion, reading his eyes, knew he was no ordinary child. Bout thought to himself. Having thought that, Uncle Bout quickly continued. I was so absorbed watching the fine training of the Sogers' rising stars this morning that I forgot about you. Pardon me. You are pardoned. Dane shrugged as if it were natural. To be honest, Bout only said that out of politeness. Who would have guessed Dane would reply like that? Haha, this kid's bold. He chuckled, and now had time to study Dane more closely. Looking at him, he noticed. How could this kid not tremble at all despite practicing so long? At his age, I didn't even have a mana core. Bout wondered inwardly. Then Bout pointed at Dane's spear tip and said, Your thrusts are excellent, surely you've inherited Archon's talent. And that spear you're using? Yes, someone told me your father painstakingly prepared that spear for you. I appreciate you noticing. Dane smiled back as if boasting. This behavior made Duke Bout raise his estimation of him another notch. It's the best possible answer. My son also had excellent skills and manners in life, but not to this extent. Perhaps I should consider a marriage alliance with them. With that thought, the uncle began wanting to match his daughter with Dane. To pursue his plan, he steered the conversation. Actually, my Layla is also practicing swordsmanship. You're the same age, so you might become good friends at the academy. Yes, Your Grace. I'm sure we'll get along, Dane replied with a smile.
Ha ha ha. I liker your frankness, young man.
Anyway, I may have disturbed your training enough, so I'll, Bout said as he turned, seeming about to leave, but at that moment, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to ask, "Oh, Dane, I'm curious. Have you ever practiced swordsmanship before?" Turning to Dane, hearing the Duke's question, he inwardly startled. "Oh no, my habit has been exposed without me noticing." Surprisingly, he could recognize it at a glance. Dane muttered inwardly, then quickly changed his expression and answered, "No, sir. I've only read a few basic swordsmanship textbooks, but I've never actually practiced swordsmanship," he said to cover it up. But from what he had seen earlier, Bout still felt something was off. Strange. "I'm sure I sensed something before, like a pure battle spirit in him," he said, studying Dane's seemingly dull face, then shaking his head. "Haha, what am I thinking? No way, he's just a kid." With that thought, the Duke decided to set his doubts aside and adjusted his clothes. "Oh dear, I only meant a short stroll, but it's taken too long. Well then, time to say goodbye. See you later." "Yes, Your Grace. Safe travels." Dane bowed and bid him farewell. Returning to Bout, before leaving, the uncle didn't forget to extend an invitation to the protagonist. "If you ever visit the capital, drop by my place. I must repay the hospitality I've received here at this Count's castle, because I particularly like you." "Certainly, sir," the young lord affirmed. Watching the broad-shouldered uncle's back as he departed, Dane smiled inwardly. Interesting. I wonder if he'll remember me, the one who defeated me in my previous life. Just thinking about it makes me boil with rage. If I prepare step by step now, I can surely do it. "Buterman, in this life I will definitely defeat you," he told himself. Time flew. After Bout left, Dane threw himself back into training, especially driven by his resolve to beat Bout, and he didn't stop until the steward Herman came to remind him. "Young master, it's time to return." Startled by the reminder, Dane turned and said, "Herman, you've been waiting for me this whole time?" "My duty is to quietly attend to your needs," Herman said calmly, handing Dane the handkerchief he held. "Ah, thank you," Dane replied. Seeing how Herman could approach without drawing attention, Dane thought perhaps Herman should learn assassination or stealth. He seemed talented in that area. Thinking that, Dane took the cloth, wiped the sweat from his face, and asked, "So, how is it? Is everyone quite busy?" "Yes. It seems everyone is busy preparing for the next banquet, and it seems other nobles are already on their way. After all, it's rare for over 30 noble families to arrive punctually," Herman answered. "Right. How are my sisters?" Dane asked further. "They opened a teleportation gate together and went to the academy. They said they had no choice because the midterm exams are about to begin." "Ah, that's a shame. But never mind. Let's head back." "Yes, young master," Herman nodded. "I should take time to look at the gifts my sisters gave me earlier," Dane thought. Time passed quickly. After attending parties and welcoming nobles from various houses, Dane had to sneak out to the garden to relax a bit. The life of a noble is exhausting, especially since his schedule was busier than usual because it was his birthday. At least he could find some solace resting in the garden. As he said that, he glanced around. He silently admired the gardeners. Those who tended this place were skillful. He felt an unusual peace watching the flowers. "My eldest sister said that in nature flowers contain the most mana within them. With time on his hands, I should analyze the mana in these flowers," he thought, and immediately Dane sat down before a flower bush and slowly closed his eyes to feel it. "I've trained as much as possible. Even my magic and summoning magic have shown no significant progress. I still don't know which to focus on. Too many talents can be troublesome sometimes." The fortunate youth silently lamented his own gifts. Then a gentle gust burst from his palm, scattering the nearby petals. The flower's mana. Such a small blossom contains such a large, fierce stream of mana. If one can sense the mana in nature and convert it into their own mana, it will remain in their body and form a magical layer. This body's mana attraction is truly terrifying. I can perceive things others can only sense with a sixth sense. Haha, right now it's only a slight sensation. The surrounding mana proactively flowed into his body like a whale sucking in water. He felt each torrent of energy surging within. Dane's eyes brightened with excitement. Here it is, before I could only vaguely sense mana, but now I can feel it increasingly clearly. Cut to another corner of the garden, where two boys were talking. I'm bored. Father's already busy talking to other nobles as soon as we arrived. He sidelines us. Let's show our faces and then go rest like last time, the brown-haired boy said, smashing the nearby flowers with the stick in his hand, making his younger brother a bit anxious. Can we really do that, brother? In response, the older brother showed no concern and even snapped angrily. You're acting like it's our birthday? Who cares? Do you think the young master of House Sogers cares about things like this? Damn it, I think we're lost again. What's the point of building such a big garden? As they spoke, they noticed Dane ahead. Hey, there's someone over there, the younger brother warned. Huh? Is that kid lost like us? The older brother shouted, before he could put on his arrogant face. Hey you! Those clothes, are you a servant? Whatever. Lead me to the exit, he said arrogantly, which caught Dane's attention and made him turn around. Seeing the two trampling the flower beds, Dane hurried over and shouted, Get out of there now! Can't you see what you're stepping on? Seeing Dane's sudden anger, the older brother replied puzzled. What? How dare this brat yell at us just for stepping on some grass? Dane didn't answer that and instead demanded, Why are you walking on the flowers instead of the path? You're ruining them. Oh, who's this mouthy kid? Do you know who I am? The foolish older brother began to threaten Dane with his status, unaware he was confronting the house's young master. Of course, given his own status, Dane wasn't afraid of anyone. Yes, you're the rude one wrecking the flower beds, Dane frowned and said. With his arrogant nature, the fool opposite couldn't contain his anger. He lunged forward, grabbed Dane's collar, and shouted, What the peasant? Who do you think you're talking to? I'm the son of Count Tyron, a honored guest of this castle. On the other side, Dane immediately recognized the identity of that Tyron fellow. Count Tyron, the noble I captured when I defeated him on the battlefield. He's an insufferable noble, like father, like son. Now I understand why this brown-haired kid can be so boastful. Unaware of Dane's thoughts, the brown-haired son continued to bluster. Even in the southern countryside you must know the Tyron family, famous in the capital. My family can make someone like you disappear without a trace. So watch your words. Hearing that, Dane knew talking to him was pointless. With that thought, Dane looked at him with utter contempt, which made this young Master Tyron even more furious. Are you crazy? A common servant like you dares look at me like that? He said, raising his fist to strike Dane. But before he could make a move, Dane was quicker by a step. He used his head to strike straight into the young master's nose, sending him staggering backward. Nearby, the red-haired younger brother panicked and ran over. Brother, are you okay? Turning to the young Master Tyron, he suddenly felt moisture in his mouth, touched it and discovered his nose was bleeding profusely. This crazy. What the hell? My nose is bleeding. I'll kill you, you bastard. He yelled like a rabid dog. Hearing this, Dane smirked. You want to kill me? Go ahead if you can. Provoked by Dane, Tyron's bloodlust flared. Have you lost your mind? Fine. Fight to the end. Nearby, the younger brother nervously urged. Brother, take care of your nose first. Stand still. The older brother shouted and immediately lunged at Dane to teach him a lesson. But Dane simply stepped back one pace to evade the first punch. "'Tis this sly kid," Tyron growled. Looking at Dane and his crude fighting style, Dane quickly deduced he wasn't a warrior. Judging by his footwork, he's definitely not a weapons user. Then he's a mage or a summoner. Meanwhile, the brown-haired boy kept throwing punches, but couldn't even touch Dane's sleeve. The kid's too fast. We can't catch him, Tyron panted, exhausted. Back to Dane, fighting yet free enough to think. The flow of magic I'm sensing now, if I can control it with my will, couldn't I turn it into a physical form? Should I test it right now? Thinking that, Dane felt a thrill and immediately experimented. Streams of mana began converging in his palm at a tremendous speed. Then a loud explosion rang out as our protagonist released the energy forward. It blasted the young Master Tyrant's body away like a torn sack, making him cough in pain. The strike was so powerful it gouged a deep trench in the ground. Seeing this, Dane felt a little worried. Oh no, the flower garden's ruined. Turning to Tyron, after taking Dane's heavy blow, he still managed to stand and realize Dane was no ordinary boy. Damn, you can use magic. Who the hell are you? He shouted. The younger brother, calmer, urged. Stop. This will lead to trouble. The older brother ignored him, blood boiling to the point of almost losing his mind. Get out of the way. I'll deal with that bastard. At that, his reason clouded by anger, he muttered a chant. Hear my call. At the sound, dark mana erupted around Tyron. From that phrase, Dane immediately realized he was a summoner. And as Dane suspected, a vortex of energy suddenly appeared behind Tyron. From inside that spiral, a wolf's head thrust out and leaped straight forward. Seeing his summoned beast appear, Tyron grinned arrogantly.
Ah, baol jampu, wom sumunat.
I'll show you the consequences of messing with Digron Tyron. Genpu, tear that one to pieces. Back to Dane. Seeing that V had only summoned a common wolf, he lost interest. A common wolf couldn't compare to Sister Arabella. She could even summon dragons. Back to Digron. He ordered his summoned beast. Yes, tear that one's throat apart. Upon hearing the command, the wolf immediately lunged straight at Dane. But for some reason, when it looked at his face, it seemed the protagonist's aura activated. Suddenly, the wolf slammed all four paws down to break itself. Then its color shifted from red to blue, to the bewildered looks of the two brothers. Even more, the wolf bowed before Dane, and Digron could hardly believe his eyes. What's happening? How Genpu, what are you doing? Tear that bastard's throat out. Brother, it's wagging its tail, the younger brother asked. Hey, what are you doing, Genpu? Digron shouted, but to no effect, then turned to Dane. At that moment Dane reached out to pet the wolf, which made it very happy. Good boy, he murmured. He himself couldn't understand how the wolf's attitude had changed so quickly. How did this happen? Right now even Sister Arabella's summoned beasts were friendly. But back then I only thought it was because we shared blood. Moreover, in a situation like this, that's irrelevant. Maybe I have a high affinity, but it also means that that bastard's affinity hit rock bottom. As for Digron, he still refused to accept that his summon had been tamed by Dane. Ridiculous. How could a summoned beast betray its master? Hearing him, Dane glanced and asked, So you want to continue, kid? Digron snapped irritably, which made his younger brother nearly cry. Brother, let's go. We lost. Shut up. I'll cancel the summoning. Digron shouted, not realizing what a summoner could do without a familiar. Naturally, the younger brother, seeming to understand, tried to dissuade him. Brother, actually At that, the boy hesitated, catching Digron's attention, and at some point his pants had a spreading yellow stain. Damn, how embarrassing, he said, eyes wide. Digron exclaimed, while Dane kindly pointed out to them, Hey, the bath is on the first floor of the main building. Digron quickly grabbed his brother's hand and left, not forgetting to promise. Wait right there. I'll be back. Come on, Denar. And so the two of them began to leave, leaving Dane at a loss for words. Hey, at least recall your summon, he shouted inwardly. Time passed quickly to late afternoon. By then Dane had finished testing summoning magic. It was actually quite simple, just as Sister Claire taught me the faint connections between that bastard and Genpu, carefully overlaid with my magic. Genpu connected to me, thinking that I had no link to the summoning art, and yet, because of a high affinity, I could summon it at the same time. A mature man's voice suddenly rang behind Dane. Is that the brat who bullied your child? Yes, it's that bastard, Digron said, pointing at Dane. Dane saw him run to call his father and shook his head. Ha! Stupid guy making a fuss again. He not only bullied the child and Denar, but he also severed the connection between you and Genpu, Digron accused. At that moment the fat pig swaggered up to Dane and arrogantly declared, My name is Mogard Tyron. I am the head of the Tyron Count family, one of the great nobles. You're the brat who made my son's face look like this and stole his summoned beast. Are you? He asked, and Dane simply admitted it. Yes, that's right. As he spoke, he glanced at the fat man and thought, humph, he looks fatter than when I captured him. Piece is nice. Huh? Unbeknownst to Mogard, the stinking pig pointed at him and said, as a guest, I would let this slide if possible, but this is not something I can ignore. Why are you here alone? Quickly state your identity. Hearing this, Dane revealed it to satisfy him.
Dane Sogres.
He introduced coldly, the youngest son of Arkan Sogers, the southern lord and head of the Sogers Count family, which made the two of them break into a cold sweat. What? This brat is Dane. But Mogard quickly formed an idea. The youngest of the Sogers family? Seems things have turned around. I was once captured by that Argrick and achieved nothing in that battle. I'll change the situation so the Count must take responsibility, using it as an excuse to demand mining rights. Those nobles who look down on me will have to kneel. Thinking this, he began to smile and speak. So you're the birthday guest, Dane. Yes. Dane replied calmly without a trace of worry, and his attitude suddenly stirred anger in Mogard. This arrogant brat. I didn't come all the way to the southern backwater just to attend your birthday. He ground his teeth inward, then patted his son's shoulder and continued. So what do you intend to do about this? You injured my son, you invited a guest here, and you took his summoned beast. That's a crime. Yes, today is your last day. Digron chimed in. I'll speak with Arkan Sogers and demand he take responsibility. Let's go, he ordered. As for Dane, of course he wouldn't just accept that. I understand. But before that I request an apology. At Dane's request the father and son turned sullen and livid. An apology? Ridiculous. This bastard. Before they could finish, Dane loudly announced. Yes, I did hit your son's nose and injure him, but I was threatened, so I acted in self-defense. I did not steal the summoned beast. Genpu followed me of his own will. Up front, bratty Digron shouted. What? Genpu would never do that. Father, that kid's lying. Unlike his son, the foul-faced man had heard something else and thought differently. Wait, I've heard the second daughter is a summoning prodigy. Right, I get it. Perhaps that girl taught the brat how to sever the link. He stroked his chin and continued, even if the boy's story is true, it's a shame the summoned beast was taken. But you demand an apology? Yes, that's correct, Dane replied calmly. Bratty Digron continued to yap. Humph. Who does this kid think he is to act like that? So arrogant. Barging in while the adults are talking. Dealing with this brat is a headache, Mogard thought inwardly, lowering his voice slightly. Fine, I won't berate you further. Let's see what Arkan Sogers says about this. Turning to Dane and looking at his face, a thought suddenly occurred to him. It seems this man has been expecting this, perhaps, just as the story reached this point. As if drawn by the commotion, Arkan and Bout arrived. Were you looking for me? Arkan spoke, startling the crowd. The Count Sogers, even Duke Thermion has come. Time quickly passed until the sun had fully set. At this point Digron was presenting the story as he saw it. My brother and I got lost in the garden, so I asked your son to lead us, blah blah. On the other side, Dane admired inwardly to see his father calmly listening. Truly like a father. He cares deeply for his family, but he's not the type to show favoritism. Even in disputes with outsiders, he can judge right from wrong. Turning to Digron, he reached the climax. He suddenly hit my nose and kept mocking me with that strange technique. So I only summoned my familiar to scare him, and he stole my summon. He even tried to attack me. The brat spoke, putting on a pitiful face as if he were the one wronged, while his father, the stinking fat Mogard, sneered at his son's tall tale. Only Dane saw through their faces and sighed inwardly. He could lie with such a straight face. I really look forward to his future. Turning to Mogard, after his son finished speaking, the old man also spoke up. Count Arkan, I only intended to warn the brat, but stealing someone else's summon is wrong. I cannot simply let this pass. In response, Arkan calmly said, we can't listen to one side only. I want to hear Dane's account, then assess the whole situation and draw a conclusion. If you worry about my decision, I'll ask Duke Thermion for his view, Arkan said. pointing to Thermion at his side. Thermion nodded in agreement. If you need me, handle it that way. Seeing Thermion intervene, the faces of Mogard and his son paled slightly. Damn, Thermion's involvement only complicates things. I have a bad feeling about this, he worried. Meanwhile, Arkin turned to Dane and asked, Dane, explain. Hearing this, Dane thought for a moment. Well, just explaining how everything happened should be enough. With that in mind, he honestly recounted everything. Though slightly different from how things truly occurred, some of what Mogard's son said was true. However, he said the flower garden we painstakingly tended was trampled by him. The one who got angry and grabbed someone's collar was him. Lies, when did that happen? Brat Digron shouted upon hearing Dane's words. Arkin's face bulged with veins, but he forced himself to remain calm and said, Continue, Dane. Hearing his father, Dane continued, Also, I clearly heard when he summoned Genpu. He ordered it to kill me, and I did not steal his summon. The beast ran to me and saw my kindness. I never stole his summon, Dane said plainly. At this point Mogard, seeing the story was completely different, couldn't hold back and intervened. Nonsense. How could a non-summoner take in a summon? That brat must have used some secret skill. In response to his claim, Dane explained, No, I have an innate empathy with summoned beasts. A summon not bonded to its master will accept someone like me as its owner. How amusing, Mogard teased, while Arkin, not well versed in summoning, couldn't verify the claim's truth. Is that really possible? He asked, and Dane affirmed once more, Yes, that's right. Back to Mogard. For his own sake, though worried, he still argued, he doesn't want us to believe that, right? The two stories are completely different. Thermion, acting as arbitrator, after some thought proposed a solution. We should verify this with the summoned beast. The faces of Mogard and his son hardened. The Duke was intervening. Turning to Arkin and hearing the proposal, he patted his son's shoulder and asked, Dane, can you prove it? Yes, father, he answered confidently. At the same time, Fat Mogard looked to his son as if assessing the situation. But Digron's face crumpled like an ape's butt. Oh no, what now? I can't summon Genpu anymore. The brat worried, sweating. Unaware of this, Mogard saw his son refuse to act and urged, Digron, what's wrong? Summon him quickly. Father, I can't. The boy stammered. Why suddenly can't you summon? It's what you summon several times a day, Mogard shouted. Seeing the flustered pair, Dane smirked. Of course he can't summon. I severed the link. With that thought, he turned to Arkin. Father, I'll summon it. To do that, I seem to need the sigil that he possesses. Up front, Digron snapped. What did you say? My sigil? I can't believe you want my sigil, what nonsense. Even using another summoner's unique sigil wouldn't work. In response, Uncle Sogers said sternly, Based on what your son said, even if the boy used your sigil it wouldn't work. So what's wrong with trying? Wouldn't it prove your claim? Damn, since he was right I couldn't refute him. Digron thought in panic, while Mogard, out of options, had to turn to his son and say, Show them your summoning sigil for a moment, Digron. But father, the boy who had just spoken already began to get teary-eyed. Hurry, Mogard barked out. Having no choice, Digron reluctantly brought out his personal sigil. Because a summoning sigil is uniquely coded to its summoner, no one else can use it, but Genpu, whom Digron summoned, was already shrouded by Dane's mana. The sigil was only a medium, and because Genpu had linked with him it would answer his call, Dane thought to himself. Then, in everyone's gaze, when Dane infused mana into Digron's summoning card, a whirl of energy appeared, and from within it, a wolf appeared before Dane. It stuck out its tongue and licked his face happily. Even though it had already heard Dane speak earlier, but seeing it with their own eyes, everyone still couldn't hide their astonishment. Father, how, my Genpu, impossible, the tyrant father and son stammered. Amazing. You say the boy never learned summoning? Thermion said in bewilderment. Right. I don't know what led to this, Arkin replied, bewildered. Meanwhile, Dane stroked Genpu and whispered, Sorry for summoning you just for this, but thank you for appearing. Damn. This has become a disaster. The fat Mogard shouted inwardly. Back to the matter at hand. After Dane recalled the summoned beast, Arkin spoke up. What should we do now? We've confirmed the boy's summoned beast. Do you acknowledge this? Seems Dane said, right? Hearing this, Mogard could only force a smile. It seems we misunderstood the theft of the summoned beast. My son never intended to kill Dane. Did he, Digron? Yes, I only wanted to scare him a little. I never intended to kill him, the kid hurriedly explained. Look, the boy had no such intention, Mogard said with a smile as if to end the matter there. Faced with these words, Dane clenched his fists in anger. Ha, this bastard just makes things up as he goes. Thinking this, as Dane didn't know what to do next, someone's voice rang out and drew everyone's attention. That's not how it is. Upon hearing this, everyone turned around at once and discovered the newcomer was the girl Layla. Speaking of Uncle Bout, seeing his youngest daughter suddenly appear here made his face a bit flustered. Layla, what are you doing here? I heard my voice as I passed by, the girl replied. Then Layla turned to Arkin and Mogard to greet them. Good day to you both, Count Arkin and Count Tyron. Ah, right, the fat man nodded once while also feeling somewhat worried inside. This kid is the Duke's daughter? Not paying attention to his attitude, Arkin immediately focused on Layla's earlier words and asked again, What did you mean anyway? Is he lying? The uncle said, his face showing extreme anger. At this point, Layla recounted what she had witnessed. Actually, I accidentally overheard their conversation while I was out walking earlier. Hearing this, Digron's face turned pale. What? That girl heard everything? He exclaimed inwardly. Is that true, Layla? Would you mind telling us everything you heard? Arkin asked hastily. Yes, the events were like blah blah and so on. The girl began to recount what she had seen, which spared Dane the trouble of thinking it through and explaining. I didn't expect this either, but if he had been there, everything would have turned out fine. Time passed quickly. After Layla stepped forward to testify, the father and son had no way left to deny it. With no other choice, the pig-faced man turned to his son and said, Digron, what are you still standing there for? Apologize, hurry. Only at this point did the brat Digron accept reality and stammer, I am sorry, I was wrong. I want you to reserve that apology for my son. Not for me, Arkin said coldly. Seeing that, Mogard immediately patted his son's shoulder and said, I understand. I was going to make him do the same. Digron, come on. Judging by his demeanor, it really seemed he hadn't planned to do it about 3 seconds earlier. Turning toward Digron, he ground his teeth and marched up to Dane.
Sorry, Dane.
Judging by his sullen face, he didn't seem genuinely remorseful at all. And of course, Dane could tell this too. He only bowed to accept guilt because he had no choice. With a third-party witness, was it really a sincere apology? I really don't want to accept this, but based on my experience, it's more advantageous to be magnanimous here than stubborn. Thinking of the costs and benefits, Dane accepted. All right, I accept your apology. Thank you, Digron said happily. Meanwhile, the fat, foul Mogard breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Phew, that was a close call. On the side, Duke Bout smiled, thinking that he knew Dane was special. He could stubbornly refuse an apology even when the fault was clearly on the other side. Putting that aside and returning to Arkin, although his son had accepted the apology, the uncle did not intend to let the matter go easily. You two can end your dispute here. After all, Dane has accepted the apology, but personally I do not intend to overlook this incident. Your son tried to kill my son with a summoned beast, Count Arkin said. That's not, the fat man hurriedly explained, but before he could finish the uncle cut him off. I don't want to hear any excuses from you, Count Tyron. Take your family and leave this castle, Arkin said coldly, causing the fat man's face to change. What? You mean I've come all this way without complaint, and if we're driven out now everything will be for nothing? I must stay in this castle at all costs, he screamed inwardly, and rushed to grab Arkin. Count, please forgive us. I will do anything you ask. Just this once. In response to this, Arkin waved his hand again and said, I want nothing from you. We will send soldiers to your chambers shortly. Let's go, Your Grace. Hearing this, Bout only shook his head slightly and said, Let's go, Layla. Turning to Dane, he watched Mogard, disciplining Digron in the rear and thought to himself, serves them right. They caused this first, so they're just reaping the whirlwind. I didn't expect my father could be so terrifying when he's angry. Putting that aside, as they walked, Uncle Bout suddenly asked, Is it true? You took him down with a mana bullet? He said, turning to look at Dane with curiosity. Yes, that's correct. Dane nodded in reply, and although he had witnessed Dane's talent, the uncle couldn't help but be amazed at his display. Spear skill, summoning, and now magic, truly astonishing. Has history ever seen such talent? Bout said, looking at Arkin with envy, which made Arkin feel proud internally. Indeed, I'm extremely proud to have such an outstanding child. Talent is one thing, but the boy is remarkably calm. Usually when children fight, they're irritable and insist on getting the upper hand. But Dane was different. I have no doubt your son will grow into a dignified man, Thermion observed calmly. Though inwardly ecstatic, Arkin had to modestly reply that it was too early to tell. We must wait until the boy matures to know. Saying this, the uncle turned to Layla with gratitude. Today's matter was resolved thanks to you, Layla. Without you as a witness, things could have gone in a different direction. Turning back to Bout, the uncle began to pick up the cue. Aha, he's seeing Layla's good side. Thinking this, the Duke hadn't forgotten his intention to pair Dane with Layla, so he suggested with a smile, haha. The girl simply repeated what really happened. If there's nothing else, why don't we discuss marriage between the two? As if it were market gossip. Of course, this proposal made Arkin inwardly startle. Don't tell me he intends to marry off his daughter to him? The more he thought, the more Arkin felt Bout seriously meant it. So the uncle began to dodge. Oh my, the sun is already setting. It's nearly time for the banquet. I'll go ahead and prepare, Arkin said, then immediately turned and ran, leaving Bout behind unable to say more about the marriage matter. Count Arkin. He shouted once before turning to instruct his daughter. Layla, take your time returning to Dane. After admonishing his daughter, Bout hurriedly chased after Arkin. Sir Arkin, let's stay and talk a bit. Hearing their conversation, Layla's face flushed bright red, while the male lead remained calm-faced, as if he hadn't heard a word. You couldn't stop your father? Anyway, why did the summoned beast ignore its summoner and obey you? I've seen many duels between famous summoners in the capital, but never this, Layla wondered. Dane himself couldn't explain it. I'm not sure either. It just happened, he shrugged. Layla pouted, sensing Dane was hiding something. You're keeping something from me. That's not fair. I helped you. What's unfair? I helped you too. Didn't I help you with sword techniques? Dane reminded her. Ah, right, now that you mention it, Layla murmured. Turning back to Dane, he inwardly admitted she had indeed helped him this time and said, then consider it even, we've helped each other once and we can keep helping each other in the future. On the other side, upon hearing this, Layla suddenly brightened. Wow, that's a great idea. I want to use it right away. You're being impatient. What do you want to ask? Dane wondered inwardly and asked, what do you want? Teach me how to use mana bullets, Layla replied. The request surprised the male lead. What? Why do you want to learn that? Of course, because I want to become better. I want to have at least 2 mana cores before entering the academy. I want to improve and make my mother happy. She loves me very much. She'll surely be very happy if I become truly skilled. And quickly too, Layla said cheerfully. Dane, hearing this, felt puzzled. She's still young. Why the rush? Then he recalled adults saying that Countess Thermion was gravely ill. Thinking of the girl's situation, Dane fell silent for a moment and agreed. All right, if that's the case I can't refuse you. Really? Really? Then let's start tomorrow. I can stay until then? Or do you want to start tonight? The girl asked excitedly. Fine, whatever. Mana bullets won't be difficult once you understand the flow of magic. Dane explained. I'm so excited. Dane, it's your turn. What is your request? Hearing this, Dane narrowed his eyes slightly and said, let's see, what I want is the next line the author hid. Cut to the main banquet hall. The commotion between Mogard's son and Dane had reached the ears of the distinguished guests. I heard Count Tyron was expelled from the castle. What did he do to deserve that? Someone asked. A well-informed bystander immediately answered for them. I heard it was caused by Tyron's eldest son. That's right, I also heard he picked a fight with young Master Dane and got taught a lesson, someone added. After hearing this, people just clicked their tongues. Tisish, they came all this way only to cause trouble, how shameful. Also, have you heard the rumor that young Master Dane is an outstanding summoner? If so, the Soger's house could become a prestigious summoner family, someone admired. Not only that, it seems he also knows how to use magic. Oh my, is that true? Voices of admiration began to rise. At the same time, our protagonist was greeting a grizzled uncle. So you are young Master Dane, the one in the rumors. I am Baron Opent. Do you know anything about my territory? Opent? In front of him, Dane bowed and replied, I know a little. I've heard it's famous for grilled salmon and sapphire. Seeing Dane's knowledge of his lands, Uncle Opent laughed heartily. Ha ha, indeed a quick-witted lad. Yes, Opent's salmon and sapphires are the best on the continent. I've heard you're talented in many fields. That doesn't seem like an exaggeration. Anyway, I've brought my daughter here. Soon it would be too late to introduce her. Here, Sylvia, come greet him. The uncle said this as he gently pushed his daughter forward. What, so sudden? Dane thought inwardly, unaware of these thoughts of his. Little Sylvia stepped up to him politely and said, Hello, my name is Sylvia. Pleased to meet you. Oh yes, I'm Dane, the awkward young lord responded. And seeing Dane's mild demeanor, immediately afterwards, Sylvia suddenly moved close and put on a very coquettish face. Hey, you're the future heir of House Sogers, right? Well, I don't really know about that, Dane stammered. Don't play dumb. I've heard you're talented in many areas. Please look after me. After all, in the future we might become family, she said, boldly grabbing Dane's hand, which made him a bit startled and step back. Yes, please take care of me. Kids these days are so forward. Dane wondered inwardly. At that moment, Layla's voice suddenly rang out beside them. Dane, you're here? Huh? Hearing this, the girl noticed Sylvia tightly holding Dane's hand. She glared at the male lead and demanded, Who is she? Well, she is... Dane stammered, unable to answer, so Sylvia took the initiative to introduce herself. Allow me to introduce myself, milady. I am the eldest daughter of Baron Opent, Sylvia Opent, she said, turning to Layla. Like a girl robbed of a prized toy, Layla gave Sylvia no face. Oh, is that so? Nice to meet you, she said outwardly. But her expression showed no pleasure at all. Then, watching the two of them squint and size each other up, Dane felt a chill run down his spine. Oh dear, this familiar murderous intent. Girls are truly terrifying, he trembled, imagining the two sisters fighting. Putting that aside, after the polite greetings, Layla grabbed Dane's wrist and said, Sorry, I'm borrowing Dane for a moment. We have an appointment, right, Dane? She said, glaring and stressing the word appointment, so even without a real appointment he didn't dare say no. Yes, you're right. Sorry, Sylvia, we'll talk later, he stammered. With her sharp wits, Sylvia realized Layla was staking a claim, but in the current situation she could only force a smile. Yes, too bad. How dare she steal him away? Layla thought this as she glanced at Sylvia with wary eyes. The protagonist, witnessing that expression, unconsciously swallowed. The Duke's beloved daughter, wielding power over 10,000 people second only to the Emperor. Compared to the Baron's daughter from the East, these two don't seem to get along very well, Dane thought to himself. Later, after they stepped outside, Tyron quietly asked him how they knew each other. Is she betrothed to you? The blunt question made Dane start and wave his hand. Betrothed? No, we just greeted each other. Really? Layla asked cheerfully. Of course, Dane replied, wondering why her expression had suddenly brightened. Time quickly passed. Cut to some ancient ruins. Looking at the wide courtyard before them, Dane announced, Look, we've arrived. This is the secret place only I know. Seeing that, Layla's eyes widened. Wow! Who knew a place like this existed? That's right. We won't be disturbed here, Dane said confidently as they went further inside. They saw giant vines and vegetation covering the surroundings. Layla became even more excited. Wow! It's amazing. I didn't know a place like this existed. No one will know what we do here. Back to Dane. Now that they had arrived, he got to the point. Yes, this is a perfect place to train. Have you ever felt mana? Hearing the question, Layla thought for a few seconds and answered, a little, not enough to form a mana core, but I've tried to absorb mana by inhaling. Hearing this, the male lead frowned. So you haven't reached the breakthrough stage yet. He was somewhat puzzled. He'd learned this on the battlefield and had assumed the Duke would teach her. Thinking that, since the general had already agreed to guide Layla, Dane began to instruct her. Start simple. First you must feel the mana you absorb into your body. Feel it inside my body? Layla asked. Dane nodded and affirmed again. Yes. If you want to emit mana from your body, you must first learn to control the mana inside. Imagination is important. Close your eyes and imagine the mana spinning within you. The image of mana turning in your body like blood circulating through veins, Dane calmly explained. But Layla's face broke out in sweat hearing that. All right, I'll do as you say, she said through gritted teeth. That expression immediately made the protagonist realize. I can clearly see she doesn't understand. Thinking this, Dane encouraged her. This will be the foundation for your using mana, a very basic step. I know you can do it. Following Dane's explanation, Layla squeezed her eyes shut. She concentrated to sense the mana inside her body. But after a while, she opened her eyes and awkwardly said, Dane, it's not working. Hearing this, our protagonist wasn't too surprised. It's basic, but this is only your first try. Focus again. Layla began trying again, and while the two kids were helping each other, they didn't realize that Uncle Arkin had silently followed them to this place, which he thought was hidden. In fact, he couldn't escape Arkin's gaze. Watching his son guiding Layla's training, Arkin's eyes showed delight. Oh ho, though young, my son already knows how to teach others. My child has grown up. The words barely left his mouth when suddenly Uncle Bout's voice rang from behind. Startled, Arkin jumped. What are you doing here? Oh my gods, it's the Duke, the uncle exclaimed softly upon realizing the newcomer was Bout. And as if of one mind, Bout laughed. Haha, no need to be so surprised. Are there any couples secretly meeting at night? What do you mean, a couple? And how did you get here? Arkin asked. Facing the question, Bout put on a smug look. Have I intruded? Anyway, you're too clumsy sneaking around. Your wife was a legendary assassin of the Empire, yet you learned nothing from her. I've done my best, Arkin sighed. Having realized Bout had discovered his furtive actions and followed them. Back to Bout, he offered his friend some advice. If the lord of an estate goes around spying on others, people will gossip about him, old friend. Startled by this, Arkin protested. Spying? I only followed my son. Oh, you're like that too? I'm following my daughter, Bout said with a smile. Arkin could only sigh across from him. I have no right to say this, but you're a hopeless father. Putting that aside, because like attracts like, they then watched the pair in front of them with interest. You just noticed? Let me see. Then, from their viewpoint, Dane raised his hand and channeled magic into his space ring, immediately producing a ring of green light before him. Seeing that, Layla's eyes lit up. You have a space pouch like that? Yes, my sister made it by hand and gave it to me for my birthday, Dane explained. Hearing this, the girl's face went blank. Oh my, I'm so jealous. My brothers haven't paid attention to me since they went to the academy. At that, Layla noticed Dane pull a mirror from the space ring and asked curiously, Why use a mirror? I bought it because I needed it, Dane replied. What really? Layla asked. Seeing the confusion on Layla's face, Dane quickly explained. Imagining something is easier if you look in a mirror rather than relying solely on imagination. Really? Layla said blankly at hearing this for the first time. Okay. Stand before the mirror and look at your whole body.
Dane nodded.
Hearing this, Layla's face showed curiosity as she slowly stepped forward. All right, let me try. She looked at herself in the mirror, closed her eyes, and began to sense the energy inside her body. Dane nodded in approval. She's taking it quite seriously. Back to the two fathers hiding at a distance. Even if dim-witted, they both realized one thing. Layla seemed to like his son, Bout remarked. Really obvious? Arkin asked. Of course she isn't usually that open, the uncle said solemnly. Arkin was a little surprised by that remark. Has something happened? She's normally a bright child. Hearing this, Bout's expression suddenly grew a bit somber as if recalling something. Only on the outside. I'm not so sure about the inside. After her brothers left for the academy, her mother became bedridden and could no longer be with her like before, which made it hard for the girl to open up to others, he said sadly. Is that so? Dane sighed at the situation. Then Arkin looked at his friend with confusion. If he understood the girl's circumstances so well, why did he treat his own daughter coldly? In response, Duke Bout looked thoughtful. Did you notice? I have my reasons. When I raised my sons, I paid them a lot of attention, and when they grew up, they were spoiled. Hearing him say this, Arkin quickly cautioned, "Hey, don't lump Layla in with them. She'll be hurt." "No wonder she asked Dane for help," Arkin complained. "You still nag like before," Bout grumbled. "What? When was I like that?" Arkin exclaimed, startled. Putting that aside, then Bout looked at Arkin expectantly and said, "Well, will you send your son to the capital? Or would you prefer to leave the boy at the Duke's estate?" Turning to Arkin at the question, the uncle glanced at his son standing ahead. At that moment, under Dane's guidance, Layla had successfully sensed mana. I did it. I'm successful, right?" she said happily. "Yes, you did very well." Dane nodded in praise as he watched the two kids. Arkin couldn't help but smile and said, "I let Dane decide for himself, like Arabella and Claire. However, if Dane wants to go to the capital, I will certainly do as you say." "Oh, it would be wonderful if you could visit too," Bout cheerfully suggested. "What? You want to spar with me all day long?" Arkin cried out. "You're sharper than before, huh? Sage?" Bout clicked his tongue when his intention was seen through. While the two of them bickered, they did not realize their conversation had also caught Mrs. Lily's attention behind them. At some point she had followed the two here. I wondered where those two had gone. But why are they behaving so embarrassingly? Truly, parental love has a strange influence on them. "I'll just pretend I didn't see anything," she said with a smile. Time passed quickly. After teaching little Layla to sense the mana in her body, the two of them soon left the old ruins. As they walked, Layla didn't forget to thank Dane. "Thank you, Dane, you really are a genius. I've heard people call me a genius, but compared to you I'm not that talented," she exclaimed, seeing what a real prodigy was like. Meanwhile, hearing her, Dane encouraged her. "This is only the beginning. You'll definitely grow stronger." As he spoke, the boy looked left and right as if searching for someone. Those two have slipped away quietly." Dane seemed to notice he'd been followed by two fathers. Back to Layla, unaware of this. She glanced and asked after Dane finished speaking, "You're going to the academy too?" "That's where all the Empire's geniuses gather," Layla said with anticipation in her eyes. Dane didn't seem to notice and shrugged casually. "Well, I don't know yet. Do I have to go? I can train on my own to become stronger." Hearing that, unable to contain herself, Layla turned to enlighten Dane. "You idiot, schooling isn't everything. It's where nobles form circles. You must go if you want to build connections from a young age," she shouted. Seeing his friend lecture like an old man, he could only scratch his cheek awkwardly. Haha, for a 7-year-old she's pretty savvy about how the world works. Thinking this, although Dane knew Layla meant well, his answer didn't change. "I know, but right now I'm not interested in attending the academy. There are mountains of unread books in the library, and I still have a lot to learn from my parents," he said. Hearing this, Layla didn't give up persuading him. "That's true, but don't you want to play with other children? I heard your older sisters all joined the academy," she persisted. Dane murmured inwardly and nodded in agreement. "I'll consider it later if I decide to go. Tell me if you want to go, okay?" Layla urged. "All right," Dane replied. Then, as if trying to entice him, Layla began to promise. "When you come to the capital, visit my house and watch me practice." "Promise?" "Definitely. I'll send you a letter if I come to the capital," Dane affirmed firmly. Layla, as if remembering something, turned and asked, "Hey, Dane, when will you tell me your request?" "I'll tell you when I get to the capital," Dane smiled. "What?" Layla exclaimed in surprise. Time passed quickly. Dane's string of birthday celebrations finally came to an end, and at that moment, Duke Bout's carriage departed from the Sogur's family estate. "We're leaving now," they announced. Watching the carriage depart, Dane also noticed the small box with the pretty pattern in his hand and recalled earlier memories. This was the gift the Duke Bout gave him before leaving. "What's this?" Dane asked. "It's a birthday present for you. Hope you like it," Bout said with a smile. Just from looking at the pattern on it, Dane guessed it was something extremely expensive. Turning to Bout, the uncle explained further. "The Thermion emblem stands for vengeance, the sword, and the blacksmith. The Thermion history began with our ancestor, a blacksmith. Thanks to him, our clan obtained the best forge in the Empire. No, better to call it the best forge on the entire continent." All the weapons made by House Thermion led the empire. They were all forged there, Bout said proudly. Without needing much introduction, and with the knowledge Dane retained from his previous life, he was well aware of this. Yes, I know. There are all kinds of ores and every kind of weapon and mysterious artifact forged on the continent there. This emblem identifies someone of honor and skill, Dane thought, and as he predicted, Thermion then explained its use. If you bring this emblem to the forge and show it to them, they'll craft a weapon to your specifications. Behind them, Arkin and Lily couldn't hide their astonishment at this. Oh my, what a precious gift. Isn't this something even the royal family covets? Arkin exclaimed, his face breaking into a sweat as he realized its value. However, to Bout it didn't seem so priceless. Before leaving, he also ruffled Dane's hair and advised him. Grow up well and help your father, he said. Thank you for the gift, your grace, Dane hurriedly replied. Up ahead, little Layla smiled and waved goodbye to him. Returning to the present, seeing his son's contemplative posture, Lady Lily sat beside him and patted his shoulder comfortingly. Are you sad to say goodbye to her, Dane? Hearing his mother's words, Dane answered with a soft, sad voice. Yes, very sad. She was my first friend. I'll see her again when I go to the capital. Be more handsome and give her a shock, Lily said excitedly. Hearing this, Dane began to perk up, though he couldn't stay here forever. I'll meet her when I visit the capital. Stay healthy, Layla, Dane murmured to himself. Back to Uncle Bout's position. Sitting in the carriage, he suddenly had a thought. Strange. Every time I look at Dane, he reminds me of that boy, the warrior named Argrick. Given his talent as a rank 3 fighter at such a young age, if he had lived, he might have become a rank 6 knight of the Empire Draenic. Dane, I want to see you grow up quickly, the uncle said in a voice full of expectation. Time passed quickly. A few days later, back at the Sogur's estate, Dane finally had time to check the 2 gifts from his sisters Arabella and Claire. Looking at the manna egg before him, Dane muttered that he fed it manna every morning and night, but it was still too early for the egg to hatch. A familiar mysterious egg, even though he's not a summoner. If you feed manna to an egg marked by your own bond as its master before it hatches, when it does hatch you can permanently control the summoned creature that would otherwise only be usable temporarily. Thinking of this, Dane stroked his chin thoughtfully. The quality of his mana clearly needs to be appropriate. There may be many complex conditions not yet met. He'd heard some eggs never hatch because the conditions are never satisfied. He hoped this egg wasn't one of those, he thought. The young general gently reached out with both hands, took the egg, and channeled his energy into it. Even when bored, he tried varying the intensity of his power, but it didn't seem to help much. No matter how he changed the flow and strength of his mana, there was no response, he thought. Dane realized he had been a bit too impatient, so he quickly calmed himself, put the egg away, and exhaled. Phew. Wanting success on the first try was greedy, he scolded himself. At that moment Herman's voice sounded outside the door. Young master, are you finished? Oh, it's Herman. I'm coming. Dane replied and hurried toward the door. But just then the egg behind him emitted a faint glow and stirred slightly, causing him to stop in his tracks. He hurriedly turned back to check. Did I just hear something? He said, staring at the egg. At the same time, the steward Herman, hearing the noise, rushed inside. Young master, what was that sound I heard? Wait a moment, let me check the egg first, Dane said. He widened his eyes to inspect it, but then his face filled with disappointment. There was nothing different. Was I mistaken?
False alarm.
Seeing his disappointed expression, Herman guessed and asked, did the egg react? No, it must have been my imagination. Let's go. Dane waved his hand. Time passed quickly. Cut to the training yard. Today, instead of practicing spear techniques, the protagonist was training with a sword. When he finished, his friend Herman clapped and praised him. Well done, young master. When did you start sword training? I just wanted to swing it for a bit, Dane explained calmly. Truly a genius, you've got a talent for the sword too, Herman continued. Looking at his reflection on the blade, a small joy rose in him. Learning to use a new weapon is fun. I haven't held a sword in years because father watched too closely, but fortunately my skill hasn't faded. Speaking of Herman, he took out a tray of cookies and said, have a snack first, then we'll continue. All right, thanks, Dane accepted happily. Training here is nice, he said as he happily ate the cookies. In another scene, his father, Count Arkin, was lost in his own thoughts. Phew, it's tiring every year, but we gained much from the last banquet. I can confirm many nobles are turning their attention south. Most of them want to build good relations with us. Since the war ended, the South, with its favorable climate, holds many things nobles desire. Their interest is obvious. But that interest can't compare to the attention Dane has received. The clash with Count Tyron's eldest son was unexpected. Yet the boy calmly explained the situation before the adults. He even confidently showcased his talent. The boy is too mature. Sometimes I wish he'd act a bit childish, age-appropriate. But that's just my wish. Thinking this, Arkin glanced at the clock beside him and muttered, "It's almost time. Long Vi, let the boy try swinging it today." No sooner said than done. Shortly after, Arkin took the spear to the training yard to find Dane. There he found Dane training with a sword in hand. Swordsmanship? But why is Dane using a sword instead of a spear? Arkin wondered inwardly, but quickly came to a conclusion. Of course. Surely Duke Bout said something to the boy. Otherwise, why would he be here practicing swordsmanship after spending so much time training with the spear? But it seems the boy has quite some experience with the sword, doesn't he? The power the boy is showing is something even some lifelong sword practitioners couldn't replicate. When did he learn like that? However, one thing is certain. The boy also has a talent for swordsmanship, Arkin thought. After watching Dane practice for a while, he interrupted. "Dane, I've been observing your sword work. When did you learn swordsmanship?" Hearing this, Dane stopped his movements and grew a little anxious. "I've been exposed. Maybe it's better to tell father the truth." With that thought, Dane said, "I really haven't learned it." "Oh, is that so? So it's truly talent, then. Spear techniques, magic, assassination, summoning, and now even swordsmanship. If it were anyone else, I would never believe a child could be talented in all those fields." Saying that, as if having made a decision, Arkin asked Dane, "Are you curious about the world?" "What do you mean, father?" Dane asked curiously. "Yes, the world beyond these walls. I think this territory is too small for your talents. Staying here would be a disadvantage for you," his uncle candidly shared. This made the protagonist across from him fall silent for a moment. It seemed he realized he couldn't be kept here forever. After thinking, Dane continued, "I'm not sure, but I'm a little curious." Hearing Dane's reply, his uncle smiled gently and said further, "That's good, now we need to prepare you to step out into the world." "Really?" Dane asked curiously. "Of course. Though I'm a bit reluctant, I must grant my son's wish. And today I've brought you something a bit special," he said, planting his spear firmly on the ground. "Do you recognize it? It's the long Vi that reacted to you on your first birthday," Arkin added. This made Dane vaguely recall the weapon. "Right, I remember. It reacted to me. Here, try holding it," Arkin said as he handed the spear to Dane. And the moment he touched the long Vi spear, instantly, our protagonist felt a surge of power erupt within his body. Amazing. There's so much power here, Dane thought in awe. Meanwhile, Arkin smiled, stroking his chin. It reacts even more violently than when the boy was younger. No one can say it's because of me anymore. I need to know I will make his talent with the spear shine the brightest on the continent, he thought. A burning feeling rose in Arkin as he stepped forward and patted his son's shoulder. "I'm thinking of at least helping you master the spear before you go, so prepare yourself, Dane. One day the spear will be yours. Until then, become strong enough to wield it with pride." "Of course, father. Rather than the long Vi owning me, I'll work hard to follow your teachings with pride, sir." Dane's affirmation made Arkin burst into laughter. "Ha ha, just as I expected from my son. All right, then let's begin." Time passed quickly. After a tiring training session with his father, Dane listlessly returned to his room. He stared up at the ceiling and mused. The world outside, I've always been curious about it, even in the days I struggled on the battlefield. In my previous life, I was Argrick. All I knew was war. Packing up camp, maintaining weapons, eating bland food, and heading to the battlefield. The only ways to escape were for the war to end or to die on the battlefield. Only those two options. I couldn't even imagine what life outside the battlefield would be like. But as Dane, the situation was entirely different. I don't know how my talents will be used, how the world will receive me, or what I can do in this world. but I have the chance to go anywhere and do anything. For a moment, I just wanted to stay here and enjoy the warmth of this place. But thanks to my father's words, my thoughts changed. All right, it's time to step outside, Dane blurted out, and Mrs. Lily, who had just arrived, heard him. So you've made your decision, my son, she said, startling Dane a little. Mother, when did you come in? Don't worry. So you were lost in thought and didn't even hear me knock, she said with a faint smile at her son's concentration. Ah, I see, Dane said embarrassedly, turning to Lily. Not minding Dane's distraction, she asked, I heard from your father that you get lost in thought. Are you curious about the world beyond our lands? Hearing the question, the young man's expression began to change and he bowed his head slightly. Yes. Father said it would be a waste of your talents to stay here, and after thinking, I'm curious about the world outside too. I'm sorry, Mother, he said in a voice as if he'd done something wrong. And at that expression, Mrs. Lily sat down, gently stroked him, and comforted him. There's no need to apologize, Dane, but your two sisters are no longer here, and if you leave too, Dane stammered, I'm fine. Your mother understands you, Dane. I know how great your talent is. Even if you don't want to go, the outside world will still call to you. If you could stay with your mother longer, that would be wonderful. But what world would allow you to do that? So go and do what you want to do, Dane. Faced with his parents' advice, Dane finally felt firmer in his resolve and added, Yes, Mother. Even if I leave this home, I'll visit often and tell you about what I see in the world. Thank you, son. Then it seems we must prepare to send you out into the world, just like your father said, she said calmly. Prepare? Dane asked. I intended to teach you espionage and train you slowly from there, but it seems you'll also have to learn how to set and avoid traps, Mrs. Lily said with a smile. She'd waited a long time for this day. Only Dane felt his idle days were ending. Oh no, I'll have to learn special lessons from my mother too, and the skill to dispose of corpses as well. Oh right, you also need to learn human anatomy, Lily added. Oh my God. I'll be exhausted before I even go out into the world, Dane grumbled inwardly. Anyway, Mother will teach you many things, Mrs. Lily summarized. Yes, Mother, I will try my best, Dane said confidently while reflecting that his parents' special lessons were taught with love. That's right, if I want to step into the outside world, I must prepare well. The southern region of the Arabella Empire, the Sogur's territory, with its warm climate and abundant natural resources, had become a key region for the Altheian Empire so they wouldn't be drained during the war, and thanks to the rule of Count Sogurs, this land remained stable, and after the war ended, the remaining rebel remnants were captured, and finally the era of peace that felt like it would last forever had returned. Up on some street inside the territory, two women in their 20s walked side by side, chatting. Have you heard the rumor? They say young Master Dane stopped by some shops. Really? The companion asked. It's true. He came and bought something. I heard the shopkeeper's daughter even fainted that day. Oh my, the rumor was true. I hear he gets more handsome by the day. I'd love to see his face once. It seems he doesn't have a lover yet. Right? The girl in the purple dress spoke and began to fantasize, startling her friend. What? Are you crazy? Wake up! He's only 14! Her friend shouted when she saw her companion start to drool. It seemed a baby heartthrob hunter was about to be born. To respond, the young gossip also revealed what she'd heard. From what I hear, he doesn't look 14 at all. People say he's as tall as a count already. Wow! Could it be that the Countess is tall too? No wonder jealousy runs high. He must look like he's 20. Platinum hair and blue eyes. My heart would stop if I saw him gone, the purple-haired girl said, her eyes lighting up like car headlights. Her brown-clad friend, having heard so much, showed a hint of expectation. Next time he comes, I must see him. I wonder when he'll appear again. Apparently he often visits that shop. Oh right, I remember. The forest guard told me about it, the brown-clad girl added. Really? Then meeting the guard first would make it easier to get there. Huh? You actually plan to do that? The brown-clad girl exclaimed. Cut to the outskirts of the territory, inside a pine forest. This place, filled with ancient magic, was called the Apocalypse Forest. Dane was carrying out the escape task his mother assigned. He wore a blue cloak and moved carefully through the forest with his spear. He took out a piece of cloth and waved it before him to test the wind, saying, "The wind is from the south. I've seen Cheryl spiders here before, so I must head west," he said. He put the cloth away and thought, 3 hours. I must get out before sunset. With that, Dane quickened his pace, leaping between the branches. One of the most important rules for an assassin is not to be captured by the enemy. Within the allotted time, Dane had to avoid the nets and traps his mother set and escape this dangerous forest. Back to the story. At this moment, Dane landed in a clearing. He inhaled the air and mana around him, held it for a moment, then exhaled. After hiding and blending into the surroundings, hidden traps placed in unexpected spots would appear, as is happening now. Thin, almost transparent threads were everywhere. It seemed that if he touched them, the traps would trigger immediately. This was the most basic yet dangerous mechanism. Fortunately, this type was fairly easy to disarm. Thinking that, Dane began rolling up his sleeves to deal with the traps at once. However, these were traps set by Mrs. Lily, so there was no way he could resolve them that easily. At that moment, strange noises began above Dane, catching his attention. Only when he looked up did Dane realize, without knowing when, there was a group of giant squirrel rat monsters on the branches ahead, staring at him hungrily. Then one of them shouted and lunged at Dane. Its cry seemed to signal the rest to rush forward to get a taste of his blood. Seeing such ferocious monsters, Dane instinctively took a few steps back. "Oh no, it's a pack of Roosevelt. I didn't expect them to show up here." They charged forward at a terrifying speed. "We must quickly deal with them." As he thought that, Dane reached for the spear beside him to fight back. But then his movement suddenly stopped. "Wait, if I touch those traps it will be even more dangerous. There's no choice. I need to get out of here for now." Thinking that, Dane lost his urge to fight the monsters. He immediately grabbed his spear and bolted. The squirrel rats chased after him relentlessly. While moving, those stupid monsters collided with countless thin strands of web in the air that triggered the traps Mrs. Lily had set. The moment some threads snapped, the walls on both sides of the forest erupted with the whistling of flying spikes. Before the squirrel rats could react, their bodies were perforated like honeycombs. Seeing them so miserable, Dane paused, unsure whether to feel happy or sad. "Haha, they fell into the trap. I handled them without lifting a finger." Dane muttered to himself, before he noticed that one squirrel rat had miraculously survived the rain of spikes and was now recklessly charging at him. Although surprised it was still alive, Dane quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the creature's attack. As fast, the protagonist thought inwardly. When its attack failed, the squirrel rat dug all 4 claws into the ground to anchor itself. At the same time it opened its mouth and spat out a layer of brown-red bone blood. Something, whatever it was. The protagonist grew alert. Whatever it spat was surely dangerous. Dane reminded himself of that, then spun his spear in his palm like a fan, sweeping away the orange mist. However, being held up by such a small monster annoyed him. "Damn it, I can't waste time here," he thought. Dane's resolve surged because if he lollygagged here he'd fail the task his mother assigned. With no other option, he launched himself to send the monster to its end. The squirrel rat also lunged for Dane's blood, and the two charged straight at each other. After a few slicing sounds, Dane used his spear to cleave the creature's body in two, perhaps out of irritation at being blocked. He then swung his spear backward once more, slicing its head clean in two. Time passed quickly until late afternoon. At last Dane escaped the forest and collapsed on the ground, panting like a dying dog. Huff huff, I'm going to vomit. But at least he had safely gotten out of the forest, he thought tiredly. However, as if heaven wouldn't allow him a break, strange noises began to sound again. Even exhausted, he forced himself to sit up and prepare for anything. What now? Damn it. When did I let my guard down? Dane gritted his teeth. He gripped his weapon tightly, but the newcomer was Mrs. Lily. Well done, Dane. 3 minutes and 30 seconds in total. You were even faster than your mother. Seeing her appear, Dane was a bit surprised and asked, Mother, have you been watching since earlier? Of course, I couldn't let you go alone, she replied. Even though I know your talent better than anyone. As your mother it's different. You did very well. I find no fault. Are you hurt anywhere? She asked, gently ruffling Dane's hair.
I'm fine, Dane replied.
Honestly, at this rate, you'll be recruited as an assassin, the lady sighed, causing Dane to force a wry smile. Then Lily pulled a dagger from her sleeve, the one used in the naming ceremony when Dane was one, and said, "Here, take it. It seems to suit you more than me now." Seeing the dagger, Dane's eyes widened in surprise and he asked, "This is your dagger, the Black Edge? Can I really have it?" Dane asked and Lady Lily nodded. "Of course. I'm not using it anymore," she said. Lily explained, "The Black Edge is forged from mysterious ethereal, an ore that absorbs the elements of all things. If you wish, it can even hold every poison in the world." Without her saying more, Dane already knew the dagger's properties by heart. He even knew it absorbed toxins and could use them. He murmured to himself and quickly took the dagger. "Thank you, Mother. I will keep it safe," he said hurriedly. Seeing him accept the gift, Lady Lily looked pleased. "Thank you, Dane. Let's go home and rest. This must be all Mother wanted to teach me." Dane thought to himself. However, just as they were about to return, a piercing scream suddenly rang out from the forest, sending nearby birds scattering into the sky. The two of them froze on hearing the sound. "Mother," Dane frowned and asked, "Did you hear that?" "Yes, someone seems to be in the woods," she replied. "Let's go quickly, Dane." "Yes, Mother," he said, and the two hurried toward the source of the sound as time quickly passed. Cut to the Sogers family's annex tower. Inside a room, an elderly man with silver hair suddenly woke up. His face was full of terror, as if he'd just had a nightmare. A few seconds later he calmed and looked around, asking, "Where am I? I remember eating mushrooms in the forest." Hearing his voice, Dane, standing outside with a cup of tea, entered, saying, "You're awake. The detox is still in progress. Don't move yet." Seeing Dane enter, the old man glanced at him with mild curiosity and asked, "Detox? Did you save me?" "Yes. You ate a red-cap mushroom. We found you in time," Dane said calmly. But when the old man heard the words red-cap mushroom, his face went pale. "So it was a red-cap mushroom?" In response, Dane handed him a cup and added, "It was a poisonous mushroom. If we'd been any later, you'd have been dead. Here, drink some water." "Thank you." The old man reached out to take the cup and immediately gulped it down. Observing his demeanor, Dane began to suspect. The belt bore the emblem of the Nixian magic tower. He wasn't an ordinary man. Without the Black Edge, I wouldn't have been able to save him, Dane thought. Returning to the old man, after drinking, he turned to ask, "Thank you. Where am I?" "You're in the Sogers family's annex tower." Dane shrugged and said, and because the Sogers family is so famous, the old man could guess where he was. Yet precisely because he guessed, he felt a headache, so I not only got lost heading south, but I also ate a poisonous mushroom and ended up all the way here. Unaware of these thoughts, Dane saw the old man's color improve slightly and said, "You should rest. I've informed my father. He'll come see you soon." "Your father? So you are?" the old man asked. Dane nodded in confirmation. "That's right. I'm the youngest son of Count Sogers, Dane Sogers." Hearing that, the old man recalled something and stroked his beard. "Ah, so that's it. You're Arabella's brother, the genius all the magic towers watch." "How did you find me?" he asked with interest. Dane had no reason to hide it and answered, "I was training in the forest with my mother." "What? In that crazed forest?" the old man shouted in shock, recalling his own painful memories there. "Even an 8th-level mage like me got lost. The mana flow reversed during a spell and my whole body collapsed." Thinking of that, the old man's expression showed disbelief. "Really? The whole forest holds ancient energy and traps everywhere." "Yes, the forest is our estate. It's extremely dangerous for outsiders. Moreover, the energy there differs from the modern mage's energy. Mages shouldn't go there. You were also in grave danger after eating that poisonous mushroom," Dane calmly explained, helping the old man understand. "So that's how it was. No wonder I nearly died there," the old man exclaimed. Then he realized a far more serious issue. "Wait, does that mean this boy is strong enough to train even inside that forest?" he asked aloud. "You were also the one who brewed the antidote?" "Yes," Dane admitted. which astonished the old man further because Dane looked so young. He seemed barely a teenager, yet he'd made an antidote requiring broad knowledge and precise alchemical skill. Ha ha! What a family this is! Besides 2 genius daughters, even the youngest son is the same. If we were in wartime, perhaps the Sogur's family could become the most powerful noble house in the Althean Empire. Having thought that, the old man laughed. Ha ha! I'm very impressed with you. Indeed, Dane nodded, and his refreshingly unscripted reply fell the old man silent. Look at this kid, he's quite bold, he murmured to himself, then after a few seconds added, well then, I should repay those debts, but first, allow me to introduce myself. I am Sidrain Gauss. Not long ago I was the master of the Nixian magic tower. Tell me what you desire. Speak to me. I have everything in this world, except the things I don't have. Sidrain said arrogantly. He likely referred to pocket space. Many mages live without a house by storing everything there. Dane thought this to himself and asked to be sure. Is that really so? Dane spoke calmly, his indifferent demeanor once again leaving old Sidrain stunned. Huh, what's this? I said I'm the master of a magic tower. An ordinary person would be surprised or show me respect. Yet this kid remains unfazed. Thinking that Dane might not grasp the value of his words, the old man flailed his arms to explain. You'll never have another chance like this. Don't be modest. Tell me what you want. Hearing this, Dane frowned slightly, as if considering a reward. His expression made the old man break into a triumphant smile. But Dane's next remark immediately deflated the old man. I'll take some time to think about what I want and tell you later. Even a man near death couldn't help but bristle with anger at that reply. What? He doesn't care at all? What kind of brat is he? Ignoring his attitude, Dane left once his business there was done. Then rest well, he said. Dane spoke and quickly exited the room. Behind him, old Sidrain remained bewildered, still not understanding. Ha, ha, he's the first to treat me that way, the old man said with a foolish laugh. Before making an important decision, he thought to himself. I planned to stay a day or two and leave, but no. I should stay to investigate that interesting fellow more thoroughly. Time passed quickly. Cut to the training yard. After finishing practice and while resting, Dane told Herman beside him about finding Sidrain in the forest. When Herman learned the man's identity, he couldn't hide his astonishment. The master of a magic tower. He must be outstanding in magic. Certainly, based on what I heard, he's an 8th level mage. Dane nodded. 8th level? Higher than Miss Arabella? Herman asked. Hearing this, Herman grew excited. Young master, that means a very powerful person owes you. Magic towers function like independent territories on this continent. They're like nations, he exclaimed, while Dane himself found his luck hard to believe. Who would imagine he'd be connected to someone so influential? Turning to Herman after congratulating his young master, the man wondered why the tower master had been wandering in the forest. Dane, practicing his sword, answered, That place isn't an ordinary forest. Mages treat it as a forbidden wood. They call it the Doomsday Forest. On hearing the name, the steward understood some of its horror and clicked his tongue. If it's the Doomsday Forest, even mages face trials there. He was lucky to survive. Thanks to you, young master. Not replying, Dane glanced at the sword in his hand and then said, Herman, get me a new sword. All the ones I'm using are too short and light. Startled by Dane's complaint, Herman turned to inspect the swords on the rack and said, So that's it. Those were all damaged swords the Count brought back from the war. No wonder. I'll prepare a long sword for you so you can train tomorrow. Seeing he couldn't get a new sword immediately, Dane accepted it. Thanks. I'll finish today's practice with this sword, he said. He then remembered the gift Duke Bout had given him years ago. Ah, come to think of it, I already have that. The seal Duke Thermion gave me. 7 years have passed since then. If I ever go to the capital, I'll be sure to visit him. After finishing today's training and returning to his room, Dane met his father, Arkan. You trained hard today, his father remarked. Yes, father. I thought you had business to attend. You're home early? Dane asked in surprise. Things finished sooner than I expected, and I had a reason to return home urgently. Arkin said with a smile. Dane immediately guessed why his father had rushed back. Is it because of the master of the magic tower? Dane asked with a smile. His uncle admitted and mused. Perhaps, who knows, he might be able to help Arabella. He could even be a good mentor for her. Back with Dane, hearing his father's words provoked some unpleasant images in his mind. But he thought, Father believes the Tower Master can help Arabella, though I'm not sure the man could tolerate her temper. Look how decisively she punched that senior.
Dane worried inwardly.
Unaware of this, Count Arkin patted his son's shoulder and praised him. You saved another life. Well done, Dane. I'm just doing what I should, he replied modestly. Not everyone could do that. What you did was truly wonderful, Arkin remarked. After that, as the two of them walked together, Dane recalled something and asked, So my two sisters couldn't come this time, father? Hearing this, Count Arkin replied regretfully. About that, it's so hard to see my daughters these days. Arabella just finished an extended term, and is choosing a magic tower to join. And I heard Claire received an invitation to an appointment as an assistant professor from her teacher. Seeing both sisters achieving their own successes, Dane felt happy for them. They're both very impressive, he nodded. But I have high hopes for you too. Who knows how the world will treat a talented child like you? His uncle wondered. I don't know either, Dane shrugged, which made his uncle laugh. Just thinking about how he surprised Bout already amuses me, Arkin said cheerfully. Hearing Bout's name, Dane also felt a bit excited. Duke Bout Thermion. One day I'd like to spar with him in swordsmanship again. By the way, I wonder how Layla is doing. The last letter I received from her was a year ago. I'll probably find out once I go to the capital. Time passed quickly. A few days later, old Sidrain was shouting. What? I'm not fully recovered yet? I'm going mad being stuck in this room so long. The doctor-like man, exhausted by his complaints, had to accept it. Then please don't go far, and temporarily you are not allowed to use magic. Not allowed, Sidrain barked. For a mage like him, being forbidden magic was like a drug addict without drugs. The doctor, fearing Sidrain wouldn't grasp the seriousness, reminded him, Yes, the flow of your magic hasn't purified yet, and we haven't fully neutralized the poison in your body, so you'll have to wait a bit longer. Hearing this, though eager to use magic, the old man wasn't stubborn and accepted it. Well, I suppose that's that. It's been a while since I've not used magic. Consider it a change of pace. But I can't stay here much longer. Let's go out, he said, jumping up excitedly to explore like a child, making the doctor sigh. You don't even know the way around here. Ignoring the remark, Sidrain slammed the door shut. This made the doctor suddenly uneasy. If the old man caused trouble, he'd likely be the one punished, he thought to himself. Cut to a corner of the estate where the maidservants gathered and whispered, There are only two kinds of mages, the genius on the left and the lunatic on the right. He's gone up and down the floors dozens of times, and now he's been admiring the flowers in the backyard for hours. But he's supposed to be the strongest among the mages, right? So what, he's clearly gone mad. Miss Arabella deserves a normal life. The murmurs began, and just as they said, for some reason, old Sidrain was sitting, gazing at the meticulously tended roses before him. I'm really curious, he said. I wonder who created this garden. I hadn't expected these flowers to hold such extraordinary magic. The old man pondered. At that moment, Dane approached and greeted him. I dropped by to see how you were. Couldn't find you. So you're here after all. Hearing the familiar voice, Sidrain turned and replied, Ha ha! Did you think I ran off somewhere? Someone told me to stay here until I'm fully recovered, he explained. Indeed, that's what I wanted too, Dane said with a smile. Looking back at Sidrain and glancing over the peaceful surroundings, the old man's spirit seemed to be healing too. This really is a good place for rest and recovery. Now I can see why nobles head south for the season. Yes, this place is wonderful. I'm a bit sorry to leave so soon. Dane nodded in agreement. This information made Sidrain curious, and he asked, What? You're about to leave? Where are you going? Answering frankly, Dane said, Not far. I plan to go to the capital. Oh, the capital? Then you're likely heading to that academy, right? And your sisters are at the academy too, aren't they? Yes, they'll have an easy life there, Dane said with a smile. By the way, Sidrain began to study Dane with curiosity. Your sisters are so renowned and extraordinarily talented, so I wonder how capable this boy is. Should I test him? Thinking that, curiosity began to seize the old man's mind. He couldn't help but use his sensing ability, sweeping it over Dane's body, and immediately discovered a terrifying source of energy within him. It made him break into a sweat. Heavens! What is this dense mana? His mana is condensed to an unbelievable degree. If prodigies his age are like streams, then this boy is a raging waterfall. Such an amount of mana is usually very unstable, even liable to erupt outward, but how? Could Sidrain's probe escape the boy's notice? Of course not. So Dane spoke up to admonish him. Don't you think evaluating someone's magic without their permission is a bit rude? Dane said irritably, leaving the old man awkwardly scratching his head. Ah, you noticed, quite the skill. I'm sorry. That was thoughtless of me. After speaking, the old man began shouting inside his mind. I can't believe such nonsense. Could someone with mana this condensed really exist? He said this while staring at Dane as if he were an alien. This left the protagonist puzzled. Huh? What did he see that's so astonishing? Returning to Sidrain, after focusing and observing Dane a bit more, the old man was astonished again. Slowly now, why can't I detect any magic layers? With that density, I should be able to see layers. Thinking this, a terrifying suspicion began to form in the old man's mind. Could it be that kid have 2 mana cores? To test his suspicion, Sidrain immediately turned to ask Dane, how did you create your mana core? Seeing the old man's expression, which looked almost crazed, Dane was a little puzzled and asked back, is something wrong? Of course there is, the old man shouted. You already have such an insane amount of mana, and you still want to take up a spear? And you possess a magic that only needs a core without a magic layer. Are you going to abandon the greatest talent ever? He yelled. He couldn't ignore such terrifying magical talent. Dane shrugged and said, seemingly unconcerned, why not use both? Back to the old man. Hearing Dane's answer, Sidrain's teeth ground together with a creak and his face contorted. He tore at his hair and exclaimed, this is maddening, so frustrating. Where do I even begin to explain? Then, to make the boy understand, Sidrain took a deep breath and slowly explained, do you know why the lifespan of a magic swordsman is so short? They are powerful because they possess both a mana core and a magic layer. However, they interfere with each other, and when they collide, problems arise. That's the law of nature. Mana compressed in the core is transmitted into the magic layer, so the layer cannot withstand the impact and will explode. The old man spoke with grave seriousness, making Dane, who had never experienced it, begin to sweat. I've researched this quite a bit, but is this really impossible? He wondered inwardly. Back with Sidrain, the old man was so angry he wouldn't even look at Dane. TSK. Such wasted talent, truly a waste. Unfazed by Sidrain's irritation, Dane asked, can't you use magic without a magic layer? The old man pondered for a moment and said, not impossible, but without the refinement of a magic layer, how would you use spells that require pure magic? Also, others have had the same idea before, but most we know of ended in failure. Hearing there was still a chance, Dane pounded his chest and said, then let me try. I've never tried it before, but it seems possible, he added. What is this crazy kid talking about? Sidrain ground his teeth, thinking to himself at Dane's words. If I rearrange the magic, Dane murmured, waving his hand through the air. With each motion he left trails of blue energy containing countless strange ancient runes. Then he clenched his fist, and immediately, a fierce flame suddenly burst into being in midair, and somehow it didn't seem to affect the protagonist. Seeing the fire appear, the protagonist couldn't help but smile slightly. Oh, it worked, but it's only a basic level 1 spell. Across from him, Sidrain's eyes nearly popped out at the unbelievable sight. What? How is this possible? This child has no magic layer at all. How can he use magic? Thinking this, the old man couldn't help but exclaim aloud, unbelievable. You should only be able to use magic by refining a magic layer. And the more he thought, the more confused Sidrain became. Meanwhile, Dane waved his hand and created some kind of barrier. He then offered his hypothesis. My sister Arabella said my affinity for magic is very high. Maybe that's why. Hearing this, Sidrain still found it hard to believe inwardly. Ha! Even so, is this what common folk mean when they describe talents that can't be imitated, the so-called innate genius? Sidrain murmured inwardly as, for the first time, he felt what it's like to look at true prodigies as an ordinary man. Unaware of his thoughts, even Dane was a little astonished. I only tried once and it worked. It's really effective. So you can use magic without a magic layer. Now I understand. The general nodded, while Sidrain's face opposite him went dazed to the point he could hardly stand. An innate mana affinity, pure and denser than anyone in the world. Does such a person really exist? He thought. A fierce urge began to swell in old Sidrain's heart. Do you want to be my disciple? He asked. However, Dane didn't seem very interested in using magic. Still, the old man wouldn't give up and kept nagging in his ear. Come, let's talk a bit. It's such a shame to pass up an incredible talent like you. Do you know how to use level 2 magic? I don't know that, so I can't, Dane said awkwardly. That answer made the old man beam with delight. Oh, wonderful. If you become my disciple, I'll teach you level 8 magic. Before the old man finished, Dane coldly refused. No thanks. I won't take that. Seeing himself, the former tower master and an 8th level mage, repeatedly rejected by this brat, Sidrain's anger reached a peak. His pupils went white and he ground his teeth like a mad dog needing a shot. Fortunately, before he could lunge and strike Dane, the cheerful voice of Count Arkin rang out. Ha ha! I didn't expect you'd be so close with my son. Father. Dane greeted as he saw his father approach. So, son, what are you two discussing? Arkin asked. Now annoyed, Dane said. He kept insisting I become his disciple, but I refused. As Arkin spoke, he glanced at Sidrain with a knowing look. This made the old man a bit embarrassed as he turned to persuade Arkin since he couldn't convince Dane. Well, Count Arkin, your son possesses the talent of a great mage. Is that so? The uncle chuckled calmly, for he knew his son's talent far better than this old man. Back to Sidrain, as if fearing Arkin wouldn't believe him, he patted Dane's shoulder vigorously and asserted. He may be greater than I imagined. He can even use chain spells without any magic layer. Hearing this, Arkin's expression shifted and he turned to ask his son to be sure. No magic layer. Really, Dane? Yes, father, the naive young man replied. I'm pretty sure he has no basic magical knowledge at all, Arkin said with a laugh, which makes his talent even more impressive. Sidrain added, and with that compliment, Arkin gave him the label of having a good eye for people. Truly, as the former master of the magic tower, he immediately saw my son's talent. It's not just talent, your son is a genius. He might even become a rare magic swordsman, the old tower master said with a smile and a suggestion. Immediately Count Arkin pictured Dane in knight's armor, raising his sword high and saying, a sword is better than a spear. At that image, the uncle's face darkened. A magic swordsman, huh? Arkin's voice carried weight and gravity. Seeing this, Dane's alarm bells rang. Damn, you shouldn't say that in front of my father, Dane shouted inwardly, but old Sidrain didn't seem to notice Arkin's sullen expression and kept smiling. Yes, a magic swordsman. Finally there's interest. If you become my disciple, I guarantee I'll take full responsibility. I'll make you the strongest magic swordsman in the Empire. As he spoke, Sidrain suddenly fell silent when he felt a cold gaze fixed on him. What's this? Why do I feel a chill down my spine? Sidrain wondered. Very quickly he got his answer as Arkin's eyes went white like a beast's and he roared. He must not become a magic swordsman. Seeing this, the old man recoiled and weakly asked, but why not? A magic swordsman uses magic. Don't you think the boy is especially suited? My son Dane will not be a magic swordsman. He will become a magic spearman, the uncle shouted. Startled, Sidrain jumped back several steps. What? That's an issue? He said, and then he turned to look at Dane with a resigned expression and could only smile inwardly. Haha, why is everyone in this family like that? Time passed quickly. At this time Dane was reading in his private room. The The matter of becoming Sidrain's disciple still hadn't been decided. The protagonist was also researching some magical knowledge. For a mage, becoming a disciple carries great significance. Mages often groom successors through a process called inheritance, a tradition from ancient times that persists even into the modern era, when public magical education has been established. Indeed, the master of the magic tower was not just looking for an ordinary disciple but also an heir. Considering that a great 8th-level archmage was hovering around him, his talent must be something extraordinarily remarkable. After hearing so many compliments, he felt something stir inside his body. At that, Dane's eyes suddenly widened as he remembered something from his childhood. I know now. In Dane's mind appeared the image of his sister Arabella bringing him a crystal orb and telling him to pour magic into the crystal whenever he wanted to contact her. Thinking of that, the young man immediately opened his wardrobe, took out the magical crystal orb, and cheerfully said, "All right, just ask Sister Arabella." Elsewhere, in a place resembling a library, Sister Arabella suddenly heard her brother's voice. "Sister Arabella, it's me, Dane." Hearing the familiar voice, the pen in her hand paused and she happily said, "Dane, my brother." Very quickly Dane began recounting everything to his sister to ask her opinion. Of course, Arabella couldn't hide her astonishment at her brother. "What? Dane, you used a level 1 spell? But you don't even have a magic circle." "That's right. I don't have one, but I could still use it." He shrugged, making her force a wry smile. "I know you're a genius, but I didn't expect you to be this good." Back with Dane, he continued, "Magic circles only serve to purify and recycle mana. Maybe my mana is already too pure." Hearing Dane's guess, Arabella nodded in agreement. "That sounds reasonable. I have a way to test it, Dane. I'll send you a magic stone through the transference device in your room. You just need to pour a little mana into it. Okay? Got it." Dane answered happily, also marveling at his luck to have such a sister. "She's so good to me. Mana has always intrigued me. The advice of a 6th-level mage is extremely helpful." On the other end, as if remembering something, Arabella added a reminder. "By the way, if you can use magic, you'll attract a lot of attention at the academy." I don't want that," Dane said in a panic. "That's unavoidable. Talent attracts the most attention. Tell me if you're bullied at school and I'll deal with anyone who dares touch my brother," Arabella said confidently. That made Dane on the other end recall something and ask, "You never told me. Didn't you break the nose of that guy who kept flirting with you? He's the Duke Dwell's younger son, right?" Hearing this, Arabella remembered that jerk's face and ground her teeth. "Don't mention that bastard," she snapped. Those nearby looked at her with wary eyes. Seeing that, Arabella quickly lowered her voice and continued, "By the way, even without a magic circle, over time could your mana become even purer?" The protagonist stammered in response, I don't know. Let me have you look into it later," and Arabella nodded. But before she and her brother could talk much longer, a female student ran over from afar to remind them, "Senior Arabella, the professor is looking for you." Hearing this, though reluctant, Arabella had to say, "Dane, I have to go. I'll call you back later." "Okay, see you later," Dane said. "All right, I'll send the magic stone as soon as I can." Back with the protagonist, after waiting for his sister to hang up, the young man couldn't help but smile with joy. "I'll be exposed to a whole new horizon. I never expected my mana to be this pure. Could I have a dragon's heart?" He wondered, placing his hand on his chest as if to feel it. In another scene, old Sidrain, unable to persuade Dane to become his disciple, sighed heavily like a dying man. "Oh no, I'm doomed." Probing his mana made things worse. "I plan to leave early, but I can't go until he accepts my offer. What must I do to make him agree? Should I give him some magical artifacts or the centuries of knowledge I've accumulated?" Sidrain asked himself, but then, he shook his head and dismissed the idea. "No, that's too much. If I give him everything and he still refuses, I'll leave empty-handed." The more he thought, the grayer his hair seemed to become. At that moment, Dane's voice suddenly sounded outside the door. "Are you in there? It's me, Dane Sogers." Seeing Dane come to him, A spark of hope lit in Sidrain's eyes. What's he here for? Did he accept my offer? With anticipation on his face, Sidrain said, "Come in." Hearing that, Dane opened the door, stepped in quickly and said, "Good you're here. I have something to discuss with you." "Oh? What do you want?" the arrogant old man replied. Looking at Dane's demeanor, he immediately assumed Dane had come to ask to be his disciple and smiled triumphantly. "Ha ha, I knew it. You must want to become the disciple of a great 8th-level mage like me." The old man chuckled with satisfaction, but before he finished laughing, Dane bluntly corrected him. "No." At that, Sidrain's smile vanished and he clicked his tongue in annoyance. "Humph. Then what did you come for? Didn't you say you weren't interested in magic?" "It's not that I'm not interested in magic." Dane shook his head. "Then why don't you want to be my disciple? Do you already have a master?" Sidrain asked, but Dane shook his head a second time. "No, I don't have a master either." Hearing this, even a saint would feel a bit irritated. Damn it, is this brat playing with me? If not, then what on earth did he come for? Sidrain ground his teeth, and of course Dane had no time to chat idly with the old man. "I don't know how to advance to the 2nd tier. It's hard to have my eldest sister teach me because she's far away. After all, the best way is to learn from you, Sidrain. You still owe me a life." With that in mind, Dane wanted to take advantage of that favor and said, "I don't just want to be an ordinary mage." Across from me, the old man made an association and said, "What? So you want to become a magic merchant?" "No, I'll become a mage, merchant, assassin, and summoner." The young man rattled off a long string of professions, leaving Sidrain's mouth agape. "What? That career actually exists?" He scratched his head. "But that's not all. Oh, and a swordsman too," Dane added, and Sidrain could only shake his head at that profession. "How absurd, it's hard to say. You still decide to refuse me even without knowing this is your only chance." "That's right," Dane replied calmly, and with that determined tone Sidrain fell into thought. "Damn, he's too resolute," the old man muttered, but in difficult moments his mind began to spin ideas, and he thought, maybe that will work. With that thought, Sidrain slammed the table and shouted, "Do you want a letter of recommendation? I hear you want to enter that academy. If I write you a recommendation, you'll be admitted directly," Sidrain said excitedly, and faced with such a tempting offer, Dane also found it very appealing. This condition was extremely attractive. "All right," he sighed. "Very well. Now let's discuss the details," Sidrain cried. "May I set conditions?" Dane asked, and the old man inwardly laughed with delight at those words. He's tempted. "I'll seize this chance and make sure he can't get away." Thinking that, he cheerfully said, "Of course, speak up. Then can you teach me how 2nd-tier magic works?" "Of course I can. I understand all kinds of magic in this world," Sidrain boasted, thumping his chest. "Oh, really? Then I'll rely entirely on you," the protagonist said, his voice full of expectation. "Ha ha! It's nothing." The old man waved his hand and told himself inwardly, he's still very young. A recommendation letter or how 2nd-tier magic works means nothing to me. Thinking this, the old man wanted to immediately showcase his great knowledge. "Let's begin now. Although my condition isn't the best, it doesn't matter." "All right, let's start." Dane nodded. He's completely fallen into my trap." Sidrain chuckled inwardly. But contrary to the old man's delusion, Dane wasn't that stupid. "I'll treat this as my repayment for saving you in the forest," Dane said, and Sidrain's face went blank as he asked, "What? You said it yourself. You owe me your life, so I can ask you for anything I want." "I already said it," Dane said with a very sly smile. The old man's eyes bulged. "Wait. What about becoming my disciple?" "Of course not." Dane shook his head. Hearing that, no matter how slow-witted he had been, Sidrain realized he'd been completely played by Dane. I've been tricked by a 14-year-old? Thinking that, the old man's mind started working again, making him notice something special about Dane's request, and he shouted, "Wait a moment. You asked me for 2 things, but I only owe you 1 favor." In response to that challenge, Dane said coldly, I don't see it that way. First, I saved you from the forest. Second, I removed the poison from your body, and I even carried you back from there. But I didn't count that in, the protagonist confidently boasted about saving the old man, making the old man's face look completely stunned. How can this child be so calculating? Oh my back aches a little now. Sidrain sighed inwardly. In short, the experience of old age couldn't beat the passion of youth. Time passed quickly and the scene shifted to the training yard. Because Dane had tricked him into it, they were now here practicing magic. But of course Sidrain didn't intend to give up so easily. Let's see, it's fine if I keep persuading him persistently, maybe in the future he'll change his mind. It would be a waste to pass up such a natural talent. Thinking that, the old man began instructing. The fact that he condensed a mana core before forming a circle was negligible. The important thing was that he could use magic without a circle. The method of channeling second-tier magic I'm about to explain is very complex, so countless people have given up at this step. Listen closely. As he spoke, Sidrain proudly glanced at Dane behind him. All right, Dane agreed calmly. Ah, look at that gleam in his eyes. But I won't let you achieve your goal so easily. I'll teach you manners, the tower master yelled inwardly. Finally, the lesson officially began. Second-tier magic was a completely different level from Tier 1 because you had to calculate mana amounts yourself, the density of mana lingering in the air, and even your body's condition at the time. That's why most people give up learning magic. It's very complicated, the old man explained. Dane attentively took out his small notebook to copy down important points, and seeing his focused posture Sidrain felt a bit skeptical. Do you understand what I'm saying? Surely the kid will beg me to explain in simpler terms. Imagining Dane begging him, the old man smirked and said, basically it's like that. Do you understand? In response Dane nodded confidently. Yes, I understand. I have a lot to learn. Not only how magic works, but also things I don't yet know. Across from him, Dane's words were completely unexpected to Sidrain and left the old man bewildered. What? You really understand it all? Then explain to me the laws of how magic works. Back to Dane, upon hearing the question, he wrote with his pen while answering casually. The first law is coexistence. Mana can coexist with the physical world and other sources of mana. Through coexistence, a mage uses their own mana and the surrounding mana to cast spells. The second law is conservation. If mana gathers enough material elements, then through conservation it can utilize magic across different elemental attributes. Blah blah. Hearing Dane this far, Sidrain froze like a log. Unbelievable. He fully grasped the nature of magic, and he even added his own interpretations. Most people find this boring, but he didn't seem to. How can someone like this exist? The old man thought in dismay. Then, because Dane had answered the question perfectly, Sidrain began to delve deeper into the lecture. Each rank increases magic's complexity exponentially. Instead of explaining, I'll demonstrate for you. Saying that, the old man paused and waved his hand to the side, causing his arm to be covered by bands of blue energy. Quickly, these bands wove together to form a grid-like symbol. Looking at the symbol, Sidrain turned to Dane and said, for example, this is a Tier 1 spell that can be cast using a simple law. However, from Tier 2 onward it's different. Tier 1 can't compare at all. He continued with more examples, creating larger bands of energy with countless obscure characters floating around. This is how second-tier magic operates, the old man said calmly. Watching the example spells Sidrain produced, Dane felt the complexity had indeed risen to another level. They tightened together in very intricate ways, feeling even harder than the theory. Dane frowned in thought. Looking at the change on his face, the old Sidrain smiled and said, well then, this is the magic that creates a level 2 fire spell. Rockets. Also, if you want more, you need to cast the same spell multiple times. You must be very surprised. You've never seen how level 2 magic works, right? Sidrain thought to himself. He continued aloud. It looks complicated. Most people take at least a year after freely using level 1 magic before they begin using level 2 magic. No matter how intelligent you are, you can only grasp part of a spell. The crucial thing is the law. If you can't understand that, nothing else matters. I'll observe you for about a week and then slowly explain the techniques to you, Sidrain planned inwardly. However, he still somewhat underestimated a genius like Dane. Should I try? The boy asked, pulling the old man out of his thoughts. You? It'll be hard, but go ahead and try, Sidrain said casually, assuming Dane surely couldn't do it. Very well, Dane replied calmly. Then, mimicking what he had observed, he covered his body with countless gentle streams of energy. Very quickly, he successfully formed that grid-like magic. This is a level 1 spell, right? Dane asked. Yes, Sidrain nodded. He was also somewhat surprised inwardly. Ho, he can create lines with definite length and width. Impressive. So that's a simple use of Tier 1. Seeing the old man confirm, he proceeded to use level 2 magic. Now I'll show you what you just taught me, he said. And the energy around Dane suddenly twisted into the exact patterns of the level 2 spell Sidrain had used earlier. At this point, Sidrain didn't know what to say about the scene before him. Really? He copied the functioning of a level 2 spell perfectly. He understood it after watching me perform it only once? Curious, the old man asked. How did you do that? When I observed, I memorized the laws and patterns. When you shape the spell in your head, it's not that difficult, Dane explained lightly. Though Dane made it sound simple, Sidrain knew exactly how hard it really was. It was beyond imagination. Even a magic prodigy like himself would need time to use level 2 spells. Yet this boy could realize it without a magic layer, he thought in amazement. But the astonishment wasn't over, for the protagonist then decided to show off a little and proposed. Then I'll try using the rockets. Wait, what? Sidrain asked again. But Dane had no time to repeat himself. He immediately put both hands to the sides and focused, controlling each stream of mana, so they turned into beams of light that darted wildly around him. Then, from within those beams of light, 4 rockets suddenly appeared in the air. Seeing his spell succeed, Dane felt a bit pleased. Oh, seems like it worked. Looking at the youth happily celebrating his successful spell, Sidrain felt it utterly unbelievable and absurd. If I had that talent, I could have achieved the dream of reaching level 9, he wondered. After guiding the rockets closer, Dane turned and asked, Am I doing this right? Ah, yes, very impressive. You learn everything I show you very quickly, the old man said. The old man coughed a few times as he spoke, while Dane himself was amazed. Yes, I'm surprised I could do it on the first try. As for Sidrain, he was now slightly fearful of Dane's terrifying talent. A world without magic layers would panic seeing him. I must hide this ability. All sorts of people would try to approach and bother the boy, especially until he becomes my disciple. I should think about how to write a recommendation to the academy, Sidrain told himself. And he continued, All right, let's move on to another spell. Shall we? Yes, sir, Dane replied, and so they proceeded. Time passed quickly until evening. Now, lying in bed, Dane began to recall the moments from that morning. The magic lesson was more fun than I expected. I need to study both theory and practice carefully, but at least I can use magic. Thinking back to my previous life, I was forced to give up magic while not even knowing when I might die. Spending time learning magic was a luxury I couldn't afford. To survive, I had to swing a sword, because magic, up to a certain point, prioritizes learning theory over practice. That makes me more expectant in this life. Combining the theory I learned from my sister with my innate talent, I can show explosive growth with only simple guidance. And being taught by the former master of the magic tower, what spell will I learn tomorrow?
Dane wondered.
Time flew by. Half a month later, Dane and Sidrain went to see Arkin to request something. What? You want to make a magical reagent? Arkin exclaimed in surprise. Yes, sir. I don't have enough materials, so I need to go outside the territory, Dane answered. Already trying reagent making? The uncle said blankly. Beside him, Tower Master Sidrain affirmed, Don't worry about the boy. He's already learned how 4th-tier magic operates. Back to Arkin. Although he knew his son was extremely talented, he was still amazed whenever he heard of his achievements. Isn't it supposed to take a month to finish Tier 1? Information on magical reagents isn't that easy to obtain. Where did you learn it? In response, Dane broke into a bright smile. I learned by reading magic books in the library. They fascinated me. Hearing him, old Sidrain smiled too.
Ah, inda Prodigy.
I never thought you'd be curious about magical reagents. Many find them boring, but for you, just picking materials is fun. Definitely. Opposite them, seeing their cheerful expressions, Arkin fell into thought for a moment and agreed. All right, this will be a valuable experience for you. I'll be going out, so check the territory while I'm gone. Yes, father, Dane replied. Then the three, Dane, Herman, and Sidrain, left the mansion and walked into the street. As soon as he appeared, a commotion erupted as people recognized his identity. It's young Master Dane. Young Master, he's carrying snacks. That's the new product. That silver hair looks especially handsome today. Greetings to the young noble began ringing everywhere. The protagonist wasn't aloof. He nodded and smiled at them. You all right? I'll come back for the snacks later. Nearby, old mage Sidrain stroked his beard and thought as he watched how the townspeople treated the young master. It seems Count Sogers isn't a bad man. Well, judging by how he treated me, that's understandable. With that thought, he looked around at the lively scene and remarked, there are many delicious foods down here in the south. The weather is mild and the people are friendly. A sight rare in the capital. Yes, this place feels very warm, Dane replied. How much longer until we reach the magic tools shop? Sidrain asked. For a shut-in who'd lived in a castle all his life, this question stumped Dane. Well, I'm not sure. I haven't been there before. What? Sidrain exclaimed in surprise. The protagonist took the chance to turn to his steward Herman and said, Please lead the way from here. Yes, young master, Herman nodded. Then Herman urged his horse forward to lead the group. As they went he said, This way, it's not far now. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to the magic tools shop, and Dane's group had just arrived. As soon as they entered, the shopkeeper excitedly said, Oh my! Is that really young Master Dane? His silver hair and emerald eyes are as astonishing as the rumors. Thank you for coming. How's business these days? Dane nodded in greeting. Faced with the question, the shopgirl shrugged and said, Same as always. Few people from the territory come to buy magic tools. I mostly sell to foreigners and anyone interested in magic. Saying this, as if recognizing Sidrain's identity, she respectfully added, I never expected the honor of meeting the former master of the magic tower. Sir Sidrain is here. Hearing the greeting, the old man smiled in return, while Dane was slightly surprised that she recognized him at a glance. Understandable, since very few become masters of the Empire's magic tower besides this man. Turning back to the shopgirl, knowing they had come looking for something, she didn't waste their time. Feel free to look around the shop. Call me if you need anything. With that, she let them browse at leisure. Since this is your first time at a magic tools shop, look around comfortably. I'll talk with the owner for a bit, Sidrain said. All right, Herman replied. While the old man flirted, Dane took the chance to examine the various items on the wooden shelves and marveled. Wow! This place has so many interesting things. There was also something strange, a rather familiar feeling that made him wonder inwardly. Moreover, when touching a magic tool, he could perceive its magical reaction. It was probably because his magical sensitivity was quite high. Thinking that, Dane suddenly sensed a strange aura drawing his attention. What's that? A fairly strong reaction is coming from over there. What is it? He murmured, turning his eyes toward where he felt the aura. The shopgirl, seeing Dane's posture, warned, Young master, those are just decorations. Oh, are they?
Dane mater.
The old mage then turned and said, Why don't you take a look at some reagent materials? Moonroot is very good. Responding, the shopgirl seized the chance to advertise her goods. That's a perfect choice. There are at least 50 remedies containing moonroot. I grow them myself. The quality is excellent. Back to Dane. He was still unsettled by the strange sensation he had perceived. That's odd, he muttered, then focused to pinpoint the aura's location and immediately turned to look behind him. It turned out the whole sensation was coming from some kind of stone. Right. It's that, he realized. The stone was resonating, he thought, and hurried toward it. This made his steward Herman slightly puzzled. Young master, what's the matter? Herman asked. I feel something from this stone, Dane explained. Seeing this, Herman glanced at the stone and shook his head. Huh. It's just an ordinary decorative piece. I'm not sure either, but this stone is really strange, Dane said. As he spoke, he reached out and gripped the stone to examine it, and very quickly, he had his answer. The more magic he poured into it, the stronger the reaction. Could it be that it only responds to my magic? Unaware of the stone's oddity, the shopgirl continued presenting her wares. Your eye is excellent. That would make a perfect specimen. Now then, give me that batch of moonroot and a few Conwell berries. May I ask what this is? Dane said, lifting the stone in his hand. Hearing the question, the shopgirl turned to look at the item and exclaimed, Where did you get that stone? What's wrong with it? Sidrain wondered aloud. No. Those are just decorative pieces. She waved her hand, and at that answer Dane grew even more puzzled. Decorative? Impossible. What kind of decoration reacts to magic? He thought, glancing back at the shopgirl. For some reason, the moment she looked at the stone in Dane's hand, her face began to contort. Ugh! Just looking at that stone makes me so annoyed. Hearing this, the old mage perked up and asked, What happened? Were you cheated? The shopgirl sighed and said, A few years ago, some peddlers paid me with a large package. When I opened it, it was that very stone, and the man had already left. I didn't know what it was, so I had it examined, but in the end it was just a stone, nothing more. I didn't know where to put it, so I just left it there. Strange. Dane wondered to himself. Clearly this stone isn't ordinary, but instead of voicing his doubts to the old mage Sidrain beside him, he decided to keep the matter to himself. Back to the shopkeeper. Seeing Dane unable to choose anything, she piped up with a suggestion. Young master, if you want something better, look over here. I have a few special magical artifacts. I'll show you. Saying that, she quickly produced a rolled-up paper and presented it. This is a roll of calling cards, blah blah. Ignoring the sales pitch, Dane remained focused on the stone in his hand. Though the shop held many curiosities, he only wanted this. Unaware of Dane's thoughts, the woman continued enthusiastically. If you place it inside, it will automatically store the information you want, and you only need to call the person's name and their card will appear. Before she finished, Dane interrupted. I'll take the calling card roll and this stone. Putting the calling cards aside, Dane taking that worthless stone astonished the shopkeeper. Huh. Why would you want that useless stone? Nearby, the tower master curiously asked. What do you intend to do with it? In response to both, Dane simply smiled without much explanation. After getting what they needed, they quickly left the shop. As they walked, old Sidrain turned and said, I didn't expect you'd be interested in decorations or art. Does that stone have something special? Realizing the old man had caught him, Dane chuckled a few times.
Eu notiça.
Of course. Otherwise, why would I buy such a useless stone? Calmly, Sidrain replied, and at this point Dane, unable to hide it any longer, let slip a bit of information. Exactly, this stone isn't just a decoration. It can react to my magic. Hearing the boy, Sidrain's face showed a growing interest. Is that so? I'm not sure what that stone is, but your words pique my curiosity. There are too many people here. Let's return to the mansion and examine it more carefully. All right? Dane nodded. The group urged their horses and rode back to the mansion quickly. Time passed swiftly until afternoon. Now the two of them were preparing to begin studying the stone. Do you know what it is? Dane asked. You're underestimating my invaluable experimental instruments, Sidrain replied. With them we'll learn what it is. Even if a mage examined it and said it was nothing special. Hearing him, the old man's gaze carried some disdain. Humph, whatever anyone says, it can't compare to my devices. I've spent all my money on this advanced equipment. It can analyze anything you place on it, Sidrain said as he looked at the magical instrument he had brought out from pocket space. Seeing his confident assertion, a spark of expectation appeared in Dane's eyes. Great. Let's test it right away. All right, I'm rather eager too. Just place the stone on here. Then channel your magic into it, the tower master said as he placed the piece of stone onto the star-shaped sigil. And as soon as he infused mana into it, the hidden magic arrays within the device activated and began to analyze the item. There's something truly special, finally something to be proud of, the old man thought with a smile. Very quickly, countless streams of energy shot out from inside the star sigil. Looking at the ancient script within the streams of energy, Dane exclaimed, "It's a magical code." With his knowledge, Sidrain also noticed the anomaly and pointed out, "That's right, but it's not an ordinary spell." Watching the extremely complex magical currents weaving through the air, Dane could only stare in amazement. Incredible. This is a spell containing rules, structure, and casting methods I've never seen. It might be as complex as a 6th or 7th tier magic. At that thought, part of the matter became clear. So the magic hidden in the stone is what manifests the spell, Dane murmured. The old man smiled and said, "Yes, just as you said, your magic is the key that unlocks that spell. I say that because it only reacts to your magic." Back to Dane. Hearing the Tower Master's words, curiosity stirred within him. What exactly is it? What magic is concealed inside this stone? And why does it respond only to my magic? The more he thought, the more bewildered he became. Meanwhile, the Tower Master wanted to attempt analyzing the spell. The sealed magic within is somewhat unfamiliar to me, but as a former master of the magic tower, I'll give it a try. Seeing the old man personally take charge, Dane asked, "If you succeed, perhaps I can learn why my magic differs from others." "Perhaps. Let's hope it succeeds." Sidrain nodded. Elsewhere, in Arabella's private laboratory, she was reviewing a pile of analysis reports carefully pinned to the wall and murmured, "Indeed it's different. Clearly not ordinary magic. A special trait. There's a unique characteristic in Dane's magic that even I don't possess. However, which magical field the spell belongs to did not appear in the results. Spell reagents, gateway magic, magical engineering. If it's not any of those fields, then what exactly is it? It must correspond to something," she pondered thoughtfully. Then a flash of insight struck her. "That's right. There's a branch of magic that's been lost. Dane's magic might fit it." Thinking that, she hurriedly checked her stack of magic books. Where had she put them? Here they are. Alchemy, spirit divination, death essence arts, and even a primitive magical code. Arabella muttered as she searched, until her hand accidentally knocked a book, sending it flying to the floor. "Ha! An ancient magic tome?" she exclaimed in surprise. She brushed the dust from the book as if it hadn't been touched for ages, recalling that a magical kingdom had existed long ago, and that some magics were inherited from Archana. Because it's an ancient magic from 2,000 years ago, no one knows how to use it. At that thought, Arabella laughed at herself. "Ha ha! What am I saying? Ancient magic vanished 2,000 years ago. Dane's magic couldn't possibly match it." After laughing, her expression grew thoughtful again. "Oh well, I've nothing to lose." She decided to try and immediately began using her magic on the typewriter before her. Quickly, the typewriter spat out a sheet of paper with results. Something began to appear. After waiting for the machine to finish writing, Arabella quickly checked the results. "What is it? Alchemy, divination, or hopefully not death essence arts?" she said, frowning, not knowing what was recorded inside. After reading just a bit, a lightning bolt struck her mind. "Impossible! What the hell is this?" Arabella shouted. Back with Dane's group, using his magical power, Sidrain quickly completed unsealing. At that moment the stones suddenly began to shatter into many pieces. This made the old man's face show a bit of pleasure. "The seal is broken. There's something inside." Dane frowned and said, "Yes, then I'll take it out." Sidrain nodded, and next, from among the fragments of stone, the old man produced a very ordinary-looking bracelet. "A silver bracelet?" Dane asked in surprise. The old man widened his eyes too. After all their expectations, they were handed this scrap of junk that looked like something anyone could buy at the market. He'd hoped there'd be something special in the material, but there was nothing. "This is it. Because it only reacts to your magic, you should try wearing it," Sidrain said as he casually tossed the bracelet to Dane. Seeing that, Dane took the bracelet and slowly slipped it onto his wrist, and just as they expected, the moment Dane finished fastening it, the bracelet suddenly emitted a soft blue light. The old man's expression changed. "Oh, it's starting to react." Turning to Dane, who had noticed the change, he said, "Huh, I can see some strange characters here." "What are they?" "Let's see." Sidrain said, widening his eyes to inspect the tiny, ant-sized characters. Do you know what they are? Dane asked curiously. Very quickly, with just a glance, the old man recognized them. These characters are an ancient script that no one in the world can read. Ancient script? Dane asked in confusion. They are the characters used by the ancient magical kingdom Archana. The old man replied calmly. The protagonist had heard stories of that ancient kingdom Archana. He'd heard Arabella mention it since childhood. She said it was an era when even the smallest items were crafted with magic. But one day that era came to an end. All that remained were a few relics, passed down stories, and this line of magical code. As for Sidrain, learning Dane was connected to the long-lost magical kingdom filled his face with excitement. Ha ha! I knew your magic was special, but I didn't expect it to be linked to an ancient magical kingdom. That must be why I could move so easily in that forest these past few days. Dane nodded in reply. That seems likely. The magic from that forest originates from Archana. The old man said with a sidelong glance, his desire to make Dane the subject of his research growing stronger. Turning back to the protagonist, after examining the bracelet and feeling it a little, he shook his head. I still don't see anything else in this bracelet. In response, the former tower master, who didn't know much more, could only offer some advice. You can investigate it slowly, but don't talk about this outside. Yes, I'll follow your instructions. Dane nodded. Then, suddenly, both of them heard a strange sound, like something cracking. What was that noise? They said in unison. Don't tell me that alarm sound means a monster is attacking, Sidrain said anxiously. It's understandable, he'd been in a weakened state, but at that moment, after checking and sensing himself, Sidrain discovered he could use mana normally again without causing any harm to his body. Thanks to that, the old man regained his confidence.
Ah, good.
My body has almost fully recovered. I'll relax a bit. Finally, I can repay the favor. Saying that, the old man grew restless, wanting to smash something in celebration, and turned to Dane. What are you doing? Go fetch a spear or something. What is that? It sounds like it's coming from over there. Seeing the old man's excitement, Dane calmly explained, this sound has nothing to do with monsters. That sound means my eldest sister is trying to contact me, he said, looking at the pendant repeatedly sending call alerts in front of him. His explanation deflated the old man's enthusiasm. What? You should have said that from the start. Ha ha! There's no way a monster would appear around here. Now if you'll excuse me, I'll talk with my sister for a bit, Dane replied awkwardly. He then contacted his sister Arabella. Yes? Is something wrong? On the other end, Arabella was slightly annoyed that her brother took so long to pick up. Dane, why did you take so long to answer? Sorry. Did you call me for something? Dane asked. Hearing this, Arabella moved on to the main point. While I was analyzing your magical code, sensing something, she paused and asked, wait, do you have someone beside you? Without answering that, Dane, as if guessing, replied, don't tell me you also realized my magic is ancient magic? What? How did you know? Arabella shouted. After he explained everything, finally, Arabella understood the situation. Ah, so that's it. When you and Master Sidrain were analyzing a stone, you guessed it came from the ancient magical kingdom. And you said the stone only reacts to your magic. Yes, that's right. Dane nodded. Meanwhile, Sidrain, realizing Arabella also knew Dane's magic was ancient, clenched his teeth. She recognized that just by analyzing the boy's magic, I knew she's a genius, but she's more talented than I imagined, he thought to himself. Turning back to Arabella, once everything was clear, she asked worriedly, does anyone else know about this?
No, Dane answered.
Good. Dane, listen carefully to me, she said, and Sidrain should listen too. You'd better keep this secret. If you reveal this now, you won't be able to bear the consequences, she warned. Hearing Arabella mention him, the old man cleared his throat. Ahem, Miss Arabella, I've heard quite a bit about you from Dane. Oh, you're Master Sidrain. I jumped straight into the matter and forgot to introduce myself. Don't worry, I'll keep this secret, she said. If this leaks, not only Dane but the entire Soger's family will be in deep trouble, the old man declared. Indeed, you understood the gravity immediately, she said. Arabella cheerfully asked, will this conversation be recorded? He asked.
No.
As soon as this call ends, it will automatically disappear. Good. No one wants stray evidence. Besides, I plan to return to the Magic Tower to investigate this matter, Sidrain added. Thank you for helping us. No, Miss Arabella. I'm doing this from the responsibility of a mage, so it's nothing. The old man waved his hand. Then, as if recalling something, he asked, Ah, I've heard you're looking for a magic tower to join, right? Have you decided which tower to enter? As for Arabella, hearing this, she understood Sidrain's intention. Not yet. However, I'm not considering the Nixian magic tower. It doesn't specialize in the field I love, she said awkwardly. Earlier I wondered who the boy took after in his decisiveness. Seems like his sister, Sidrain thought to himself. But quickly his focus returned to Dane. So Arabella's refusal didn't disappoint him much.
Ah, I understand.
You don't have to come from our tower, Sidrain replied, and Arabella offered reassurance. I'm sure talented people will join your magic tower. Anyway, Dane, we'll discuss the details later. Okay? Okay. Take care. Dane nodded and quickly ended the call. After the conversation ended, the tower master nodded. Your sister has become quite talented. Hearing this, Dane felt a bit proud. Of course, she made this artifact. She said this refined crystal orb is the trend among young mages today. Turning to Sidrain and looking at the communication device in Dane's hand, he shook his head slightly. Impressive, but I don't need such a gadget. When someone reaches rank 8, communicating with others isn't what they desire. If there's something important, they can just come see me directly, right? Yes, I understand, Dane said, satisfying the old man, and he also guessed that Sidrain probably had no friends. Putting that aside, Dane quickly told his parents the story that he possessed ancient magic. You say ancient magic? That makes me a bit worried, Arkan said. Ha ha. Don't worry, father, Dane laughed. Nothing will happen. If anyone targets you, I'll make them pay, his uncle said in a rough voice. Beside him, Lady Lily promised. Sounds good. Mother will silence anyone who goes after you in her own way. Seeing his parents so warlike, Dane began to break out in a cold sweat for anyone thinking of targeting him. Ha ha! They're full of killing intent, he thought inwardly. But with both of them protecting him, he's safe. Then Arkan stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, But if that's true, it means ancient magic is hidden in our bloodline, doesn't it? Hearing his speculation, Lady Lily nodded. That's a good question, and we don't know if any of our ancestors had it. I'll check on my side of the family. Hearing them, Dane felt a bit of anticipation. If both sides investigate, what might they discover? It's not crucial, but he's curious. Putting the ancient magic aside, Lady Lily looked thoughtful and turned to her son. It seems you've already crossed more than one boundary. Dane, if you stay here, that will hinder your development. You should consider moving to the capital to live from now on. Hearing this, Dane's face became a little confused. The capital? He asked blankly. Uncle Arkan nodded. Yes, you must be at least 14 to enter the academy, and now you're old enough. I wanted to keep you for another year or two, but it seems there's nothing more you can learn here. Turning to Lady Lily, seeing Dane's worry, she gently took her son's hand and advised, Dane, if you choose that, you can leave whenever you want. Hearing this, the protagonist was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected them to think that way. Dane, you'll do well. Go and fulfill your talent as you wish, Arkan said with a smile. With his parents' encouragement, the protagonist no longer hesitated. Yes, I understand what you mean. I'll prepare to enroll in the academy. That's a good choice, Arkan nodded. Good. Time for me to level up again, the protagonist told himself. Time passed quickly. Dane told Sidrain of his intention. Oh, is that your choice? Sidrain asked. Yes, though sooner than I expected, Dane said. You've made a very good choice. Staying here would only limit your talent. That would be a waste. Also, a piece of advice. Don't immediately reveal too much of your talent. Although the academy welcomes talent, not everyone thinks that way. the old wizard said seriously. With 2 lifetimes of experience, Dane understood some of this. Right? Arabella told me before. She had to face people insulting her. Turning back to Sidrain, ordinary kids won't keep up. But the Thermion family is a different story. The old man nodded, prompting Dane to recall the girl Layla. Ah, right. Come to think of it, I told her I'd visit if I went to the capital. If I don't visit her, she'll be very disappointed. Also, I should think about what weapon to make with the seal the Duke Thermion gave me earlier, Dane thought to himself. Unaware of Dane's thoughts, the old man opposite stroked his beard thoughtfully and said, "Let's see. If you enter the academy in 3 months, you should depart from here after 2 months." Hearing this, Dane nodded. That seems reasonable. What about you? At the question, the old man outlined his plans. I intend to return to the magic tower. I think I have matters to attend to. You've made things less dull for me. If I find any clues about ancient magic or anything related, I'll tell you. Really? If that's so, I'd be very grateful, Dane hurriedly said. Then the remaining issue is your lessons. If time is short, we must speed things up. Reaching rank 3 is hard. The second rank is nothing compared to the third. Yes, I'll study very hard, and I've prepared a gift for you. A gift? Sidrain's voice held a note of surprise. Dane produced a small wooden box from his personal space, placed it before him, and nodded. Yes. My sister sent this to me via teleportation magic yesterday. It was a newly made item. By both their looks, inside the box was some small stone. It's a new refined crystal orb not yet on the market. Arabella invented it. She likes me, so when I asked, she gave it to me. Sidrain, seeing the new toy, hurriedly picked up the stone and his eyes lit up. Oh, quite compact and beautiful. Ah, I don't need this, but I'll kindly accept the gift you've prepared for me. Oh, I can inscribe my rune magic into this. Yes, so please use it to contact me. Though he claimed he didn't need it, he looked very excited. Dane silently began instructing the old man on using the modern device. Yes, do it like this here. Ha, this is really simple to use, he said happily, which made Dane slightly worried. He probably won't contact me often, will he? Time quickly passed until evening. The protagonist suddenly pondered the coming period. The academy, I need to seriously prepare over the next 2 months. My interest is to be able to use summoning magic to a certain degree. I'll aim to officially enter the summoning magic class, receive the summoning mark, and get a chance to take the competency assessment. Since Claire is an assistant professor, I'll probably see her often once I enroll. Speaking of which, Dane looked at the egg in the glass case nearby and muttered, I forgot to immerse my friend in magic. Without further thought, he habitually began to channel his mana into the egg. As he infused it, he thought, for 7 years I've painstakingly immersed it in magic day and night, yet it hasn't shown any reaction. However, if the magic I've embedded hasn't gone anywhere and the egg has absorbed that amount, then surely it will hatch one day, Dane thought with eager eyes. Time passed quickly. Scene shifts to Arabella, who was explaining the academy exams to the protagonist. Yes, 1 general exam and 1 specialization exam. On the other end, the protagonist understood a bit but still asked, Is that so? Could you explain in more detail? Let's see. The general exam is a preliminary test to classify candidates. Covers culture, history, and empire-related topics. You should be able to pass it without issue. Of course, the better you do, the more beneficial it is, since it's counted toward the entrance evaluation. The next exam is the specialization exam. As the name suggests, you'll choose a specialty and be tested on it. The content depends on the professor. But I believe you'll definitely pass, and you even have a letter of recommendation, Arabella said confidently, showing no doubt about Dane's ability. Ah, I understand. You sisters passed it easily too, right? Dane asked. Yes, there was really no difficulty, Arabella shrugged. Before reminding her younger brother further, she added, however, once you've chosen a specialty, you must stick to the specialty you selected for the specialization exam, unless you want to change majors later. That's right, so choose carefully at first. I still don't hope our youngest chooses the magic specialty, she said on the other end of the line. Dane, who was practicing swordplay, forced a smile at that. Haha, you still won't give up, huh? Alright, I'll think about it. So if I want to change specialties after enrollment, the only way is to transfer majors? He asked. Usually yes. Unless you graduate and want to start over. Of course, you can attend other specialty classes, but typically from the third year on, advanced specialty classes won't admit students from other majors, Arabella explained slowly. With that information, Dane fell a bit silent and then said, so I have to choose a single specialty to follow. On the other end, as if remembering something, Arabella immediately reminded him, right. There's a program called the Elective Specialty for talented people like you, Dane. They have that too? Sounds interesting.
Dana exclaimed.
But it's not easy at all, Arabella cautioned her brother. Unless you intend to deliberately fail, no one wants to sign up for it. Arabella shook her head. Why is that? Dane asked curiously. Because up to now, no one has passed that exam. Oh, I see. The protagonist nodded and exclaimed. Hearing his voice, Arabella paused a step and worriedly asked, don't tell me you're thinking of trying it, are you? No, of course not, sister. Lord Sidrain is here. I'll contact you later. Dane denied and immediately ended the call. At that moment, Arabella felt a twinge of regret. Had she pushed him too hard? No, but magic is better. At the same time, a female voice called from ahead. Senior Arabella, the professor is looking for you. All right, I'm coming now. Back with old Sidrain. That afternoon he brought Dane the letter of recommendation he had promised. Here, the recommendation letter I promised you, he said, handing it over. Dane hurriedly accepted it and asked, you really wrote this for me? The old man stroked his beard and puffed up. Not just the form but the content. I put careful effort into it. I've written several recommendation letters, but this is the first time I've invested so much heart. Consider it an honor. Looking at the old man's somewhat proud expression, Dane couldn't deny the effort he had put into the letter and felt genuinely grateful. Yes, I will try not to let you down. Sidrain looked at Dane and suddenly sighed. It would be great if you wanted to become my pupil, but even if I took you on, I don't think you'd obediently call me master. The remark struck Dane's dark spot and halted his breath for a beat. Ha ha! How did he know that? The deity fumbled in his head. Putting that aside, Sidrain turned and asked, have you finished preparing for the trip? Yes, and actually I don't have much to bring. Besides, the academy dormitory facilities are already very good, so most necessities are provided. Hearing him, the old man clicked his tongue and shook his head, offering some advice. The facilities are indeed good, but a few people monopolize them. You're not the sort to back down from those people, right? Hearing him, Dane thought the academy sounded like a gathering of petty nobles and gave a crooked smile. Immediately Sidrain caught that expression and, guessing his thoughts, warned him, don't forget this. Place may be harsh. If you show contempt, many will reveal their true nature and bare their fangs. On his side, hearing the reminder, he quickly pulled himself together and thought that it would be no different from a battlefield. After thinking that, he nodded in affirmation. Yes, I understand. Seeing this, the old man added, if you need anything, contact me. That crystal orb you mentioned is truly useful. I'll make good use of it. Speaking of Dane, hearing the old man's words that sounded like a farewell, he asked, why do you speak as if you're about to leave? As soon as the words left him, Sidrain's eyes flashed with surprise. You noticed? I'm leaving tomorrow. Really? Dane said regretfully. I can't stay here forever, can I? Your father offered me the position of magical advisor, but I'll think about that later. When there's nothing left to do, I have many tasks to finish when I return. I thought I'd completed everything, but it turns out there are still many missions I need to carry out, the old man said, patting Dane's shoulder. This made him think of the ancient magic matter. Is he talking about ancient magic? Helping him would be like helping myself. It's not bad, Dane thought internally. Anyway, thank you, kid. Yes, thank you for everything. Dane nodded. Indeed. I'm eager to see how strong you'll be when we meet again. Well, I'm off. Don't see me off. You'll embarrass me, he said as the old wizard turned and left. Please take care, Dane replied, feeling a touch of sadness. Perhaps because they'd spent a long time together, He felt a little sad at his departure. Time passed quickly, and one day that month Arkin and Lily talked. Lord Sidrain has left safely, and Dane said he'd depart today, right? The uncle asked. Yes, the boy says he's ready, came the answer. Hearing he'd leave early put her at ease. But would he have any trouble on the road? Lady Lily worried a bit about her son's first real social outing. Count Arkin patted his wife's shoulder and reassured her. We'll use the teleport gate Arabella prepared. So what's the problem? At those words, the lady relaxed a little. Yes, I was worrying for nothing. Turning to Arkin, thinking of the family's affection, he broke into a happy smile. All in all, I think we've raised our children well, while kids in other families are busy fighting for headship. We'll have to make clear decisions someday, but I won't favor anyone, he said calmly. At that moment, the bedroom door opened. Then Dane stepped in. He had finished preparing everything needed, so he came to bid his parents farewell. Parents, seeing him enter, they nodded. Oh, Dane, you're here. Are you about to leave now? Did you bring the token mother gave you along with the dark edge? Lady Lily asked. Of course, Dane said with a smile. Lady Lily couldn't help giving more instructions. If you truly encounter difficulties, go to the place I told you and present that token. Yes, I remember. Are those people Mother's former colleagues? Dane asked curiously. Yes, they're Mother's close friends. Though it's been a long time, they'll certainly help you, Lady Lily said confidently. Meanwhile, Count Arkin was sweating a little. Could our Dane really be going there? Is he starting down the path of an assassin, he wondered. To prevent Dane from going there, Uncle Arkin hurriedly warned him. Dane, when you arrive at the capital, seek out Duke Thermion before entering the academy. The Duke will help you. Yes, father, he replied. And before they parted, suddenly Lady Lily couldn't hold back her tears. Dane had grown up and was about to leave them. Seeing his wife like that, the uncle could only force a smile. Ha ha. Send him off with a smile. My lady, of course, we won't go far, she said, brushing away her tears. Meanwhile, Dane felt a tightness in his chest. About to leave, his legs suddenly felt heavy. Then I'll take my leave, Dane said, forcing a smile. Then, watching his back from the window, Arkin's expression turned cold as he instructed someone behind him. Gil-lad, follow him closely. Ensure Dane reaches the teleport gate safely, and then report back to me. Yes, master, Gil-lad replied coldly, like a machine. He turned and left to ensure the young heir's safety. Seeing her husband's arrangements, Lady Lily sighed. It's been a long time since I've seen such a sight. You know what to do. Watch Dane's teleport and see if anything unusual happens. Back where Dane was, for some reason the teleport gate wasn't set up inside the family mansion but placed in an empty lot. When the steward Herman looked at the gate, he widened his eyes. Master, seeing something like this in person is impressive. Indeed, this is the teleport gate our eldest sister prepared earlier, Dane said with a smile. Looking at the gate's sophistication and complexity, Dane had to salute his sister mentally. Now I understand why she spent a whole year investing in this. The steward then asked, if we enter here, will instantaneous teleportation activate? Yes, probably, Dane smiled. He recalled the time when the gate was first built. How much effort had his sister put into it? Instantaneous teleportation can't be achieved merely by rearranging runes like other spells. It requires combining the rearrangement with continuous transmission of magical energy to operate. However, the gate his sister installed was a perfect device meeting all conditions for instantaneous teleportation, Dane thought. Then, before parting, Herman said sadly, Master, please take care. Yes, take care of your health, Herman, the young man said, patting Herman's shoulder as he saw the steward blink back tears. Then he slowly stepped onto the platform, inside the gate, and reflected. She said that as long as he channeled magical energy into the gate, it would activate. Thinking it, he acted. Dane began to radiate a stream of magical energy and channeled it down to his feet. Immediately the gate emitted a faint, ethereal light. Finally, Dane's figure suddenly vanished within the layer of energy. Time quickly passed and the scene shifted to the capital. It's unclear where Dane had been teleported to, but now he was on horseback at the city gate, looking at the bustling crowd ahead. A hint of joy showed on Dane's face. We're here, the entrance to the capital Artenia, the general said with a smile. At that moment, as if recognizing Dane's status, a knight raised his hand in salute. I've been waiting for you, young Master Dane Sogers. I am Luik Asmar, captain of the Thermion family's first night squadron. Oh, so it's you. Dane replied as if that were expected. He didn't really know who this man was, but having the captain himself come to fetch him made him a bit uneasy. Unaware of Dane's thoughts, Captain Luik continued, "From now on we'll escort you." Saying that, he turned to give instructions to his two subordinates. "Ensure the route is secure." "Yes, Captain," the two answered in unison. "Then let's depart immediately." "I appreciate it," Dane nodded. At the same time he felt a strange thought. Actually being here felt odd. He never expected he'd set foot in the heart of the Thermion Empire he once hated, and as a promising figure at that. As they walked the road to the castle, Dane heard countless market cries. "Hurry up! Cheap! Triple frozen by magic! Only 1 silver coin!" Hearing these sounds, Dane couldn't help but enjoy looking around at everyone and silently chuckled inwardly. So many oddities. He hadn't expected the capital to be this bustling. Just as he thought that, Captain Luik turned back and reminded him, "There is the Thermion family estate. We've arrived." Hearing this, Dane looked ahead and was awed by its scale. The estate was magnificent. He couldn't help exclaiming as before him loomed a vast architectural complex. However, there wasn't much time to take it in when suddenly he felt as if someone were watching him from behind. Something strange. Felt like someone was following him. Could it be just imagination? Dane told himself inwardly. Putting that aside, following the knights, Dane soon reached the main gate where servants stood solemnly on both sides to welcome him. "Welcome, young Master Dane Sogers." Hearing this, Dane turned and nodded in greeting. "Thank you for the reception," he said, and he praised the group. "Your formation is very orderly." The etiquette and ceremonies felt natural and strong. Very different from the south, he thought. He then stepped forward to face his uncle, Duke Bout. The man he had last seen in childhood stood before him. Dane followed proper manners, dropping to one knee to salute. Dane Sogers requests an audience with Duke Thermion. In response, his uncle smiled broadly and nodded. "Yes, it's been a long time, Dane. How have you been lately? The journey must have been hard. Come inside and rest." Saying that, his uncle hurriedly led him into the house. He took a moment to study Dane's current appearance and exclaimed, "Oh, just a glance shows you're completely different from 7 years ago. Among kids your age, no, even compared to those a year or two older, few could match you. Arkan must be proud." Saying this, his uncle gave Dane a congratulatory pat on the shoulder. Dane politely replied, "You flatter me." Upon hearing that, Bout added, "Though you can't compare to Bitch Jong. Rest comfortably while preparing for the academy entrance exam. I'll arrange a personal servant for you, so tell me if you need anything." Turning back to Dane, grateful for his uncle's thorough arrangements, he thanked him and then asked about Layla. "Yes, of course. By the way, how is Layla these days?" "Of course she's well, but are you quarreling with Layla?" his uncle asked with a laugh, leaving Dane puzzled. "Excuse me? What do you mean?" he asked, his voice full of confusion. Bout sighed heavily as he thought of his daughter's recent expression and shared, "Lately, whenever I mention you, she seems unhappy. Perhaps it's partly due to pressure from the entrance exam, but Layla will easily get through it," he chuckled, increasingly puzzled about the real cause of her irritation. In reply, Dane said he would meet Layla in person to ask her, though inwardly he speculated whether it was simply because she'd reached puberty. Across from him, Bout agreed that it might be easier for the young people to talk it out themselves. Nodding, "All right, we'll discuss this later." He warned him not to be too harsh with her. Soon enough he'd understand. "Now go to your room and rest. A servant will show you the way." Soon a servant arrived and escorted Dane to his room. Before leaving, he bowed and said, "I hope you rest comfortably." "All right, thank you." Dane nodded, and waited until the door had fully closed. The protagonist surveyed his room and murmured, "I'll stay here about a week to prepare for the entrance exam. This guest room seems a bit too luxurious, doesn't it? First I'll unpack, then I'll find the training grounds," he said, casually tossing his satchel aside. But before he could rearrange his things, A figure with pink hair stepped out from inside the wardrobe and spoke. I'll take you to the training grounds. Dane, why are you only arriving now? I've been waiting for you a long time. Hearing that familiar voice, Dane eagerly turned around and replied cheerfully. Layla, long time no see. How have you been? Contrary to Dane's cheerful tone, Layla seemed irritated for some reason, just as his uncle had said. I'm fine, more than fine. But don't you have anything to say to me? She demanded, striding toward him as if to confront him, causing Dane to step back a few paces, startled by her angry manner. Huh? What do you mean?
Dane stammered.
Why didn't you write to me? Layla shouted, and only then did Dane finally realize why his friend was so upset. His eyes showed guilt as he explained, I meant to reply but forgot. Sorry. Is an apology enough? Layla retorted loudly. This twisted the protagonist's face as he tried to explain further. I came here in person, and with all the preparations for leaving the family, I wasn't in the right state of mind. Forgive me this time. Layla puffed out her cheeks, turned her face away, and refused to look at him, making it clear she was very angry. With no other choice, Dane gritted his teeth and asked, What can I do to apologize? I'll do whatever you say. Hearing this, Layla finally looked at him and asked, Really? Dane reminded himself he had to get out of this situation for now. But what should he do? He wondered, then asked aloud. So what should I do for you? He asked. Layla immediately proposed excitedly. All right, how about a light match? A match? Dane asked, puzzled. Yes, fight me, Layla repeated cheerfully. Though puzzled by the request, Dane gladly accepted. All right, let's see. From Layla's perspective, seeing his confident stance, she felt pleased and said, Are you sure you won't regret it? I'm much stronger now. I can't be compared to the girl who learned to release mana from you back then, she shared happily. This surprised Dane inwardly. Judging by her confident demeanor, she seemed to have matured a great deal over the past 7 years. Thinking of that, as if remembering something, Dane asked again, Now that you mention it, you wrote in your last letter that you won some contest. Opposite him, Layla's eyes lit with joy at his mention. You still remember? I won the Dantir Prize held by the royal family. Ah, that's it. It's the competition for boys and girls under 15 in the Empire, right? Dane asked, and Layla nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's a very high-standard competition. If you had entered, we'd surely have met in the finals. What a pity. Hearing this, Dane seemed a bit excited and replied, That regret can be resolved now. But Layla, for some reason, looked worried at that point. Are you really all right? You still have the entrance exam to take. What if you get injured? I'll be fine. Dane waved his hand with great confidence. Seeing his response, Layla had no reason left to refuse. All right, it's late today. Tomorrow, as soon as we wake, let's have our match. Time quickly passed to the next morning. Scene shifts to a spacious courtyard. As promised, Dane and Layla were present to prepare for sparring. When the topic turned to weapons, Dane hesitated and asked, Use training weapons? Hearing his question, surprise flashed across Layla's face. Do you still use blunt weapons? Dane shook his head slightly. No, but this is just a light match, so training weapons are fine. No matter how skilled a warrior is, you can't handle every eventuality. What if you get hurt during the fight? Dane said with a serious look. Layla could only sigh at how deeply he was thinking. Don't worry. Our family's best healer in the Empire works for us, she explained. Dane warned again. But what if something happens that even the healer can't fix? Layla, the swordswoman, was at a loss for how to answer. Seeing this, Dane added, If you want to wield a bladed weapon, you have to think that way. Hearing that, Layla complained a little. It's just a match. Why are you so serious? Fine, training weapons it is. She sighed irritably and turned to instruct the waiting servants. Bring the training weapons here for me. Yes, miss. They replied and quickly ran off to fetch the weapons. From Dane's viewpoint, looking at Layla's current bearing, he offered a small smile. Indeed, she had become a proud young woman as rumored. People said she would soon match the achievements of her 2 brothers active as knights. Perhaps Duke Thermion had produced his first female head of the household. Indeed, back then releasing mana had become a great driving force, Dane thought to himself. Layla beside him had similar thoughts. Dane, thanks to you I learned the basics of mana control faster than my peers, and now I have 2 mana cores. Thinking of that, Layla glanced at Dane and said, I've waited a long time for this day. If I win, will you be upset? At that moment a servant brought 2 training weapons. Miss, the weapons are here. Thank you. Layla nodded. She casually tossed Dane a wooden spear. As soon as he held it, the protagonist swung it a few times to test its feel. Right, as training weapons they are fairly light. Is that a problem? On the battlefield you can use anything, Dane told himself. He immediately took an attack stance. Ready, begin? Seeing this, Layla tightened her grip on her sword and nodded. All right, thus, both stared at each other, not yet launching their attack. From Layla's perspective, she reminded herself she was lucky to have faced spear users before. She had practiced against spear opponents in the Dantier Cup. But it wasn't hard. The spear has long reach, but its impact weakens sharply at close range. If that's the case, then charge in all at once. Thinking that, Layla propelled power into her legs and lunged forward like an arrow. She closed the distance to Dane to limit his reach, and as she neared him she thrust her sword forward hard. But, before the tip could touch the protagonist, his figure suddenly vanished. Layla's motion abruptly halted. What happened? Where did he just disappear to? She wondered in shock. Then the spearhead was placed against her hand from the side, leaving Layla utterly stunned. When did you get there? She asked, bewildered. Beside her, Dane looked at her reproachfully. Fortunately these are training weapons. If they were real, something serious could have happened. Still bewildered at losing so quickly, the pink-haired girl protested. She clearly had touched the blade. Seeing his friend's displeased expression, Dane suggested once more, all right, let's start over. The same method won't work. Move more carefully this time. Hearing this, Layla tightened her grip on the sword and told herself she was only nervous from not seeing him for so long. This time she would not yield. As she thought that, she noticed Duke Thermion watching them both from the balcony above. Of course, Dane also noticed him and even guessed why he stood there watching. Duke Thermion had come to check the final result. I know his intention. After winning the Dantier Cup, he worries a lot because Layla worked so hard, Dane thought. Today I'll put those worries to rest, Dane murmured to himself. From Layla's perspective, Thermion's presence made her even more determined. Dane, prepare yourself. My father is watching, so I'll give it my all, she said with clear resolve. Dane nodded in response and said, whatever it takes. Seeing that, Layla said no more. She gripped her sword and swung it forcefully toward Dane. Her attack generated 2 wind blade edges, heading straight for the protagonist. However, Dane only had to spin his spear like a fan to easily block them. Layla used the opening to dash in close. Well, not so easy, right, Dane? She said as she drove her sword forward. But Dane's gaze held slight disappointment. Not yet. Keep trying your hardest, he said. Back at Bout's position, he continued to watch their duel intently. Their fight remained evenly matched so far. He wondered how it would turn out, but felt a growing unease. The smile that had been on Dane's face earlier had completely vanished. Now he looked like a soldier about to go into battle. Returning to the fight, Layla was now constantly moving, attacking from all sides, yet she still couldn't break through his defense. With his ability, every blade from Layla was blocked by Dane with ease. Having no other option, the swordswoman had to attack continuously to find an opening, until she noticed Dane suddenly exposing a gap at his waist. Seeing this, Layla clenched her teeth and reminded herself that the opportunity had come. Think it, do it. She didn't hesitate and thrust her sword toward that spot, not knowing that all of this had been part of the protagonist's calculation. The moment her sword thrust forward, Dane slammed his spear hard into her wrist, causing the sword to fly from her hand and clatter to the ground. Looks like I win this time, Dane said calmly. At the same time, Uncle Bout saw the result and asked the knight behind him, lost again. What do you think, Luick? Will this humble her a bit? Hearing the question, the knight captain wiped a bead of sweat and sighed. So you knew about this too? Bout's gaze never left his daughter. Of course I know. She showed signs even before the Dantier Cup, and after winning the championship it became fully apparent. I plan to speak to her seriously, but I think it's better if she realizes it herself. Behind them, Luik agreed, saying it was a very wise decision. Then Uncle Bout looked at the protagonist and asked quietly, "Tell me, how many mana cores does that boy have?" Luik watched Dane fighting below and guessed, "At least 3 cores." His guess made Bout frown. "I think differently, at least 2, at most 3. He muttered this, prompting the knight captain to stroke his chin curiously and ask, "Why do you think that?" Bout looked ahead and explained, "Look closely. Although his spear speed overwhelms Layla, it's not raw speed. What Layla lacks experience in is tactical action." Back in the fight, even though Layla attacked with almost storm-like ferocity at close range, none of her blows troubled Dane. Layla herself found it hard to believe. "You can block them all?" she asked. Dane confidently affirmed to her, "I can see all your moves." At Bout's position, a hint of memory flickered across his eyes. Layla's greatest growth came after the southern inspection 7 years ago, after meeting Dane, and perhaps this time was similar. Behind them, Luik, having observed Dane's ability, praised freely, "It's quite interesting. The lady won the Dantier Cup but didn't use her full strength. Clearly Count Sogers trained him harshly." Hearing this, Uncle Bout nearly laughed out loud. "No, you don't understand Arkin. Though strict, he's not the type to train cruelly. Unlike me, and Dane himself doesn't need brutal training." "What do you mean by that?" Luik asked curiously. To that question, Bout gave a simple answer: "Overwhelming talent that ordinary people don't dare surpass. Dane is a genius. Perhaps he didn't participate because he wasn't interested in that tournament." "Is that so?" Luik said in surprise, finding it hard to believe. "Impossible. He wasn't interested in the Dantier Cup? That's the tournament every boy and girl in the Empire dreams of." Unaware of Luik's inner thoughts, Uncle Bout affirmed that no one that age could compete with Dane, calling him a prodigy. Then he voiced a hope. "Layla, I hope you recognize your shortcomings in this match. If you drop that complacency and focus on sword training, you could completely surpass your brothers." Back with Dane and Layla, their duel had ended, and once again victory belonged to the protagonist. Dane had won so easily he hadn't broken a sweat, while opposite him, Layla was drenched in sweat. After losing repeatedly, whether she liked it or not, she had to admit defeat. Indeed, Dane, there was no way she could beat him. He was a prodigy, and she hadn't realized the gap between them was so wide. Layla thought bitterly. Meanwhile, the protagonist retracted his spear and suggested they stop the sparring. "You're tired. Let's end it here." "All right, you win," Layla conceded. Dane narrowed his eyes slightly and reflected that Duke Thermion's wish had been fulfilled. The Duke must have sensed that he was not number one. Thinking that, after teaching the swordswoman a lesson about who the true genius was, Dane turned to leave. At that moment Layla glared and shouted, "How on earth did you train like that?" In response, Dane coldly replied with 2 words, "Hard work." But that answer didn't satisfy Layla. She shot back, "Who isn't hard-working?" Ahead, Dane paused for a beat and murmured, "Then just work harder. I'll be going now." His words left Layla momentarily stunned. She then shouted defiantly, "Next time you won't win." "Fine, I'll wait," Dane replied calmly and walked on. Following his retreating back, the swordswoman's thoughts returned to her memories. She began to recall childhood memories. He was the only child she admired. He was also the one she wanted to surpass. Given guidance and time, she wanted to prove she was no longer a little girl. But why did he keep pulling further ahead? Thinking this, Layla involuntarily clenched her palm and murmured in a voice only she could hear, "Just wait. Next time I'll definitely win." Time passed quickly. Very soon the day of the examination arrived, as talents from across the Empire poured in to participate in the entrance exam, including their families and retinues. Thousands gathered in the capital. The number of candidates admitted to the Royal Academy this time was about 6,000 people. Simply paying the exam fee alone was not enough to qualify for application separately, but 2/3 of them did not pass the first exam. Now, after the first preliminary exam concluded, more than 2,000 people were preparing for the second specialized test. Cut to an office somewhere inside the Royal Academy grounds. At this time, the Academy professors were also meeting together when a voice suddenly spoke. 2,000 passed the first exam? That's a bit more than usual. It seems quite lively. At that moment, a professor wearing purple also asked everyone, "How many will pass this time?" In response, the blonde girl voiced her guess. "At most 200, right?" From another side, a question was raised. "What about the children in this entrance exam? Some of them are potential talents," someone replied. "Haven't they finished tallying the first exam yet?" Professor Denevo, head of the magic department, spoke up. Explaining this, Professor Ingrid, head of the arts department, also complained. "They're still tallying? Who will get the highest score?" she asked curiously. However, the other professors already had their guesses in mind. The swordsmanship top scorer must be the Duke Thermion's daughter, right? Yes, she's the one who won the Dantier Cup tournament. That final was wonderful. Duke Thermion has raised his child well. It seems the swordsmanship top scorer is someone to look forward to, said Professor Delfiniso, head of summoning, with an expression full of anticipation. Head of the swordsmanship department, Esterand, also affirmed to her in an extremely confident tone. "What is there to look forward to? It's almost certain." Indeed, since there is no rival, another person nodded in agreement, causing the others at the meeting to admire Esterand. After all, the sword department had secured a talent. "When will we ever get a talent like that?" they said. While the group chatted merrily, Professor Denevo's gaze grew somewhat pensive. Then he took out a letter, placed it on the table, and said calmly, "My thoughts are a little different." Looking at the letter, Professor Ingrid asked curiously, "What is that?" "This is a letter of introduction from Sidrain. It bears the seal of the Nixian magic tower and contains magical power." Upon hearing this, Ingrid let out a startled cry. That means Sidrain truly recommended someone. Whoever it is, they can't defeat the Dantier Cup winner, the head of swordsmanship asserted. Yet his sweat-dampened face showed he wasn't very confident in his own words. Around them, the others also began huddling together to discuss, and Professor Denevo elaborated further. "Sidrain, the famous one who doesn't take disciples, has sent a letter recommending a new 14-year-old third-year student." "Third year? Who on earth is that?" Professor Delfiniso hurriedly asked, and without leaving them long in suspense, Denevo went on to say, "It's Dane Sogers." The name from Denevo's mouth startled everyone once more. The Sogers family again. The family already has 2 prodigies in the magic and summoning departments. Now even the youngest son has been personally recommended by Lord Sidrain. Back with the group of professors, news of an outstanding student inevitably aroused their curiosity. If it's the Sogers family, it's no small thing. 2 supreme families of the continent registering at once will surely be a major topic. Saying this, head of swordsmanship Esterand remembered something and stroked his chin with delight. Wait, wasn't that the family famous for the arts? If the letter of introduction comes from a mage, it seems the Sogers family may now become renowned for magic. As for Professor Ingrid, she couldn't help but feel regretful. "Oh, I was sure he'd enter the arts department." In response, Uncle Denevo laughed heartily. "If he joined my department, he and Arabella would be formidable together." Saying that, he broke into a smug smile and thought to himself that, after all, the Royal Academy must have magic. At that moment, an assistant suddenly rushed in from outside to announce the results. "Sorry to interrupt. We've finished tallying the first exam." Hearing her, the group urged anxiously, "Oh, then let's quickly see the figures." With that, a blue screen displaying the results appeared before them. The swordsmanship department, 1,367. Magic, 227. Summoning, 152. Seeing the overwhelming number from the swordsmanship department, those in the meeting involuntarily swallowed. 1,367 in swordsmanship. Magic had 227. Indeed, swordsmanship had a very large lead. Turning back to head of swordsmanship Esterand, after rechecking the results screen, he cheerfully said, "Oh, as expected, the top name is the Thermion family." Back to Professor Denevo. He seized the chance to check as well and narrowed his eyes. "Wait, Dane Sogers. I don't see that name," he said. Everyone looked at one another wide-eyed. "Really? What about Sidrain's letter of recommendation?" Meanwhile, Ingrid checked her list and shook her head. "Not on my roster either. No choice." One man in the meeting hurriedly turned to the assistant who had just run in and asked, "Hey, is there any candidate not on the list?" The assistant, flustered, rechecked her papers and hesitated. "Ah, about that. There is one candidate applying to the free major, and among the 2,000 candidates, Dane Sogers scored the highest in the first exam. What? Dane Sogers came first? Esteran shouted. Back at Dane's place, he was still brooding over the recent time. He'd been here a month already. Time flew, and the duel with Layla felt like it had happened yesterday. The first exam was over and waiting for results. Lucky the test wasn't too hard, he thought happily. At the same time, swordswoman Layla ran up to him to ask about the results. Dane, have you got the results? What place are you? He showed her his wrist and boasted, I came first. Of course it's you. So annoying. I missed first place, she said in frustration. Layla grumbled, then turned back to ask Dane, how on earth did you study? Mostly the questions my sister sent, Dane replied. Meanwhile, the pink-haired girl winced and said she had reviewed them but still found them hard, especially military studies. You expect a 14-year-old to know strategy and military administration? Huh. I find that the easiest. Don't you think it's interesting? Dane asked in surprise, mainly because he had the advantage of learning it directly in his previous life. Layla, seeing Dane like a weirdo for liking such a subject, gave him an alien look. What, are you even normal? Not just military studies but also fine arts, music, even the history of the Draenic Empire, she exclaimed. Dane curled his lip arrogantly. That's my specialty. Saying that, he remembered his victories in his past life. Many things he had unconsciously gained while rolling on the battlefield, he thought to himself. Putting that aside, Layla asked again, so where are you taking the second exam? There are 3 locations in total, right?
Dane answered.
The moment he mentioned that, Layla guessed which major Dane intended to take and was astonished. 3 locations? Are you really applying for the free major? Be honest. What else is there besides the magic and summoning departments? She asked with a sidelong glance. Dane merely grinned to himself and refused to reveal anything. I'll tell you later. Why would you choose the omnibus major? No matter how I think about it, I can't understand, Layla shouted. Dane replied that he simply wanted to study that major, which only made Layla's scalp tingle as she warned, Dane, that major has a very low acceptance rate. In response, Dane explained his reason for choosing the difficult major. I heard that if you study the omnibus major, you can attend any class you want. You don't even need to choose a specialization until graduation. All subjects can be taken with the same specialized instructor. No need for Dane to spell it out. Layla already understood perfectly. Who doesn't know that? Aren't you deliberately registering for that major because you don't want to be in the same classes as me? She demanded loudly. How could that be? Dane replied, shaking his head. So you really think you can pass that major? Besides spearcraft techniques and summoning, what else do you think you can do? Tell me, Layla growled, like an angry lioness. This left Dane slightly flustered, unsure whether he should truly lay all his talents bare for her to see. Time passed quickly. Cut to a meeting of Professors Denevo, Ingrid, and Delfiniso. They sat together to discuss issues related to Dane's exam. We're finally all here. The omnibus major exam requires passing 3 rounds. There's no other choice. It seems he must take the exam. Spearcraft techniques and core summoning with ritual circles oppose each other. It's almost impossible to pass both. What is he thinking? Although some initially passed 2 rounds, most couldn't get through the final one, right? Delfiniso said, glancing between her colleagues. Professor Denevo nodded. That's right. It's best to choose one of the 2, spearcraft or summoning. Isn't it enough to register for just one? Hearing this, the 2 female professors sighed. The omnibus major was established 200 years ago, but almost no one has ever passed it, because back then it wasn't as difficult as it is now. Hundreds of years ago, unlike now, the academy desperately needed talent. That period was an age of conquest, so every talent had to be utilized. If someone had talent, they were trained first. It's not like that anymore, so standards have risen. Candidates now must be the very best. Hearing this, Professor Ingrid curiously complained. If so, why keep the major at all? No one applies and no one passes, why not just abolish it? Explaining this, Professor Denevo shook his head. It's symbolic. It's a symbol reserved for the Empire's most outstanding talents. At this explanation, Professor Delfiniso nodded in agreement. Yes, it's important, even if the major has faded and only the name remains. At the same time, Denevo produced some materials and noted, I've researched it and found only 2 people passed in the last 100 years. One dropped out and one became a former emperor. Upon hearing this, Professor Ingrid's face broke into a sweat, worrying for Dane. That means if you're not a genius, you have no chance at all. In response, Professor Delfiniso quietly nodded. If he's the youngest son of war hero Arkansogers, I'm rather intrigued. This isn't an ordinary family, who knows, he could just be an arrogant child, Ingrid shrugged. If it were our decision he might get in, but professors hold certain positions and we can't be careless. Let's see how this plays out. Are you confident enough to challenge this symbol? The group murmured. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to the second examination hall, where all 3 professors were present to test Dane. Standing before them, the protagonist calmly introduced himself. I am Dane Sogers, applying to the omnibus major of the Royal Academy. Hearing this, Professor Denevo nodded and asked, do you understand what applying to this major entails? Of course. I heard you must pass all 3 rounds to be accepted. Dane bowed his head and said. Then, as if to give him another chance, Professor Ingrid spoke. You say your name is Dane, correct? It's not too late yet. I have great respect for Count Sogers. He is the finest in the Empire. I don't want to see that man's son eliminated. Before she could finish, Dane opposite interrupted. Thank you for the advice, but I'm here to do my best. His voice filled with resolve. This put an end to any thoughts of dissuasion. Indeed, if he were the sort to give up at a few words, he wouldn't have registered for this major in the first place. With that, Professor Denevo had no choice but to start outlining the rules. Very well, since that's settled, there's no alternative. The exam consists of 3 distinct rounds depending on the specialization you chose. Fail any round and you're eliminated immediately. Even a cow could understand those rules, let alone Dane. I understand, he said, nodding. Hearing this, Professor Denevo looked to Professor Delfiniso and continued. Agreed, as decided earlier, we'll begin with the summoning round. At these words, the purple-haired professor calmly rose from her seat and approached Dane. From the protagonist's perspective, he had heard of her. Professor Delfiniso of the summoning department was known as the highest-ranking summoner in the Althean Empire. Rumor had it she once set a record by maintaining 3 level 2 or higher summons simultaneously. He thought to himself. Delfiniso didn't want to waste time and went straight to the point. The summoning exam method is simple. Impress me by any means related to summoning. Upon hearing her, the protagonist showed no great surprise. As expected, this was a free-form challenge with no specific standards or format. Thinking that, Dane then asked, could you summon a creature for me? A summoned creature? Delfiniso queried, as if unsure of Dane's meaning. Yes, any kind. Dane nodded once more. At that remark, the 2 observing professors nearly fell backward. What did he just say? A candidate asking the professor to perform the summoning? Ingrid exclaimed, stunned. Meanwhile, Professor Denevo broke into a sweat as he guessed Dane's intent. What does he have in mind? Because there's no fixed format, I think this could be explained theoretically. By the way, he wants to see a summoned creature in person. Turning back to Professor Delfiniso, after a few seconds of thoughtful pause, though uncertain of Dane's motive, she nodded and agreed to his request. Fine, bold, but interesting. I know this isn't ordinary at all, so I'll keep my eyes wide open to see what happens. Having said that, she began to mutter incantations, and under her chanting bands of luminous energy swirled around. Eventually they coalesced together, and formed a spatial gateway high in the sky. The moment it appeared, a strong gust blew through, knocking some nearby observers to the ground. Unfazed by this, a giant wolf's head then emerged from within the spatial gateway. This was a summoned creature with a wolf's head but a humanoid body. The moment it appeared, it opened its jaws and roared, sending shock waves outward. This was the berserk summon Eterarch. Turning to Dane, looking at the terrifying summon before him, he was not frightened. He even seemed a little delighted. The sound was truly hair-raising. It was the most ferocious among the level 4 summons, notorious for attacking any object it saw. Because this was the entrance exam, I wasn't expecting much, but this is actually interesting, Dane thought, breaking into an excited smile. Across from him, Professor Delfiniso watched Dane with a hint of challenge in her eyes. Well then, I called out whatever summon I wanted. What will you do now? Around them, some assistant professors who witnessed the scene widened their eyes, terrified for Dane. Edararch is the most ferocious of the level 4 kind. Even many dual knights would struggle to defeat it. What on earth are they planning to do? Professor Ingrid asked anxiously. Then, in everyone's view, the youth began to walk slowly toward the giant wolf. Even Professor Delfiniso was stunned and tried to stop him. What are you doing? Stop right now if you provoke Edararch. No sooner had she spoken than the giant wolf began to go berserk, uttering horrifying warning sounds to keep others away. However, our protagonist remained calm and continued forward at a slow pace. After all, any demonstration would do, right? She repeated, but if you prove it by putting yourself in danger. Delfiniso warned, but before she could finish, Dane interrupted and declared with absolute certainty. That won't happen, don't worry everyone. Saying this, he slightly extended his hand forward. This action immediately put the giant wolf on alert. Its mouth kept roaring threats as it stared at Dane with eyes full of madness. Yet, for some reason, the longer it looked at Dane, its madness gradually began to subside. Finally, it bowed its head in apparent submission before Dane. Good boy, he praised. The incredible sight left Professors Denevo and Ingrid truly unable to believe it. What's going on here? Denevo wondered. Meanwhile, Dane reached out to stroke Edararch's massive head. You're much bigger than Genpu, aren't you? As for Professor Delfiniso, who had summoned the monster, she knew it better than anyone and found it even harder to believe. Unbelievable. It's impossible that such a vicious Edararch would follow so readily. Thinking this, she suddenly noticed a pale blue energy strand connecting to her summon. Was that the mana tether linked to Edararch? Its faint color meant it wasn't submission. Yet it had completely erased Edararch's hostility. She murmured inwardly, and of course the other two professors could also see the strand. Ha, seeing it with our own eyes but still hard to believe. Is this innate empathy? Wonderful, they both exclaimed. Meanwhile, Delfiniso began to analyze how the protagonist had achieved that. Did he approach Edararch, rapidly analyze its mana tether, then create a similar tether and link it to himself? Since there was no set method, this might be the most suitable way to tame it. A power superior to her own, the kind of person his master used to praise. If he is such a talent, the future will indeed be very promising, she thought. She stepped forward and acknowledged the exam result. Dane Sogers, your ability has been fully confirmed. Strong courage, calm judgment, and solid basic skills. There's no doubt about it. You've passed the test. Beside them, Professors Denevo and Ingrid agreed as well. Hearing them say that, Dane offered a faint smile. Thank you. Time quickly passed until evening, and Dane recounted his exam result to Layla, startling her. Only 30 minutes? Then you really are the top scorer. Hearing this, Dane's eyes showed curiosity as he asked back. Why? I heard you were top of your swordsmanship class too. No, you're the top scorer. Layla shook her head and said. Cheer up, they've even thrown a party to celebrate our passing. Dane replied with a bright smile. But Layla couldn't hold back tears. Don't skip your meal. Eat plenty, she added. Saying that, she could only lament inwardly. Sigh, I can't believe it. Such a huge gap, like an overwhelming force, a natural disaster. That's the feeling, she thought, then strolled off aimlessly. Seeing her dejected state, Dane wanted to offer some comforting words. However, before he could speak, Uncle Bout stopped him. She wants to be alone. Leave her be. Don't worry too much. Layla will get through this. Saying that, he paused and asked the protagonist, have you contacted your father yet? The Count will surely be very proud. Of course, no reminder was needed. Dane had done it already. Yes, everyone is very happy, he nodded. Hearing this, the Duke glanced around at the guests and added, if it's a free major, that's well deserved. Everyone here is surprised. Now that the exams are over, rest well and prepare for enrollment. Dane didn't forget to thank him in return. Yes, thanks to the Duke's consideration, I had a very good experience. Then Bout remembered something and asked Dane, by the way, have you thought about the entrusted item for the forge? Hearing this, Dane candidly shared his thoughts. I'm thinking of a sword but have no concrete plan yet. My body is still growing, so I'm not sure what kind of sword to make. I'll think more, this is a good opportunity. Hearing his explanation, Bout nodded as if he understood. That's right, no need to rush, proceed like that. At that moment, a servant nearby spoke up to remind the Duke. "Your Grace, you've been called to the Duchess." Upon hearing this, Bout's expression changed and grew urgent. "I know, I'll go ahead." With that, he hurried off to see his wife. Watching his retreating back, Dane guessed that the Duchess's condition was still ongoing. Beside him, Layla explained more plainly to Dane. "Luckily the symptoms haven't worsened, but they haven't improved either. It's been like this for years." Turning to Dane, he could only sigh inwardly at the situation. What a pity. As someone who has never had a sick family member, it's a feeling I can't fully understand. Should I go comfort Layla? He wondered. Time flew by. 2 days later, on a morning at the Royal Academy, the students who had passed the exams were gathered for the opening ceremony. An elderly man stood before them to speak. "Welcome, new students of the Royal Academy. I am Arkwald Homet, the Academy's headmaster. Seeing this year's newcomers who overcame fierce competition to stand here, I believe the Empire's future will be bright. You are all talented individuals of the Empire, and especially among this intake there are many outstanding talents. There is even a student admitted to the free major. Only 2 people have passed that in 100 years. This student was approved by 3 department heads: the School of Techniques, the School of Arcana, and the School of Summoning." Hearing this from the headmaster's mouth, the students below began to panic and turn to one another. "Oh my, admitted to the free major? Unbelievable. Who is so talented?" Turning to Arkwald, not leaving the crowd in suspense, he then invited that person to come forward as the representative of the new students. "Valedictorian Dane Sogers, please step forward." Hearing his name called, Dane calmly walked forward, and upon hearing his surname the surrounding students gasped in admiration. "Is that the one who passed the free major exam? What blessing has the Sogers family received?" At the same time, Dane's parents were present to witness their son at the opening ceremony. "Do you see Dane over there? The boy's grown up, he looks quite good. Top of the class." Bout praised Arkin with a smile, making Arkin beam before replying politely, "Compared to you, it's nothing." Hearing that, Bout's face showed some irritation as he complained about his 2 sons. "I raised 2 sons and neither turned out right. The youngest enrolled without anyone knowing, the eldest was expelled, and the middle one ran away from home, while he had 2 daughters. I'm really jealous," Arkin said with a forced smile. "But at least you have Layla." Upon hearing this, Bout glanced at his daughter with some regret. "I wish my wife could be here," he thought. Cut to Professor Delfiniso, who was speaking with Dane's sister Claire. "He's been close to his summoned beasts since childhood, hasn't he?" "Yes, Professor." Claire nodded, reinforcing Delfiniso's belief that their harmony seemed innate from birth. Saying that, she looked at Dane as if he were a monster, a child with no mark surpassing all summoners. Ignoring her, Claire voiced a question. "Professor, if Dane's harmony level is high, could he summon creatures from beyond the horizon?" Beyond the horizon is another realm where summoned beings that vanished 100 years ago once connected. To that question, Professor Delfiniso could only answer uncertainly. "Who knows? The creatures there choose their mages, so it's possible." Back with Headmaster Arkwald, after looking at Dane's face, he nodded approvingly. "So you are the rumored Dane Sogers? You may freely display your talents within the academy." Saying that, he handed the protagonist a slip of paper. Seeing this, Dane reached out to take the paper and responded, "I will remember that, Headmaster." "Now, the representative of those who passed the exam will take the oath," someone called out. And so time quickly passed, and the opening ceremony concluded. Looking at the paper in his hand, Dane reminded himself, "I've finally been admitted. It took a long time to get here, but I won't waste this new life. This is a new beginning." Cut to the Academy's main lecture hall, where assistant professors reminded the new students. The Academy introduction ends here. You may rest for now. For the next part, please enjoy the refreshments at the back and relax. Hearing this, the students began turning to each other and chatting excitedly. Meanwhile, swordswoman Layla didn't forget to warn her close friend. "Listen, Dane, many people will target you from now on. Whether their intentions are good or bad, you must be careful. If someone makes an offer, think it through carefully." She paused and whispered to Dane, "I've heard it's full of odd people, poorly raised at home." Seeing her like a worried young mother on her child's first day, Dane replied wearily, "I understand. I know." Hearing that, Layla immediately realized Dane hadn't taken her warning seriously, so she admonished him again. Don't ignore me. Listen carefully. At the same time, the upperclassmen began smiling as they rushed inside to recruit the new students to their clubs. Ha ha! We've got fresh recruits. Grab that red-headed kid. He's the talent we've been looking for. They cheerfully pitched to the newcomers like multi-level marketers, which made Layla sigh in exasperation. Upperclassmen are already hunting new students during the break. Back to Dane, this struck him as somewhat amusing. His sister had told him about this. It seemed there were many interesting clubs. Unaware of Dane's thoughts, the upperclassmen quickly remembered him and shouted to each other. Find that Soger's kid who ranked first. No, we must recruit him into our club. They said this and all turned to stare at the protagonist, which alarmed Layla. Dane, everyone's targeting you? What do we do? First, let's get out of here. With that, the swordswoman grabbed the protagonist's wrist and pulled him to run. But the upperclassmen weren't about to let them go easily. Dane Sogers, join the bodybuilding club to cultivate and train the perfect physique. An enthusiastic burly upperclassman called. Off to one side, a blonde upperclassman eagerly added, Hey rookie, what do you think about the cartography research club? Join now and you'll access entirely new maps. Our astrology research club gathers only outstanding talents. Another pitched. There, it's the heir of the Thermion family. We can't let our precious lady slip away. They yelled as they chased after the two like zombies after fresh meat. Layla, horrified by their zeal, shouted, I'm not joining, I won't join. Meanwhile, the chase felt oddly familiar to the protagonist. He's used to being pursued by enemies, but this was a first. Being the top of the list is exhausting, he complained inwardly. Time passed quickly. Cut to a hallway where a composed professor was walking. His status seemed special, prompting the assistants to whisper, Is that Kelthas Redfield? The companion nodded in reply. Yes, I heard he resigned as head of the Royal Knights and immediately became a professor. Wow, an outstanding figure has arrived, though he might be troublesome now. A new free major student after decades? Lately you could coast by writing occasional essays and doing just enough. Those peaceful days are over. Time to prepare lesson plans, right? Even I find it annoying. Murmurs of complaint began, and Professor Kelthas felt a headache coming. The orientation for new students was winding down. What an unbelievable situation. Why must it be the head himself now? Thinking that, he cast his eyes toward Dane standing before him and asked, Are you Dane Sogers? You're early. Hearing his name, Dane turned, bowed, and greeted, Hello, Professor. Pleased to meet you. All right. Come in. The professor prompted and quickly invited Dane into his office. Afterwards, Kelthas muttered about his unlucky fate. He'd worked hard to get this post and came here to rest, not to teach students or serve as an advisor. He added that he was fed up with the Knights. Then he turned with interest to ask Dane, Why did you apply to the free major? Because I want to do everything I desire, Dane replied. Have you considered transferring to a special program? Kelthas suggested. No, sir. Dane shook his head. Kelthas's expression tightened a little at that answer. So I have no choice but to personally instruct him? Really no other way. If he hasn't taken the swordsmanship exam, it means he lacks confidence, he thought. As an idea formed, Kelthas spoke up. Do you know any swordsmanship? I don't mean to offend, but since you're in the free major and I'm your professor, you need a certain level of sword skill. From Dane's perspective, he immediately sensed something off. Suddenly the man was talking about swordsmanship. He didn't feel welcomed. Dane frowned, considered, then replied, It's not that I'm uninterested in swordsmanship. Hearing that, Kelthas stood up and proposed, Fine. Shall we test you now? All right, Dane accepted calmly. Kelthas couldn't hide his delight. Good. Got him. He thought to himself and said excitedly, Now let's move to my training yard. Saying this, Kelthas had his motive. He had the authority to assess students and could use the boy's clumsy swordsmanship as an excuse to fail him and easily expel Dane. Next, cut to the training room. Kelthas reminded Dane. There are many swords here. Choose whichever you want. Yes, Professor. Dane nodded and quickly surveyed the practice swords nearby. However, seeing how the swords were arranged amid discarded gear scattered across the floor, he felt only disappointment. Why is the training ground like this? Even without free major students, this is a bit too shabby. Well, just pick one that fits, he thought. Dane casually picked up a sword. Is that enough? Kelthas asked. Yes, this will do, Dane confirmed firmly. Hearing that, Kelthas began to explain the rules. If you can strike me with that sword even once, you'll pass. It's not hard, I only move within 2 steps, he said. He said this confidently, not knowing that before him stood a superlative swordmaster. Yes, I understand, Dane replied calmly. Then begin, Kelthas said coldly, though inwardly wondering. Dane's serene acceptance of the terms suggested he had confidence. Next, Dane tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, and lunged forward to launch an attack. At first he aimed his sword at Kelthas's waist, but it was easily dodged by the man. Still, the strike surprised Kelthas inwardly. Oh, that was fast. Is that how he passed into the free major? He mused. Before the sword in Dane's hand finished undulating and stabbing toward him like a machine, the professor was startled, and forced himself to use his own sword to parry Dane's blade backward. Afterwards he swallowed nervously. That was nearly a disaster. Unusual swordsmanship. Could a fool really wield a sword like that? Moreover, that kid fought like a battlefield swordsman, not with the stance of someone of noble birth or a knight. Kelthas frowned and thought. But before he could analyze further, Dane surged forward to attack again. The protagonist's body moved continuously, unleashing fleeting strikes from all directions, forcing the professor to struggle to block them all. The more they fought, the harder it became. Unbelievable. I'm a level 6 and I have to focus this intensely? Am I fighting a 14-year-old? He doesn't even need the handicap points. But this posture looks oddly familiar, Kelthas told himself. At that moment he began to recall an old memory from the battlefield when he witnessed an enemy soldier with incredibly strong swordsmanship. Surprising that the Draenic Empire had such brave fighters. However, that person bore no banners or knightly insignia. Who could he have been? Returning to the present, while Kelthas was distracted by past memories, Dane seized the opportunity to strike at his ribs. Of course, Dane stopped his blade the moment it touched the professor's body, which marked the end of the test. Seeing Dane's sword touch his body, Kelthas chastised himself. Damn it! Why was I thinking about something else? Back to Dane. Seeing he'd won, he broke into a satisfied smile. He sheathed his sword and said, Professor, I believe I've met the requirement. Hearing him, Kelthas, though a bit unwilling, had to admit through gritted teeth. You passed. He looked at Dane with great caution. This kid is a prodigy, a special prodigy. Despite the handicap, he's not inferior to me. You've reached level 6. Now I understand why he wasn't enthusiastic about the swordsmanship exam, he thought. After learning Dane possessed such great sword talent, his curiosity got the better of him and he asked, with that ability, why didn't you apply to the sword arts department? Because I thought my family would be upset, Dane answered, and that reply slightly startled Kelthas. Very quickly, remembering Dane's background, he understood. Dane's father is a master of theology, and his 2 older sisters are masters of magic and summoning. Could he be choosing all 3 to meet his family's expectations? Very quickly, remembering Dane's background, he understood. Dane's father is a master of theology, and his 2 older sisters are masters of magic and summoning. Could he be choosing all 3 to meet his family's expectations? It's not that he lacks confidence in swordsmanship. I was completely wrong. Turning back to Dane, unaware of the professor's thoughts, he asked, Professor, have you confirmed everything? His question snapped Kelthas out of his reverie and he hurriedly nodded. Ah, yes, all right. You may go. I'll send the notice soon. Yes, thank you, Professor. Dane bowed and quickly left the room. Watching his retreating figure, Kelthas could only grumble about his unlucky fate for the second time. What a failure. The department heads who judged probably feel the same. My plans to get rid of him and live comfortably have gone up in smoke. After that, Dane met his sister Claire outside the campus, and she was a bit surprised that he finished the test so easily. You really passed the exam? Strange. Professor Kelthas isn't someone who passes students easily. That professor only teaches the regular term once a year, but this time the headmaster called him in. He hates troublesome matters. Hearing that, Dane felt it a bit hard to accept and complained. So he's really someone who lives by his own rules. Yes, that's why I was surprised. But luckily nothing happened, Dane, Claire said with a laugh, making Dane feel a touch pleased. Big sister may not praise you, but that's truly my Dane. I'm relieved you're safe and sound. That is one of the reasons I like my older sister. At the same time, their sister Arabella ran up from afar and called out, "Oh, Dane, I was wondering where you were. So you're with Claire? You passed the test, didn't you?" she asked with a bright smile. At the moment the three sisters gathered, everyone nearby started whispering and gossiping. "Look, the Soger sisters are together. I thought just Arabella and Claire were impressive, but now the youngest is even better than her sisters. What kind of family are they?" The group murmured. Next, Dane followed a guide on a tour of the dormitory area. As they walked, the guide introduced himself. "My name is Max Hauer. I'm in charge of the dorms. The dormitory is divided into 3 zones by entry scores. The highest-ranked area is called Dantier Hall, named after the first emperor. Dane, since you are the top student of the free major, you'll be in this area. The dining hall, training yard, and library are all standard, and there are also lounges and a magic screening room. In addition, there are also secret facilities. It may not happen, but depending on your scores you could be moved out of this zone." Arabella and Claire stayed here only until graduation. Saying that, he took out a key and continued, "Here, this is your dormitory access key, Dane. We'll provide you with 2 as spares, so if you lose one, report it to me. Be careful from now on. There are many strange students here. They're not bad people, but unexpected things can happen. All right, check your room, and if you need anything contact the logistics office." With that, Max left immediately. Dane exhaled. Whoosh. Should I go check the room? He wondered. He quickly wandered around to look and admitted, "It's high-end, but why is it so quiet? Something's very strange. I can't feel any human breath. It's like it's evaporated. What on earth is going on?" Dane frowned and asked himself. Extremely curious about this, Dane closed his eyes and focused on diffusing his inner energy outward. "I'll try sensing the aura," he thought. Then Dane's streams of energy began to spread, flowing into every corner of the dormitory, and images slowly formed in his mind. The smell of slimy moss brushed his nose. The faint click of gears, "This is a trap." Seeing that, Dane started to piece things together and smiled slightly. "So that's it. This is an initiation ceremony," he murmured, and just as he had predicted, somewhere in the dormitory a group of students watched him through a simulated screen. Seeing Dane standing stock-still and refusing to move, the red-haired student asked curiously, "Why isn't he moving? He has a good intuition." Beside him, a blue-haired student complained, "Hey Arnold, could he know all the traps already?" In response, the young man Arnold smiled, adjusted his glasses, and stated with absolute confidence, "No way, that's impossible. My colored family is the best hunting family for hundreds of years, so I'm very confident in my traps." This handsome student is the eldest son of Baron Colored, Arnold Colored, a third-year marksman. After his assertion, one student in the group grew a bit worried and asked if it might be dangerous. Of course Arnold isn't stupid enough to set lethal traps. I've removed anything that could seriously injure him. It's just enough to make him a laughingstock. Seeing there's no threat to life, the group grew excited and waited to see Dane embarrassed. Heh, this first initiation will be worth watching. That kid will be pathetic when he gets here, Arnold said mockingly. Then a worried voice asked, "Are you sure that's okay? That's the Soger's family. So what? We've all gone through memorable initiations." "Haha, wait and see, he'll be so scared he'll faint," Arnold replied nonchalantly, not worried at all. After all, teasing by kids won't usually make the elders of those great families intervene. Unlike Arnold's confident demeanor, a girl in the group frowned and warned him. "But did you forget he's the valedictorian of the free major? This time might be different. His eldest and second sisters are geniuses. If he got into the free major, he's an even greater genius than both of them." The girl was Priscilla Nerial of the Nerial family, a fourth-year student in neurostudies. From Arnold's perspective, affronted by Priscilla's doubt, he glared and shouted, "What did you say? You mean he won't fall for my trap?" Before Priscilla could reply, the brown-haired student beside them taunted, "Aren't you the one who's not confident? Don't laugh." "No, that's not true. Arnold yelled, but despite his loud mouth, he was nervous inside. Adjusting his glasses, he tried to reassure himself optimistically. There's no way he'd spot my trap. I used stealth magic and greased it to hide any mechanical sounds. Just as he thought this, Dane began moving once more. The group scrambled over to watch. "Hey, he's moving again! Get out of the way!" they shouted, jostling to find the best viewing angle. Back with Dane, the traps before him were child's play compared to those Mrs. Lily had set. With a single glance he could detect them all, starting with the rope trap. Just a light touch and it would trigger, so I'll use a mana bullet. Thinking that, Dane gathered mana in his palm. He fired a mana bullet aimed straight at a brown pouch on the ceiling. The moment it was hit, the brown pouch exploded. The water inside poured down like a waterfall. However, after gauging the amount, Dane was a little surprised. "There's less water than I expected," he told himself. Yet there was one thing Dane hadn't anticipated. Immediately after, a stone on the floor suddenly opened, and a brownish smoke shot out from inside. Duplicate. The stench was so vile Dane almost fainted on the spot. "Oh my! What is that horrible smell? Such childish nonsense," he said in disgust. "Coincidence?" Priscilla asked skeptically. Arnold kept nodding frantically, insisting, "Yes, I was a bit light-handed at first, so it was noticed. Just wait. He'll trigger the trap for sure," the bespectacled boy said through clenched teeth, pouring all his conviction into the claim. The other two nodded, temporarily trusting once more. Maybe there was a mistake. Let's trust Arnold and see," they said. Priscilla sighed inwardly. An invisible unease began to surround her. "Why do I feel so unsettled?" she murmured. Meanwhile, as Dane continued down the corridor, he quickly found the second trap and muttered in disappointment, "Ugh, the second one is clumsy too. Should I just disable it?" Then Arnold's traps were triggered. From all four sides of the corridor, countless boxing glove devices fired wildly. With Dane's extremely agile movement, he easily dodged them without difficulty. Even the cleverly placed spear traps couldn't do anything to our protagonist. Inside the observation room, watching Dane's performance, the young group fell silent in astonishment, just as expected from the Sogur's family. Behind them, Arnold's face drained as he saw how all the traps he had painstakingly set were useless against someone like the protagonist. Even the two guys in front had lost all faith in him. It was as if Dane knew exactly where everything was. Arnold had worked hard to hide them. How could they be discovered so easily? They exclaimed. Still, Arnold, feeling humiliated, refused to give up. "Damn it, it's too early to quit. There's no way he'll avoid the final trap," he ground out. Priscilla couldn't help but pause and ask, "What is the final trap?" In response, the bespectacled boy gave no clear explanation, only a sly smile. You'll see." Soon enough, they saw the final trap Arnold had prepared. A giant red dragon appeared before the protagonist, and it wasn't alone. Behind it stood another large beast with a goat's head. From Dane's perspective, seeing the huge monsters suddenly appear, he guessed they were summoned beasts. It looked like they'd prepared some fairly strong ones. Dane admired them briefly before noticing something odd. "Wait, something's wrong," he frowned and observed, and quickly realized the images of the monsters were slightly distorted and hazy. Not very real. They're just illusions, meant to scare but without real power. No wonder they looked suspiciously strong. Ordinary students would have run away. But I don't need to dodge them, just break the mana flow and they'll vanish, he thought. Dane began concentrating energy into his palm, and meanwhile, in the observation room, the students gawked that Dane wasn't fleeing. "What? Dane's not running? He even looks relaxed. Wait, is he going to do something? Is he gathering mana?" Someone shouted. Those words struck Arnold like a bolt. Sweat of worry began to pour down his face. Did he spot the illusions in an instant? Impossible, how could that be? The more he thought, the more anxious he became. Seeing his expression, Priscilla clicked her tongue and shook her head, whispering, "It's all ruined." Back with Dane, after charging enough energy, he released it toward the illusions of the monsters. Immediately, the illusions were shattered in an instant, as if they'd never appeared at all. When he finished, Dane smirked. "Pathetic. Let's see where the one who designed these is hiding." Cut to Arnold's group. For some reason, they suddenly fled the room in panic. That's an Eterarch. Run. Why is that thing here? Arnold, damn it, do something, the black-haired friend shouted. But Arnold was so terrified he couldn't even muster the energy to fight the giant wolf chasing them. I don't know. What the hell is that? Arnold yelled. Isn't that what you prepared? The red-haired friend asked in alarm. The giant wolf suddenly opened its jaws and let out a tremendous roar, making the red-haired friend scream in fright. At the same time, Dane's voice rang out nearby. So you guys were hiding here? Huh? Hearing the familiar voice, Arnold's group seemed to find a savior and turned to beg for help. Rookie, if this is your doing, can you handle it? We'll apologize. Please get rid of that thing. Turned back to Dane. After he felt he'd scared those seniors enough, he canceled the wolf's summoning, causing it to vanish into the spatial gate. Only when it was completely gone could the students breathe easier. The long-haired boy straightened his clothes, looked sheepish, and awkwardly spoke to Dane, clearing his throat. Looks like the initiation ritual failed. Welcome, Rookie. I'm Drojan Valentine, a fifth-year metallurgy student, and the sole heir of the Valentine Marquis family. He was well-built and handsome, understandable given the beautiful sisters he has, right? As he spoke, he extended his hand. Dane reached out, clasped it, and replied, Ah yes, it's an honor to meet you. Dane thought to himself, what on earth is he saying? Unaware of Dane's thoughts, Drojan continued to praise him. You're pretty good at avoiding traps, so you're in the free major. That must be why the initiation failed. Arnold must be really disappointed. He's the heir of the famous Colored Hunter family and the one behind all those traps, Drojan announced enthusiastically, leaving Arnold mortified. Damn it, why drag me into this? He shouted. So he was the one who designed the traps. Dane smiled to himself. Then Drojan called, Hey, everyone, come over and say hi. The group agreed and quickly advanced. Drojan then pointed to Priscilla and introduced her. This is Priscilla. She's a fourth-year student in holy arts. Best not to mess with her. She's training to be a cleric. Drojan began, but Priscilla anticipated his meaning, brushed him aside and cut in. Kind and beautiful, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Priscilla Nerial, the abandoned child of my house. Joining holy arts means I can't even dream of marriage. The protagonist nodded in response. Ah yes, I look forward to working with you, he said. They shook hands as a greeting, but immediately Priscilla's eyes widened like a cow's when she sensed the terrifying energy within Dane. What is this? Why is your mana so dense? Is this really the mana level of someone our age? Unbelievable, no way. Behind them, Drojan looked puzzled. Seeing Priscilla overreact, he asked, Is it that important? It must be, the red-haired boy answered. Arnold was also annoyed. They were making a fuss over a bit of dense mana while ignoring him. The red-haired student stepped forward to introduce himself. Nice to meet you, Dane. I'm Shal Hasbro, a second-year martial arts student. Don't get me wrong. I'm not some muscle-brained fanatic. Muscle matters, but martial arts aren't just about muscles, as everyone knows. If you're interested, just say the word and I'll teach you real martial arts, Shal promised. Dane then glanced at the last person, Arnold, who arrogantly looked away as if uninterested in these introductions. His uncooperative attitude drew complaints. Hey Arnold, what are you doing? It's your turn. Don't tell us you're upset because your traps were all destroyed. All this over something so small? How petty! The group scolded, veins bulging on Arnold's face. With no choice left, he angrily had to force himself to greet Dane. All he could manage to say was his name, Arnold colored. That was it. Fortunately, Dane didn't mind. He cheerfully responded to Arnold's sour attitude. I'm Dane Sogers. Nice to meet you. He seemed annoyed that all his traps had been ruined. Should I praise them? Dane wondered inwardly, and not wanting to look at his sulky face, he offered a few compliments. They are very good traps. You clearly understand the mechanisms and triggers, but the paint layer is easy to detect. Why not try mixing F3 silver and D6 black at a 4:6 ratio instead of using F6 black? At this brightness, it will be less noticeable. Besides that, this is a trap anyone would fall for. Nearby, the group felt dizzy at Dane's talent when he offered advice on improving traps. He's teaching Arnold how to set traps? You're an interesting guy, they said. After the introductions were over, the group led Dane to his room. Walking with them, Dane reflected inwardly. These people are really interesting, but it felt great to have a few kind friends. Things were starting to get interesting. Time passed quickly. Cut to a corner of the school grounds where Dane was talking with his close friend Layla. Whatever he said made the swordswoman scream in shock. What? You have 6 major class sessions this semester? Dane slowly explained that there were only 3 majors and each required 2 lectures. Layla shook her head at his nonchalance. There are also general education classes. How will you sleep? Usually first years only have 4 sessions, so you could skip the first one, maybe. Back to Dane. After hearing that, he gave Layla a slightly disdainful look. You can say that, huh? That's why military science added 2 general sessions. Ugh, you're so careless. I really hate military class. My grades dropped a lot in the first semester because of it. Layla complained, and Dane had to agree. True, it's the hardest subject, he thought. Layla checked the time and said, you really look like a top student. See you later in swordsmanship class. I have to go to the general lecture now. Dane, curious, asked which general lecture it was. Oh, it's about cosmetics and skincare, Layla said with enthusiasm. Dane could only smile inwardly at that. Haha, typical girl. He nodded. Got it, see you later. Time passed quickly. Cut to the military science classroom where our protagonist Dane was present. His arrival naturally drew curious looks. That's Dane Sogers. Why is he here? Is he actually attending lectures? Being the son of a count makes him seem aloof. I think I get it now. The murmurs reached Dane, making him slightly annoyed. I heard everything, he thought. He opened his book and pondered the basics of military science. From what he read yesterday, some content he knew, but some was completely contrary to reality. True enough, if theory and reality always matched, no nation would lose wars. Military science is taught because basic theory is important. As he thought this, a middle-aged professor with a stern face entered the classroom from the door, and the entire room fell silent. Hello, everyone. I am Francisco Gavious. I will be teaching the theory portion of military science. Call me Professor Gavious. After roll call, we'll begin the lesson. From Dane's perspective, just looking at the professor's stern face raised his estimation of him. He seemed to have rich battlefield experience. Looks promising, Dane thought to himself. After roll call finished, Professor Gavious began the lecture. His voice echoed through the silent room. One must study military theory deeply to be effective on the battlefield. Soldiers can act freely, but commanders always must weigh victory against the lives of their troops. Clearly, theory is crucial. Only by relying on theory can one understand the scene. By recognizing inconsistencies in reality, we can understand the true utility of military theory. I'm curious how many talented pupils here will become elite. What do you think is the most important thing in war? He asked. While everyone hesitated, Dane suddenly raised his hand. Seeing this, the professor narrowed his eyes slightly and said, All right, student, please speak up. Answering the question, Dane spoke with absolute confidence. The most important principle is supply. Hearing that, Gavious's expression showed approval. He nodded and said, Correct. Victory, triumph, and all improvements can only be achieved when supply is secured. Interesting, someone answered correctly already, he said with amusement. He turned to Dane with another question. Do you know the 3 most important things in logistics? To answer, Dane said, First, strict military management. Supplying from the center to the front isn't just a physical distance. The whole system is extended, and if even one person harbors malice, corruption can occur, leading to supply shortages. When he said this, Dane spoke from his battlefield experience. He wasn't boasting but truly understood the issue. Most supply problems come from unscrupulous intermediaries, even if shipments were initially transported safely. Exactly. Next, Gavious continued. This time Dane answered very quickly. Standardizing supplies. If quantities and weights of supplied goods are unified, mass production becomes possible. This greatly aids rapid logistics. Frontline units can maintain their strategy without losses. Hearing Dane, the students widened their eyes and whispered to each other. What is he talking about? That's not in the books. Not only them, even Professor Gavious couldn't hide the astonishment on his face. And then, he asked the final question. which Dane again answered correctly. Local production. The longer a war drags on, the less the previous two measures are followed, and the quality of supplies will decline. That forces soldiers on the field to devise ways to be self-sufficient at a minimal level. Even if quantity and quality are low, they must still provide emergency rations. Dane said with a slight smile. These were all things he had seen and felt on the battlefield, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, the room had gone absolutely silent at the protagonist's words. They gaped, speechless. Finally, Gavious couldn't help but loudly praise him. That was an excellent answer. What year are you? First year, Dane replied. Gavious's face showed bafflement. Sweat formed on his brow as he asked again. What? Only a first year? How could a newly enrolled child know these things? He probed further about Dane's points. Strict military management, standardized supplies, and local production for self-sufficiency, saying those were practical experiences soldiers and officers learn on the battlefield. How could someone without battlefield experience know them? Opposite him, Dane's expression grew slightly pensive. Of course he couldn't say he'd experienced it directly, so after about 2 seconds he lied. My father used to tell me about these things. Your father? What's your name? Gavious asked curiously. Dane Sogers, the protagonist answered proudly. Upon hearing his family name, Gavious was completely convinced. Sogers family. So you're the son of the Blue Tempest, no wonder. If you're from the Sogers family, then you must be the student who passed into the free major. No wonder his ability differs from other first years. Thinking this and having no more doubts, he raised his voice to the whole class. Haha, so you've heard clearly. The theoretical part of military science you'll self-study is exactly what the student just answered. Apply theory appropriately to real situations. Based on textbook theory, this is the ultimate goal of military science. Let's move on to the next part, he said, and he looked at Dane with a face full of expectation. It's been a long time since a Sogers prodigy appeared. Time passed quickly. After class ended, Dane hurriedly fled in a panic, muttering as he went. I almost got into the Imperial Academy. As soon as class ended, Professor Gavious called me over. He even wanted to persuade me to enroll in the academy. Seemed like the professor was a bit eager, he thought. Dane recalled his sister Claire's advice. If anyone urges you to join the Empire's academy, refuse, reject, and leave immediately. His sister's counsel had helped him, but it seemed the professor wouldn't give up so easily. Well, right now I'm still not used to the academy map, it's too large. The meeting point with Lily is at the central fountain plaza. Thinking that, Dane stared intently at the map before him and quickly found his destination. Oh, here it is. Crossing the mist garden is the fastest, he muttered.